Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Strange sexual behavior, exploitation, extortion, false imprisonment. These were just some of the incendiary words that the jury heard as opening statements were made in the Michael Jackson child molestation trial. The prosecution claims that Jackson plied a then 13-year-old boy with alcohol, exposed him to pornography, and then molested him. The defense says that Jackson is the victim of a money-hungry mother who used her child in an extortion scheme, and that she's done it before. If convicted, the King of Pop could face up to 20 years in prison. Hello and welcome to the Michael Jackson Trial and E! News presentation. I'm James Curtis. Judge Rodney Melville, who is presiding over the Jackson trial, has ruled that no cameras are allowed in the Santa Maria courtroom. So every day we'll bring you reenactments of the trial's key moments, all based on actual courtroom transcripts. And every day our team of legal analysts will break it down for you. Jackson arrived to the court with his mother, Catherine, and brother, Jermaine, by his side. The trial began on time with District Attorney Tom Sneddon making his opening statement. He began by telling the jury that the case was, in part, about a desperate attempt by Jackson to save his career. According to courtroom transcripts, here's how it happened.
On February the 3rd of 2003, Michael Jackson's, the defendant in this case, world was rocked. And it didn't rock in a musical sense. It rocked in a real-life sense. And it was rocked by the fallout from the broadcast in the United Kingdom of the Martin Bashir video documentary, Living with Michael Jackson. And his life was rocked so badly that one of his longtime closest and most trusted associates and co-conspirator in this case, Mark Schaffel, described it as a train wreck. Now, I'm sure that some of you ladies and gentlemen are going to be a little surprised to learn, as the testimony and the evidence unfolds in this case, that actually for years prior to the video, the defendant in this case was heavily in debt. That his musical assets and his real estate property...
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's the motive for the defendant's
Objection
actions.
again, Your Honor. He's violating your order.
The final determination as to the financial evidence coming in has not been reached.
Very well, Your Honor. Unfortunately for Mr. Jackson, the effect of the Bashir documentary had just the opposite effect. This case in count one is a case about conspiracy. It's about the train wreck situation caused by the Bashir documentary. It's about the world's reaction and how it created the motive for the once superstar's desperate attempt to salvage his once very powerful musical career.
I'm joined now by our legal team, Sean Chapman-Holly, managing partner of the Johnny Cochran Law Firm and member of the team that successfully defended O.J. Simpson, Ricky Kleeman, a well-known legal analyst for the Today Show and for Court TV, and of course, Howard Weitzman, one of this country's most respected trial attorneys who has represented Michael Jackson in matters unrelated to this trial, but who will provide us with his unique and meaningful insights about the man they call the King of Pop. Sneddon said that the Bashir documentary was a train wreck for Jackson, and that Jackson started a conspiracy to cover it all up and save his good career. Ricky Kleeman, was that the way to start?
I think it's the way to start for him, because he really believes that this all happened after that documentary. What he says is, as Michael Jackson's trying to shore it all up, make sure that his empire doesn't fall, that it's at that time that he winds up in such an intimate situation with this young man. There's a problem here, though.
We're going to get to that problem in just a moment. Let me get Sean in on this. Good way to start?
Well, I suppose so. But, you know, I think the Martin Bashir video helps Michael Jackson in some ways, because he comes out forthright and says, I sleep in the bed with young boys. Yeah. That shows he doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. He's a child. And he says that himself.
Does it really show that, though, Howard? And is this portrayal of Michael Jackson vis-a-vis Martin Bashir a good idea?
You know what? It's all in the editing. It's very clear to me that Martin Bashir's had an agenda. And the agenda was to portray Michael Jackson in a certain way. It's almost like he was working with Tom Sneddon. It's pretty bizarre. And when you listen to what Tom Sneddon said, it's more about setting the scene for this jury, and I believe trying to inflame their passion and their attitude toward Michael.
When he began his opening statement, District Attorney Tom Sneddon made the case that Jackson wanted to save his career by having the alleged victim participate in a rebuttal video. The prosecution claims that Jackson used pornography and sexually explicit conversations to essentially desensitize his young accuser, thereby setting him up for eventual sexual contact. And as you're about to hear, Sneddon was not shy about that explicit language. At this time, E will not disclose the accuser's family name, but according to the courtroom transcripts, here's what the jury heard.
Now, what happens that night is this. The defendant, Frank Tyson, the defendant's children, particularly his son Prince Michael, and the two boys are in the downstairs area of the Jackson bedroom suite. And after a few hours, they go upstairs to the bedroom. And when they get up into the bedroom, Tyson pulls out a laptop computer, and Jackson and Tyson are hooking the computer up to the internet. And when they get on the internet, they then place the computer with the boys there, and they take the boys, 9-year-old and 10-year-old, on a tour of sexually explicit websites, naked ladies. They take them on a tour of a number of websites, and it lasts approximately 30 to 40 minutes. And during the time that they travel through these websites, at one of the points in time when a female is shown with her shirt up, exposing her breast, the defendant turns and exclaims, "Got milk?" And he turns around to the sleeping Prince on the bed and says, "Prince, you're missing a lot of." The boys spent the night with Michael Jackson. They did not sleep in bed with him. They slept in the bed. And it is true, Jackson slept on the floor.
Some very strong words there, and the prosecution says that they were used to desensitize this accuser. But how is this kind of talk going to play with the jury? Sean, what do you think?
Well, I mean, obviously the jury knows this is a case about sexual conduct, so I think that they're ready for this. They're grown-ups.
You got some older folks on this
I was about
jury.
to say they're very grown-up.
70s, 80s folks. Are they going to react kindly to this, or are they going to think that Sneddon is being a little too explicit?
Well, he's being explicit for a particular purpose, and that is to get a rise, no pun intended, out of these potential jurors. And if you see the way Sneddon set it up, and you go back to the opening statement where he started to bring in the financial asset issue, and the judge sustained the objection, I just want to point something out. There's not a doubt in my mind that Tom Sneddon knew he wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh, absolutely.
And he said it for a purpose.
I want to take up on that point when we come back and continue with that, but I want to take off on what you said earlier, Howard, with respect to the Bashir connection, Ricky Kleeman. Do you agree with Howard's assessment, excuse me, do you agree with Howard's assessment that this Bashir video, this entire special that kicked off this entire investigation is maybe a little too convenient?
Oh, no, I don't think it's too convenient. If I'm Tom Sneddon in this case, I say, look what I've got. I've got it in pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words. My story, if I'm Sneddon, is this is a case about manipulation. It starts out as a case of Peter Pan behavior on the part of Michael Jackson. That just escalates over time to being wholly inappropriate. Manipulate, manipulate, manipulate. I think Sneddon's on a roll.
He may be on a roll, or he may have more than one Achilles heel in the form of the mother, Martin Bashir, and other issues that arise in this trial. When we come back, Prosecutor Thomas Sneddon details the alleged sexual abuse in no uncertain terms. Stay with us.
At the same time that this 44-year-old man is sharing with 13-year-old Gavin and 12-year-old Star and another 11-year-old boy his collection of sexually explicit magazines, that he's talking to Gavin about masturbation.
Welcome back to the Michael Jackson trial and E! News presentation. So far, the prosecution has been speaking in general terms about how Michael Jackson allegedly set up his accuser for sexual interaction. Now, according to the courtroom transcripts, Prosecutor Sneddon continues to tell the jurors that the alleged victim and his brother will take the witness stand to reveal what they say happened in Michael Jackson's bedroom.
Lastly, you're going to be able to peek into the defendant's private world, and you're going to hear Gavin describe to you his molestation. You will hear Star tell you how, on other occasions, he happened upon seeing Michael Jackson masturbating himself with one hand, while Jackson's other hand was inserted into the underpants of his brother Gavin.
Now, according to the courtroom transcripts, prosecutor Tom Sneddon continues by telling the jurors that the alleged victim and his brother will take the witness stand to indeed reveal what they say actually happened in the bedroom. Now, before we get to that, Ricky Kleeman, it's getting deep, it's getting thick, it's getting explicit. Obviously, it's factually related to what the prosecution says happened, but you still got to ask yourself, don't you, is this what you want to do in front of these elderly jurors?
Absolutely, 100%. This is a case about sexual molestation. The prosecution can't run away from that. The prosecution has to put it right out there. And I think what Tom Sneddon is doing is very skillful. He's talking about the art of seduction. It's the softening up of these youngsters, and that finally the act occurs. And I think the testimony is going to come out that way. The opening statement is the time to set the stage. He's doing a good job.
Now, Howard, with respect to the issue that you brought up a few moments ago, the money motive that was objected to initially, how does that tie into setting this kind of stage?
Well, for me, it shows that Sneddon is willing to say and do anything to set the plate for these jurors. And I agree with Ricky. Using the words and using the description is his attempt to paint a picture that he thinks will appeal to the passion and the bias of this older jury.
Well, we're going to see. There are a couple of young folks on the jury, but how is this all going to play? With an apology to jurors for such a long opening statement, prosecutor Thomas Sneddon wrapped it up. Then defense attorney Thomas Mesereau was up and had his shot at this jury. He started out by saying that an opening statement is like a contract, meaning when you say something, when you make a promise to the jury, you have to keep it. And what Mesereau promised was to prove exactly what he was about to tell the jury. He brought up the first of many celebrity names that are sure to be peppered throughout this trial. Here's what the jury heard, according again to the actual courtroom transcripts.
These charges are fake. 10 silly, ridiculous...
Your Honor, I'm going to object as argumentative.
Sustained.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an organized opening statement for you. I'm going to take you through the various topics. Who Mr. Jackson is, what Neverland is, how he met these people, what kind of lives they have led. But I've decided, in light of what was just said, to start off with a couple of issues that I'd like you to think about throughout the trial, because I'm going to prove exactly what I'm going to tell you now. First of all, the family is from Los Angeles. We are going to bring in witnesses to tell you about their behavior. For example, Janet and Gavin called comedian Jay Leno and tried to get money for Mr. Leno. Mr. Leno has told the Santa Barbara police something was wrong. They were looking for a mark. It sounded scripted. The mother was in the background, and I terminated the conversation. Comedian George Lopez was approached by Gavin and Janet. He was asked for money. He didn't want to give money. And then they accused him of stealing $300 from Gavin's
Your
wallet.
Honor, I'm going to object to that statement. The court has a 403 ruling.
Sustained.
The 403 ruling, the ruling that the court makes before the trial starts to essentially lay down all the rules about what's permissible and what's not, obviously. Now the defense getting into an area that's not permissible. But let's talk about this issue of the other celebrities. Sean, the idea that Jay Leno was mentioned, other celebrities mentioned as other targets similarly situated, just like Michael Jackson. Good idea?
Yeah, it's a great idea. And Tom Mesereau is setting up two themes here. One, this family's from Los Angeles, so there are these celebrities that they can victimize. The other is, he says very carefully, the mother was in the background. And that's really, I think, going to be a theme that we see throughout this trial.
Howard, you're nodding your head. Good?
Well, I don't know about good. Here's the concern I have for Tom Mesereau. He's mentioned celebrities and he's mentioned conduct. He has to now produce the celebrities, in my opinion, and the conduct. If he produces Jay Leno and he produces George Lopez, and the testimony comes out like he has indicated, that is really powerful that this kid is being manipulated rather than the opposite, which is Jackson manipulating the child.
A huge, huge hill for this prosecution team to climb. Later in his opening statement, attorney Mesereau sought to establish a pattern by the accuser's mother and her children of ensnaring people for money. He reminded the jury that she admitted to lying in another case, and now he's about to lay out those details. According to actual courtroom transcripts, here's the reenactment.
Janet sued J.C. Penney in West Covina in Los Angeles County. She was living in Los Angeles with her family at various locations, which will become important, and I will tell you why. She claimed that she was the victim and her children were the victim of battery, false imprisonment, and infliction of emotional distress. This was in July of 1999. Almost a year later, she amended that complaint to add sexual assault by a security officer. What did she say the security officer had done in the J.C. Penney public parking lot? She said her breasts were fondled. Her nipple was squeezed 10 to 20 times. She was punched with a closed fist by a J.C. Penney security guard. She was molested in her vaginal area, and she was called racial slurs. That is the case where she was testifying under oath. That is the case where the prosecutor says she lied. She has admitted lying in that case. Her son was ill. The lawsuit was settled. The family got a total of $152,500. That's the family.
The family, the family, the family. Ricky Kleeman, I think this is huge and important ammunition for this defense team.
Absolutely true. After jury selection, the most important part of a trial, I believe, is the opening statement. And what we're seeing here is really the classic version, that the hand has two sides. We've seen the prosecution side. Now we're seeing the defense side. And the defense side here is wonderful. They use the same theme. It's manipulation, only this time not manipulation by Michael Jackson. It's manipulation by a con artist mom using her child.
Now, I can't tell you, Howard, how many times as a prosecutor that I've been subject to a defense attorney getting up saying, there's two sides to the hand, but this side, from the defense perspective, is very, very strong. How can the prosecution counter it?
Well, the prosecution cannot rely on the mother. Clearly, her credibility, I think, will be completely and totally impeached.
It's going to be tough.
They need to call other witnesses that testify to giving the minor alcohol. Yeah. They have to call other witnesses about pornography. They cannot rely on the mother. They cannot rely on the brother.
Now, Sean, about 5 seconds. If the mother and the brother are bad, it's horrible testimony, can you even support it?
Look, if the witnesses are bad for the prosecution, as far as I'm concerned, it's out of here. They got the burden of proof.
And will this jury reach the same conclusion? When we return, Mesereau tells the jury about a shopping spree he says proves the accuser's family was never held against their will.
Let's go through what she was buying and what was ultimately billed to Michael Jackson during this terrible period of false imprisonment.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to the Michael Jackson Trial and E! News presentation. Here, Thomas Mesereau lays out some pricey evidence that says it's clear that no one was being imprisoned at Neverland According to the courtroom transcripts, here's how it happened.
Let's go through what she was buying and what was ultimately billed to Michael Jackson during this terrible period of false imprisonment. February 14th, 2003. Full leg wax at Bare Skin Salon for $50. A lip wax, a bikini wax. Has her face done at Aromatherapy Day Spa. The total is $140. February 21st, Lisa's Beauty hair products for Janet are purchased for $28.91. The same day, she buys bras and jockey bikinis at Robinson May, a total of $92.24, all billed to Michael.
All billed to Michael Jackson. Sean, is there a danger, as good as this evidence appears for the defense, is there a danger of backlash for Mesereau here?
No. This is perfect.
No downside.
This is absolutely perfect. The jurors have to ask themselves, if I were being falsely imprisoned, is this what I would be doing? And also, of equal importance, this money, all of it, billed to Michael Jackson. Yeah. And he's deliberately saying these numbers, $23.42 billed to Michael Jackson.
Yes, indeed. But
that's
Howard Weitzman, I got to think, there's a downside to everything. None here for the defense?
Maybe. I have one suggestion. If I was Mr. Mesereau, maybe he'll do it in closing, I would have made sure the jury understand where these purchases were made.
Okay.
Were
Ricky,
they in Los Angeles?
Ricky, let me get you in about 5 seconds. What's your input?
I think it's great material. I think Mesereau delivers it with a punch. And if this is false imprisonment, I'd like to go there.
Yeah, indeed. Well, when court resumes, the defense concludes its opening statements, and the state's first witness takes the stand. For E! News, I'm James Curtis. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Good.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sex, lies, videotape, those are the key elements in the Michael Jackson trial as we enter day 2. Prosecutors say it's about sex. The defense claims it's all a bunch of lies. The question, did the king of pop molest a teenage boy as the state has charged? Welcome to the Michael Jackson trial and E! News presentation. I'm James Curtis. With no cameras in the courtroom in Santa Maria, California, we're bringing you reenactments of the trial's key moments, all based on actual courtroom transcripts, all with commentary and analysis from one of the best legal team of experts you'll see anywhere. Let's get right to the action. Defense attorney Thomas Mesereau continued his opening statement, hammering away at the reputation of the accuser's mother, a woman he says was out to shake down Michael Jackson. Here's how it happened, according to courtroom transcripts.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will prove that Janet and her children are using this case to win a civil case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that as argumentative.
Sustained.
We will also prove that her lawyer, Larry Feldman, who the prosecutor acknowledged had sued Mr. Jackson a long time ago, a lawyer very well known in Beverly Hills, California, we will prove to you that this lawyer was having lunch with CNN talk show host Larry King and told him she wants money. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecutor yesterday alleged that acts of molestation occurred during certain dates. We will prove to you that most of those dates, not all of them, but most of them, Michael Jackson wasn't even near Neverland. Based upon our investigation, we can find 4 approximate dates where he was at Neverland. But a lot of the dates you heard the prosecutor identify, he isn't even near the place.
Joining me now, our legal team of analysts, Sean Chapman-Holly, Ricky Kleeman, and Howard Weitzman, Sean Chapman Holly, managing partner of the Johnny Cochran Law Firm, member of the O.J. defense team that successfully defended O.J. Simpson. Ricky Kleeman, today's show and court TV analyst, and the credits go on and on. We'll get to them as we go throughout our analysis here. Howard Weitzman, trial attorney extraordinaire, having represented Michael Jackson on an unrelated matter. Sean, let me start with you today. We noticed in that piece of courtroom action we saw just a moment ago an objection at the outset in the opening statement as argumentative. Those objections aren't often heard in the opening statements. Does it tell us anything about the relative abilities of either side?
Well, you know, it struck me really, that objection, because I didn't find it to be argumentative at all, notwithstanding the fact that the judge sustained the objection. What I really wonder and think what's happening here is Mr. Sneddon is trying to interrupt Mr. Mesereau's flow, because he's got a flow going, and he wants to try to
but
stop
Howard,
it.
is that really a fair comment? I mean, after all, Mr. Mesereau did object to Mr. Sneddon's opening statement.
Well, first of all, I think Mr. Mesereau's first objection was well taken, and the judge was wrong. Secondly, I think this train is on the track, and I am curious and concerned whether this judge has an agenda. Hard for me to tell because I'm not there.
An agenda?
An agenda.
How so?
I think sometimes judges have a way of pushing things along, maybe without even realizing what they're doing. This objection, in my opinion, was not well taken. I do believe it interrupted the flow, and the judge allowed it to take place.
Interesting. Ricky Kleeman, I want to talk to you about that, but first let me get to this other issue. Larry King, again, the stars are paraded out in the form of this opening statement. What do you make of it?
Well, I think that if Tom Mesereau can produce Larry King, and if Larry King can say that her lawyer, the accused boy's mother, Janet, let's give her a name, Janet, that Janet's lawyer, Larry Feldman, basically says she wants the money. She's in it for the money. That's great evidence for the defense. It certainly shows bias, and it's the whole defense of Michael Jackson that really this was all about money in the first place.
What do you make of the relative dynamic of the two sides? I frankly think the objection should have been sustained. I think the objection was okay. But notwithstanding that...
We're against you on this one.
Okay, well, defense and prosecutors, and that's okay. That's what we're about. But the idea of what I see, just a little bit of insight, do you think, the relative abilities of each side, because Mesereau objected during Sneddon's opening statement. Sneddon objects here, but we'll find out and we'll show you later on that those objections stop, and what I think is argument continues in his opening statement of Mesereau.
Well, I think that we look at opening statement as different from closing argument. One is called argument, one is called statement. The reality is this: it's advocacy. And advocacy is by its very nature argumentative. We understand what the rules of evidence are. We understand what the rules of procedure are. Both of these lawyers are good lawyers. They want to persuade this jury, and they're going to do it the best way they know how.
But I want to say this.
Argument.
Go ahead, real quick.
You mentioned opening statement. Sneddon violated a court order out of the box when he started mentioning the finances.
Yes.
The judge sustained it, and from then on, Sneddon continued to argue, in my opinion, and Mesereau, for whatever his reasons, did not object.
All right, Sean, real quick.
I was just going to say, it's not argument. He's saying we're going to prove what this is all about. How is that argumentative?
All right. We're going to continue our argument, non-argument, advocacy, in the words of Ricky Kleeman, in just a moment. As defense attorney Tom Mesereau wrapped up his opening statement, though, he dropped what could be a bombshell. Was it just a figure of speech, or was it a signal to these jurors that Michael Jackson himself will take the witness stand? You decide for yourself. Here's what happened according to the courtroom's transcripts.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jackson will tell you one time at Neverland he got a very bad feeling and intuition. They were in the theater that you've heard about. There is a theater at Neverland where you can just go in and kids can have their seats. It's on an incline. You've got a stage and you've got a big screen. He was there with Janet and the three kids, Gavin, Star, and Davalin. And all of a sudden, Janet grabs Michael's hand and has her children all hold hands. And she says, "Let's all kneel down and pray with our daddy Michael." And Michael Jackson got a very bad feeling. And after that, he concluded, I got to get away. I got to get away. I love helping this child, but something is wrong. And we will prove to you but he was warned by others, get away.
That was, of course, Attorney Tom Mesereau. This is some very interesting stuff and a lot of detail, Ricky Kleeman.
A lot of detail. I have no doubt in my mind, I will bet the house on it, Tom Mesereau is putting Michael Jackson on, not just because of what he said here, which is clear that he's putting Jackson on, but Tom Mesereau has a preference for putting clients on the witness stand. I, by the way, never want to put a client on the witness stand. But he has always said that. He feels that way. He believes it. And if he thinks, from his work with Michael Jackson, that people might think that Michael Jackson perhaps is a bit odd, but that he's so odd that he's telling the truth. He is going on, and that Mesereau, when he was defending Robert Blake, would have put Blake on the witness stand.
All right, Sean Chapman-Holly, we've just heard the preference of one of the top 5 female trial attorneys in the country, so voted. You were a part of the team that successfully defended O.J. Simpson. O.J. didn't take the stand. What say you?
Right. Well, you know, I think a jury always wants to hear from the defendant.
They always do.
Yeah, even though, of course, there's a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not to testify, juries want to hear from you. And, you know, I frankly am not surprised that Mr. Jackson is going to take the stand. You know, he is odd, and I do think that he can tell a compelling tale, and I think he will.
I think that's going to be one of the big issues, though. Howard, I can't tell you how many times, as a prosecutor, I've sat across from the defense attorney who says, you're going to hear from my client, didn't happen, and we know from the Jason Williams trial, the first one that happened last year, Billy Martin, you're going to hear from Jason Williams, never happened.
Let me tell you, it depends on the circumstances and the defendant. Way back when I was defending John DeLorean, who everybody wanted to hear from.
Sure.
I'd never put him on the stand, couldn't take the risk. In this case, and you know, I know Michael fairly well, a representative some years ago, he can be very articulate, he has a story to tell, and if what Mr. Mesereau has told us is in truth what Mr. Jackson is going to say, I think it's extremely powerful. Pray with Daddy Michael. Boy, that's frightening stuff.
And especially if he can document, Tom Mesereau, those statements given by the accused's mother. Coming up next, jurors get to see Martin Bashir, the documentary that triggered the Jackson investigation. Stay with us.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to the Michael Jackson trial. An E! News presentation. The prosecution's first witness was Martin Bashir. He's the journalist whose documentary, Living with Michael Jackson, was the springboard for this state's investigation. When it aired, the world heard some very controversial statements from Jackson. And in that courtroom, the jury got to hear those statements as well. According to the transcripts, here's how it happened.
Oh, go forward.
Your Honor, we're ready?
Yes.
Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone. You know?
You really think that?
Yeah, of course.
You're taking the position that you use every single night that you go into. You sleep, and you're sharing it with another.
You say you can have my bed if you want. Sleep in it. I'll sleep on the floor. You can. It's yours. Always give the best to the company, you know. Like to him, I said, because he was going to sleep on the floor. I said, no, you sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the floor.
But haven't you got to...
Giving the bed to the company, that's what brought Michael Jackson to this courtroom. And a quick note about the teen's face being blurred. The jury saw the actual clean footage, the teen's face in clear detail. Howard Weissman, we're talking about, and we're hearing reports out of the courtroom about reactions of Michael Jackson. One has to do with Michael Jackson perhaps crying, at least dabbing his face. The other has to do with perhaps Michael Jackson tapping his foot, reminiscent of the standing on top of the SUV footage we saw pre-trial. Let's deal with the first one. You represented Michael Jackson. You know him well. What do you make of the dabbing of the face?
Well, I think Michael has always had a habit of touching his nose, taking a handkerchief or a Kleenex, covering his nose. He's very sensitive about the way his nose looks. I find it hard to believe that there were tears in his eyes, and I think it's preposterous to think he was tapping to the music as if he was on top of the SUV. I think it's clear Michael's angry and Michael's upset about what's taking place.
Now, conflicting reports, Sean Chapman-Holly, coming out of that courtroom, let's deal with the tapping of the music, about when it happened. We're not real clear about when this alleged, supposed tapping happened, but apparently there was some music being played on some prior video or some other evidence that came in. Is it relevant? Does it make a difference?
Well, it only makes a difference insofar as the jury is paying attention to every single thing that Michael Jackson does. And if he's tapping to the music, the jury may think he's not taking this case and this trial very seriously. Mr. Mesereau, though, has, I think, a tight rein on Mr. Jackson, and I would be surprised if he was allowing him to bop to music.
Now, Ricky, different folks in this courtroom have different vantage points. They interpret and see things a little bit differently. What's the dynamic in this courtroom going to be like with respect to whether he was dabbing, whether he was crying?
Well, the only people who matter here are the 12 people who make that ultimate decision of guilty or not guilty. And they have different vantage points. So some may see him dabbing, some may see him crying, some may see him tapping, some may see him bopping. But ultimately, a defendant is damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he's active, if he's crying, they say he's faking it. If he's calm and stoic, they say he doesn't show enough emotion.
And that is indeed the jury's determination. The impact of Bashir's documentary on Michael Jackson's fate cannot be overestimated. Here's defense attorney Tom Mesereau's cross-examination, again, according to the transcripts.
Mr. Bashir, my name is Thomas Mesereau, and I speak for Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
At some point in time, you made an effort to contact Mr. Jackson about doing this show, correct?
That is correct.
And approximately when was that?
I think it was around April 2002.
And you contacted someone named Uri Geller, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think Mr. Mesereau is now straying directly into the areas covered by the California Shield Law and the First Amendment, and we would ask the court to rule that kind of inquiry off limits.
Well, before we rule on that objection, I think we need to discuss the scope of the examination here. As I see it, the prosecution put him on simply to authenticate the tape. I suspect you would like to examine him at length based on your opening statement about a lot of things.
Yes, Your Honor. But he does give special thanks to Mr. Uri Geller at the end of the tape, and the prosecution played that tape, and I think they've opened the door on that one.
It's not even in for the truth of the matter stated, Your Honor.
I think I'll... Do you have him under subpoena?
No.
What I think I should do is limit your examination of him at this time as to the foundation of the tape. So that's what I'm going to do.
Mr. Bashir, in order to produce the show we've just watched, you had to speak to Mr. Jackson. True?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is unpublished information. It's clear from the face of the tape that Mr. Bashir talked to Mr. Jackson, and that's published material, and that's the limits of the proper examination.
I'll overrule the objection for the same reason I stated earlier.
Objection overruled. It's clear on the tape. It's not clear on the tape. Howard Weitzman, this clearly gets into the area of the California Shield Law. For starters, just explain to us what that is.
Very simple. It's a law enacted to protect reporters from being forced to disclose informants from either broadcast or print articles that they've been involved with.
Now that goes to and explains why the attorney for Bashir is talking about things like it was on the video or it wasn't on the video. And if it was on the video, he doesn't need to ask about it.
I don't agree. It's, in my opinion, a complete abuse of the Shield Law.
Really? Why?
Because who is he protecting? Martin Bashir? Michael Jackson? Who would be the, quote, informant here? He hasn't asked him about anybody else he talked to. To me, it's an obstructionist tactic, and I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do, except prevent the jury from hearing some facts and perhaps the truth.
And we're going to see where that goes. Ricky Kleeman, one of the related issues here that we heard this judge comment on and rule the scope of the argument, or the scope of the examination. That is, you can't go there, Mr. Defense Attorney. And he talked about something called foundation. Explain how those two work together.
What the judge is saying is that the only reason Martin Bashir is testifying is to, quote unquote, authenticate the tape. That is, who are you? For whom do you work? When was this shot? Who are the people in there? What are their voices? He identifies, and only identifies.
Just to show that it's a legitimate documentary, actually aired, it's not a fraud.
It is what it purports to be. That's all that he's there for. Tom Mesereau wants to go into all of the background. He wants to go into Bashir's motivation for doing the story. So Mesereau is going to have to call him back in the defense case.
And that appears to be, Sean Chapman-Holly, the implication of the judge's question.
Exactly.
Do you have him under subpoena, Mr.
That's
Mesereau?
exactly right.
No. Call him your darn self? Is that what this judge is saying?
Yeah, so it's really going to delay the trial to a certain extent because he could get into those questions right now. If the judge could allow that. The judge is making it clear that he's got this train on the track.
Yeah, you guys have the train on the track. Let's hold that now. Let me just do a toss-up for everybody. With respect to what this judge is talking about, this video, there's a lot of information in this video. I saw that original documentary, as I'm sure you did, that doesn't have anything to do with this trial. Like, I got a treehouse out in my yard.
Or like I'm shopping in Las Vegas for all these goods.
All that stuff comes in. Why?
No, it all doesn't come in. It gets back to what I said before. This judge has allowed evidence, in my opinion, before the jury that has nothing to do with the case. And the only agenda that I can see for letting this in is to inflame the jury.
All right.
And,
well, I got to defend the judge for a minute.
All
Somebody
right,
has
let's
to
defend the judge
Judge
when we get back. Hold on, time permitting ahead. Journalist Martin Bashir is under fire. Stay with us.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Tom Mesereau tried and tried to portray the journalist Martin Bashir as a liar who simply buttered up Jackson with some sweet talk in order to get him to say the wrong things. As the courtroom transcript reads, here's what took place.
Mr. Bashir, on the show we just saw in this courtroom, Mr. Jackson says that nothing sexual goes on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement from Mr. Jackson, you told him that when you looked at his relationship with children, it almost made you weep, correct?
Same objections, Your Honor. California Shield Law and the First Amendment. And I object to that question as being ambiguous. The first phrase, to obtain that statement. Object to that.
The objection is overruled. Do you wish to answer that?
I don't, Your Honor.
Objection noted, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Bashir, on your show, Mr. Jackson says that nothing sexual ever went on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement from him, you told him that you believe in his vision of an international children's holiday, correct?
Same objections, Your Honor. The Shield Law and the First Amendment.
Overruled.
Shield the law, First Amendment. I can't believe Sean Chapman-Holly, this judge asks the witness, would you like to answer the question?
Well, you know, I think I'm going to have to go with what Howard said. It does look like maybe the train is on the tracks. And another thing Howard said yesterday appears to be what's true here, and that is that it's all in the editing. What Mr. Mesereau wants to get into is what Mr. Bashir's bias is. He had to edit this tape in some way, and he's trying to get at what Mr. Bashir's agenda was in this whole thing. The judge is delaying it. What Ricky says is true. Mr. Bashir is going to have to come back and explain what his state of mind is in all of this and what he did to this tape to make it come out the way it looks.
You agree, Howard?
Not only do I agree, but this judge should never have let this tape in at this stage. And if he makes the mistake of letting it in, which I believe it was a mistake, then he should have allowed Mr. Mesereau to cross-examine this witness. These objections by the lawyer representing Mr. Bashir, in my opinion, are not well taken and are done with the purpose of avoiding Bashir having to answer questions.
All right. Sean, let me get back to another issue related to what you just said. How does this line up each side? Give us who's winning, who's losing, who's ahead in the game right now.
My favorite question.
Well, gosh.
And you're going to get the answer right after Sean does. Go ahead.
Okay, well, obviously, this documentary is having a lot of significance attached to it. Notwithstanding what the judge says about, oh, don't listen to this, it's not offered for the truth. Here it is on the screen, center stage. And I really think that if it hurts anyone, it probably hurts Mr. Jackson as it's presented.
All right. Ricky, who's ahead?
Well, I think the problem is this. You're in the objection stage. So every time Mesereau objects, he loses. The question is, does the jury resent Mesereau for objecting?
Exactly. Howard, who's winning?
Well, I think jurors look to judges as somebody above the fray, they believe their objective and don't have an agenda.
If it comes off looking bad, it's not going to be good. For E! News, I'm James Curtis. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Prosecutors hit hard on conspiracy charges, and a former Jackson employee testifies that Team Jackson planned to make the accuser's mother look like, quote, a crack whore. Hello and welcome to the Michael Jackson Trial and E! News presentation. I'm James Curtis. With no cameras in that courtroom, we're bringing you reenactments of the trial's key moments, all based on actual courtroom transcripts. On day 3, prosecutors claim that Jackson and his associates were in a panic after journalist Martin Bashir's documentary hit the air. Anne-Marie Kite, a crisis management expert, was hired by Team Jackson to handle the fallout. According to the questions by the prosecution, here's what she had to say.
The question was between late January and the time that you were actually hired. I believe you said it was the 9th of February. Did something happen that changed your perception of Mr. Jackson from a public relations standpoint?
Yes.
What was that?
The Martin Bashir documentary.
All right. How did the Martin Bashir documentary present itself as an issue for you from a public relations standpoint?
It's an absolute disaster.
Why do you say that?
I felt that the documentary was put together in a way that portrayed Mr. Jackson in an extremely negative light.
Were there particular issues with the documentary that you believed presented problems for Mr. Jackson from a PR point of view?
Yes, there were.
Objection, foundation, relevance 352.
Overruled, you may answer.
What were those issues?
I believe that Mr. Jackson was portrayed in a very negative light in his actions as far as the shopping spree, as far as climbing the tree, the statements made portraying himself as Peter Pan, and the interaction that he had with the person that was on the video.
The young boy?
Yes.
Have you ever been asked to characterize or measure this crisis on a scale of 1 to 10?
Yes, I have.
How did you characterize it?
25.
That's some explosive stuff. A few minutes later, Anne-Marie Kite told that same jury that the Bashir documentary wasn't Jackson's only problem.
Were there any other goals other than attacking the current media problem?
Yes, my goal was to begin an immediate rehabilitation on his image.
So how did you plan to go about these goals?
Well, I needed to address, first of all, the negative items that were coming out in the press. And then once that was taken care of, I wanted to begin to do the rehabilitation on his image.
So these problems became your problems?
Absolutely. I felt it was my position to address anything that affected Mr. Jackson negatively.
So what was coming out in the media at this point?
There were documents that were released on a website, thesmokinggun.com, that in conjunction with the Bashir documentary, I felt it was just absolutely beyond a disaster for Mr. Jackson.
And I'm not asking you specifically what was written in those documents. I'm just asking in general terms, what was that document about?
It addressed another PR issue that Mr. Jackson had in 1993.
What was that PR issue?
They involved Mr. Jackson having inappropriate actions with a young boy.
Okay, the 93 case.
Yes.
That, folks, was the first mention of that 1993 molestation case in the testimony, although it was mentioned and referred to during the jury selection process. Joining me now, our team of legal experts, Sean Chapman-Holly, managing partner of the Johnny Cochran Law Firm, and most recently having represented SLA member Sarah Jane Olson, Ricky Kleeman, author and Today's Show and Corey TV analyst, and of course, Howard Weitzman, veteran trial attorney and voted one of this country's most influential attorneys. Thank you all for coming out today. I don't know who wants to start this. I'm still reeling, frankly, from the idea that we have a PR person on the stand in the first place. Howard, I know you're chomping at the bit.
Well, not only do I not think it's relevant, what her opinion is of what the Bashir documentary involves, it just goes back to what I said before. This is a trial, I believe, that's already out of control. The documentary shouldn't have come in. This witness's testimony shouldn't have come in.
You agree, Ricky?
No. Let's go back to the whole idea that there is a conspiracy count here. And I said I was going to defend Judge Melvin, and I'm going to defend him now.
Have at it.
There's a conspiracy count, and it has to do with the conspiracy to falsely imprison the mother and her son. And really the reason for calling Anne-Marie Kite is simple. She is there to set the stage that during her 6 days of employment, they wanted that boy and that mother at Neverland.
But what's important here is the they is not Michael Jackson. It's his handlers.
Yes,
they're the
that's
ones
right.
keeping the family and the boy. They're
and
Michael
that's
Jackson.
important. That comes out in this testimony, doesn't it, Ricky? That this woman in particular, in her 6 days of employment, as Mesereau continues to beat on, didn't have any direct contact with Michael Jackson himself.
Well, and Mesereau gets a point about that, and ultimately Mesereau may prevail. He may be able to knock out this count, because if it doesn't get tied back to Michael Jackson, all this testimony in essence not only is irrelevant, as Howard would say, it has to be stricken. But you got to believe that somewhere along the line that the prosecution is going to tie it back in.
We're going to see if they can do it.
The horse is out of the barn
Exactly.
here.
The jury's heard it.
That's the problem. The jury's heard it. I'm not understanding why a motion in limine wasn't made, and if it was, it should have been granted to make sure the 1993 incident was not referenced.
And Sean, you agree?
Absolutely.
All right, let's hold it right there. We're going to move on to the next portion of the testimony. Prosecutors claim the Jackson camp was desperate to get some good press and started shopping around their own documentary. According to the courtroom transcripts, here's what happened.
Was there a film that was being prepared to help address the PR issues?
Yes, there was.
Was there a member of the team that was preparing this film?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Schaffel.
Do you know what the subject matter of the film was?
It was to be a rebuttal to Martin Bashir's documentary.
Did you have any discussions with the team concerning what network or what broadcast medium would be used to show this film?
Yes, I did.
Do you know whether it was ultimately aired?
Yes, it was.
On which network?
Fox.
Do you know why Fox was chosen?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
Because they would give Mr. Schaffel an element of creative control.
Were there any other networks that were bidding for it?
Yes, there was.
Who?
NBC.
NBC, Fox, all the networks come out. How does that play, and what difference does it make? Okay, Howard, I see you just want to get in there. Go ahead.
Your objection sustained. What difference does it make? It doesn't make any difference. It's not relevant. It shouldn't have come in. It's only in for one reason. Sneddon and the DA's office is using it.
Yeah, but you can say that, but now, Sean, it's in. It's in.
It is in, and the jury's hearing it, but the question is, what significance are they going to attach to it? It has nothing to do with anything.
Well, it has something to do with something, doesn't it, Ricky?
Well, certainly it does, because ultimately what they want to do is they do want to rehabilitate his image.
And
what Sneddon is saying, though, is they want to rehabilitate his image, and in the process he has access to this child, and allegedly that's when the acts of molestation
Well, I understand
occur.
that, but Rick, okay, break this down for me like I was, a 6-year-old, because I hate to agree with the defense attorney extraordinaire Howard Weitzman, but on this point I have to give he and Sean a little bit of ground. No, it's not. I'm not going to sleep well tonight. The idea that a PR push has something to do with responsibility for a criminal act. Just tie those together for me in real plain language.
The only reason that a PR push has anything to do with this particular indictment is the fact that you're dealing with a conspiracy count, you're dealing with a false imprisonment count, and you're dealing with access to this child.
Okay.
Though I have to add one thing where I have to agree with my colleagues about what is this doing in evidence. Yeah. We just mentioned Mark Schaffel. And eventually, in the testimony of Anne-Marie Kite, she gets to say that Mark Schaffel was a quote-unquote gay porn producer.
Yes.
And another person, Al Melnick, was reputed to be a known mobster in Miami. Now, the jurors, we are told, start writing furiously at this point. And there I got to agree. What is that
What's
doing in
it
evidence?
doing in here in the idea that apparently this woman is testifying about things that others, namely Schaffel and the person who hired her, another individual, an attorney from Las Vegas, told her? Up next, hard-hitting testimony about Jackson's advisors holding the family hostage at the Neverland Ranch. Stay with us.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Were the accuser and his family held captive at Neverland Ranch, then bullied into making a rebuttal video? Former Jackson employee Anne-Marie Kite tells jurors that panic literally ensued when the boy and his family bolted from the ranch. Here's how she responded to the prosecution's questions, according to the courtroom transcripts.
All right. During your work for Mr. Jackson, at some point did you become aware of a problem involving the family?
Yes, I did.
How did you become aware of that problem?
Mr. Schaffel called me.
Do you remember the approximate date or the date that the call took place?
Yes, it was the 13th of February.
And what did Mr. Schaffel tell you?
He told me that Janet had taken the kids and left the ranch either late at night or early in the morning.
Did you express any concern to him?
Objection, leading.
At that time?
You may answer.
Well, I didn't understand what it was that he was trying to say to me. I mean, I knew what he said, but I wasn't understanding where he was going with it.
Was Mr. Schaffel, what was his demeanor when he was telling you this?
He was extremely agitated.
Did you understand what was the source of his agitation?
Yes, that Janet had taken the kids and left the ranch.
Sometime later, did you receive another phone call or have another phone conversation with Mr. Schaffel concerning this subject?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
It was later that day.
And what was said?
Objection, hearsay.
Offered in furtherance of the conspiracy.
All right, the objection's overruled.
He said that the situation had been contained.
Did that concern you?
Yes, it did.
Okay, why?
Because I believed that if somebody had taken their children and left the ranch, there must be some type of problem. And the way that he answered me by saying the situation was contained made me very uncomfortable.
And the fact that she's uncomfortable means what exactly? This panel wants to chime in. Then prosecutors contended that the Jackson camp went into overdrive trying to get the family back on the ranch.
Did he make any further statements to you about the family?
Yes, he said that they had been brought back to the ranch.
Did this conversation concern you?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Because I didn't understand why he would be so upset about them leaving the ranch and then telling me the situation had been contained and that they had been brought back to the ranch all within a span of approximately 12 hours or so.
Did you have any conversations with other members of the team regarding this issue?
Yes, I did.
Who else?
David Legrand.
When did that conversation take place?
It was later that same day, on the 13th.
Did you call him or did he call you?
I called him.
And what did you ask him?
I said, did I hear right what Mark Schaffel said to me, that Janet left the ranch? And I said, don't make me believe.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
I said, don't make me believe that these people were hunted down like dogs and brought back to the ranch.
Okay, I'm going to strike that answer in response to the non-responsive objection. The jury's to disregard the answer.
One for the defense team. What do you make of it?
Okay, that's crazy. This is crazy. She gets to say, don't make me believe these people were hunted down like dogs. The judge sustains the objection, says it's non-responsive, and, but big deal. The jury's already heard it. They've heard that, and that
I'm getting pushed over to the side of the defense. Howard, what's going to happen?
You're trying to be fair, James.
All right. I'm trying to be fair.
Bolted? They bolted from the ranch? Let me see if I get that straight. They get in the car and they drive out. How does all of this testimony come in?
Okay, but it's in now, Ricky Kleeman. It's in.
And it's a real problem at this point because we do have this image that has been now stricken from the record. They were hunted down like dogs brought back to the ranch. It's the headline on the news. It's the headline in the press. And the jury is like saying, don't think about pink elephants. Well, of course, all you see are pink elephants. This is really problematic, and it's going to get worse, I think, because Mr. Mesereau can now see that even when he wins, he might lose.
Now, the idea, though, Sean, with respect to aftermath, and the aftermath of a trial specifically, is it too early for Tom Mesereau to think, okay, I may go down on this, but I've got to win on appeal?
Oh, well, no, I don't think he thinks that. No. And, as long as the judge makes a good record, then, there's not necessarily an appellate issue. I don't think that's what Mr. Mesereau is thinking at all. But, let me just say this. What I think is interesting is that it seems that this woman is dying to say this. Okay. She's dying to say this, don't make me believe. That shows her bias. She's biased.
Oh, talk about bias. What about this little tidbit that we found out earlier on? She had a relationship, a romantic relationship apparently, with the individual who hired her, one of the attorneys. How does that play?
Wait. Before we get to the bias, just remember, whatever she says, the district attorney's office knows what's coming. Yeah. They invited that answer for one reason only.
Which was, spell it out.
To bias the jury, to prejudice the jury.
Okay, now let's be fair, though.
Wait. Mr. Mesereau winds up, I think, having a good day with this witness.
How?
All of this stuff is coming in, and then Mr. Mesereau sits back. He gets up for his cross-examination, and he painstakingly eviscerates the witness by talking about her affair, by going through the fact that she was a 6-day PR wonder and was discharged. And I think that what he is showing is that all of this talk that has come in has no tie to the defendant, Michael Jackson.
Will that evisceration, as you so eloquently put it, I can't even use those kind of words, will it really balance out what others think, especially you two, think is really a dagger in the heart of this defense team? The prosecution continued with its conspiracy theory, insisting that Jackson and his associates planned a smear campaign to discredit the accuser's mother.
After your termination, Ms. Kite, did you have a conversation with David LeGrand about Janet?
Yes, I did.
All right, when did this conversation take place?
Approximately a week to 10 days after I was terminated.
Were you in a room with him? Telephone, you tell me.
We were on the telephone.
And did he convey some information to you about Janet?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection. Hearsay, foundation, relevance.
Offered in furtherance of the conspiracy.
The objection is overruled.
He said that they no longer had to worry about Janet because they had her on tape and they were going to make her look like a crack whore.
Okay, I don't think I need to say anything about that, folks. Come on. Howard, Ricky, help me. That comes in just like it's okay?
No, it doesn't come in. I don't mean to sound like a broken record here.
Yes, you do.
But the judge, in my opinion, has lost control or is allowing things to happen that I don't think are fair.
I mean, we're talking about, and Ricky, I have to have you explain this to me again, because conspiracy is one of those charges that we don't hear a lot about. We've got this hearsay rule, which essentially means, look, things that other people say that aren't on this witness stand don't get to come in front of this jury. But we have a statement, one of the most inflammatory statements in this entire trial, although it's early yet. We're going to make her look like and I'm not even going to use the term again. How does that allow?
Well, the judge overrules the objections because he says all of these statements are made in furtherance of the conspiracy. Now, reasonable people could differ if this statement is made in further of the conspiracy, since it's being made to the PR person.
Yeah.
It's not like Michael Jackson's associates are getting together and saying, okay, bubble, bubble, toil and trouble, what can we do here to ruin the reputation of this mother? Nonetheless, I think that if you're a lawyer as good as Tom Mesereau, the more this stuff starts spilling over you, and you see the writings on the wall that this stuff is coming in, you can eventually swim to the top and watch.
Now, Sean Chapman-Holly, is that sort of the... Go ahead, Sean.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, if the conspiracy is to falsely imprison these people, what does this statement have anything to do with that?
Sure, I understand.
How is it admitted in furtherance of this conspiracy?
That makes sense, but is it the idea of the old analogy about, as opposed to pushing head on against this kind of information, this testimony, like Rick said, it's in, you go with it and try to turn it to your advantage.
Well, you have to. You have no choice at that point.
He does keep objecting. I mean, it's not like he's just sitting
We've got to
there
do that for the
quietly.
record. We're going to continue this analysis. Boy, it gets curiouser and curiouser, doesn't it? Later, defense witness Anne Marie Kite undergoes an intense cross-examination.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Throughout cross-examination, defense attorney Tom Mesereau continued the defense offensive by attacking former Jackson employee Anne Marie Kite's credibility. According to the transcripts, here's what took place.
All right. Had you represented any celebrities before?
Yes, I have.
Who had you represented?
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't consider him a celebrity, but he considers himself one. Would be Mr. Silver, Marshall Silver, who lives in Las Vegas.
Who is he?
He's an entertainer. He also has done a lot of commercials, infomercials, and he did, television. He was very much into self-hypnosis and things like that.
Okay. Any other celebrities?
I have interviewed celebrities, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The question was...
No, sir.
The question was, did you represent any other celebrities?
No, sir. Not in the way that I did Mr. Silver.
Really? I think what you're saying, he was the only celebrity that you actually represented as a PR spokesperson.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Before you joined this team?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you said you were an expert at media crisis management, right?
Are you asking me what I believe?
Well, I'm asking you what you said.
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you tell the jury you were an expert on media crisis management at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you do media crisis management for Mr. Silver?
Yes, I did.
So actually, you had only done media crisis management for one person you consider a celebrity before you joined this team?
For one person that I would consider a celebrity, yes, sir.
So can you do media crisis management for somebody who's not in the media? How's that work, folks?
Right. She's holding herself out as some kind of expert, and Mr. Mesereau artfully demonstrates she's no expert. Come on, one guy, Silver. Who is this guy?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Silver.
And Michael Jackson really didn't know anything about this woman.
That's
this
the key.
was Attorney LeGrand from Las Vegas. This was
with whom this
was his
woman had a
honey.
relationship.
He brought her
with.
in. She's there for a week, and she was just so anxious to go to the police, to go to the sheriff, to go to Sneddon. That's the whole attack, according to
Now,
Mesereau.
what about the timing? We only got a few seconds left here. Let's deal with the
attempt by Sneddon to put somebody on again.
All right. Let's hold that thought. Let me get to 2 quick points before we have to leave today. The timing. All of these incidents with respect to the molestation and the Bashir video, the video and all this other conduct as the crux of the conspiracy apparently happens before the molestation.
Yes, which does make the molestation a little bit peculiar. You mean I slept on the floor on Michael Jackson before the video.
Yeah.
I think the video is a problem, so now I'll hop into bed?
All right, quick roundtable. Sean, who's winning now?
Mr. Mesereau.
All right. Ricky?
I call it a draw at this point.
Well, I think the prosecution has the advantage. You know, the judge admonished Mr. Mesereau in front of the jury.
We'll talk about that on the wrap-up show for Saturday. Yeah, that's the thing. And let's just go ahead and explore that for a little bit right now. In front of the jury, he says, essentially, wrap this up. The jury's tired of hearing you.
It showed Mr. Mesereau was making points, and this judge wanted to interrupt his flow and let the jury think that he, the judge, doesn't believe Mr. Mesereau is doing his well.
No, that's a little bit of an editorial.
He cleaned it up
of course it is an editorial.
Well, it's a little bit of an editorial with respect to what the judge's intent was. But, Sean, that usually does happen when the attorney gets called to the bench and the judge goes, look, wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter what the judge's intent was. What matters is the effect it's having on the jury.
Right.
The jury sees Mesereau getting lambasted by, the judge, the guy.
We know that judges give cues to juries even when they don't intend to do it. Well, unfortunately, that's it for today. Be sure to watch our exclusive Michael Jackson trial coverage every day, 7:30 and 9 p.m. right here.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
A prison or a playground, affection or seduction, and what was served in the wine cellar. The jurors get loads of information to consider. Hello and welcome to the Michael Jackson trial and E! News presentation. I'm James Curtis. LaToya Jackson's arrival at the courthouse in support of her brother makes this a tale of two sisters, doesn't it? The accused and the accusers. Day 5, as the accuser's 18-year-old sister returns to the witness stand, Prosecutor Tom Sneddon begins by asking her about an incident she says left her terrified and confused. According to the courtroom transcripts, here's how it happened.
Did anything happen to you within a few days of leaving the ranch with regard to your comings and goings at school?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened?
I was walking home from school because my school, the Mountain View High School, is only a few blocks from my grandmother's house. And about the block right before I got to my grandmother's house, a black car pulled up to me, and it was one of Mr. Jackson's bodyguards. He tried to ask me how...
Objection. Hearsay.
Offered for the same purpose, Your Honor.
Accepted conditionally.
He said, "Oh, how are you doing?" He was fidgeting a lot, like under the car. I couldn't see what was going on. I just really trying to get really quick, and I said, I gotta go, and I just, walked really fast to my grandmother's gate, and when I was closing the gate, I looked back, and he was videotaping me.
Later on in that same testimony, this witness tells jurors she saw Jackson being extremely affectionate with her 13-year-old brother.
Did you ever see anything with regard to the defendant in this case, Mr. Jackson, touching your brother Gavin in an inappropriate way?
Objection. Leading. Move to strike.
Overruled. You may answer.
He would constantly
Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, where was that when you saw it?
Well, he would be constantly hugging Gavin and kissing him, so anytime I saw them, really.
Now, when you say hugging and kissing, what do you mean by kissing?
On the cheek or on the head.
Did you, were there any other occasions that you remember that you saw things that you thought were inappropriate?
Objection. Leading.
It's overruled. You may answer.
Well, when I was in the bedroom that one time.
What did you see on that occasion?
Well, he had his arm, and Gavin was laying on his arm like this. And they were just hugging over and over, and he just was kissing him over and over on his head. And
all right. Thank you very much.
And on that, let's say hello to our panel, Sean Chapman-Holly, Howard Weitzman, and Ricky Kleeman. This was a rough day, folks, for the prosecutor, and I think I put that lightly, or mildly, rather. Let's start off with the harder discussion. Is there anything good out of this testimony for the prosecutors?
Well, there's always a direct and there's a cross. And in the direct, of course, that she really tells a story of inappropriate, though not criminal, behavior on the part of Michael Jackson. We have to remember she's setting a stage for her two brothers to take the stand.
Now, the idea that, and we'll hear this later on, we haven't gotten into it yet, Howard, I can see your mind just turning, the wheels going mad. The idea that later on in the testimony it gets real hard for this witness, but so far she's holding her own.
Well, first of all, when you use the word inappropriate, it signals something wrong. Her testimony doesn't describe anything wrong. The judge, again, in my opinion, is helping the district attorney's office by overruling Mr. Mesereau's objection, clearly appropriate, leading and suggestive. What Mr. Snedden should have asked is, what did you see? What happened? What did you observe?
But you know, Sean, when you have especially young people, although this young lady is 18, maybe she's a young 18, sometimes, and maybe it was just simply a choice of a bad term, inappropriate, didn't really trigger in her mind what the attorney was getting at. And you can lead a witness when they're having trouble sometimes.
And the fact is, there's really not even anything inappropriate here necessarily. We have to remember that this boy is a cancer patient. He's sick. There could be some genuine affection being shown between Michael Jackson and this young...
And that's the real question,
isn't it, Ricky? It sounds like a lot of kissing to me. I mean, he's kissing his cheek. He has his arm around him. He's kissing his head. Then, of course, we can't forget the rest of the testimony, that he did take the youngster into a bedroom in the hotel in Florida on a few occasions. He did give the youngster wine.
When you combine those two.
There is behavior that's inappropriate.
But, Howard, I mean, I'm an affectionate guy. I don't know if I've hugged you yet, but I'm an affectionate guy. I hug my son all the time. I kiss him as well as my daughters. Couldn't it simply be that kind of affection that Ricky alluded to initially?
That's how Michael conducts himself. You see him do it on television. The use of the word inappropriate was more for the jury. Snedden wanted to get an idea across. It almost didn't matter what the young lady's response was.
Certainly. It triggered in my mind when I read it that term inappropriate just raises flags in your mind. Now,
yeah, the judge let it.
Absolutely. It's the defense turn now, though. Tom Mesereau goes on the attack, and Howard's happy about that. His goal, that is the defense attorney, is to show that this teenager can't be trusted to tell the truth.
Do you remember in your meeting with the social worker saying that you often take a girlfriend with you to Neverland to keep you company?
No, no one ever went with me at Neverland.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you the social worker's report?
Well, I know I said that, but that's not true.
But you did say that.
Yeah.
To the 3 social workers from the Los Angeles Department of Children and Family Services.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you also told them that you denied that your mother, Janet, had ever neglected you, right?
My mom never neglected us.
But my question is, you told the 3 social workers that your mother had never neglected you, right?
Yes.
And you told the social workers your mother always knows what's going on when she's at Neverland with us, right?
Yeah.
You told them that?
Yeah.
Was that true?
No.
That was a lie?
Yeah.
And you're telling us today that when you told those 3 social workers that you'd bring a girlfriend with you to keep you company at Neverland, that was a lie, right?
Yeah. There was no one to take in the first place.
You told those social workers Michael is like a father to all of us, right?
Yeah.
You told the social workers Michael is so kind and loving, right?
I don't remember a lot of things I said. It was a really long time ago.
Now, that refrain, folks, we're going to hear later on, but is it game over now? She's admitted to lying.
Well, she does admit to lying, and maybe it's better that she admits to lying because she can't get out of the fact that she lied. So put it out there and just say, okay, I lied, I'm sorry, I'm moving on. I'm telling the truth now.
I mean, here's my favorite testimony. Well, I know I said that, but that's not true.
Right.
It becomes a familiar refrain. She's lied about what happened at Neverland. As we're going to hear, her mother's lied about what happened at Neverland. I think, as you said earlier, game over.
But the idea, Howard, though, is this a major or a minor lie? Does it matter if it's a big deal, that is the subject matter that she lied about? Here we're talking about whether or not she told someone that she brought a girlfriend to Neverland. Who cares?
Well, here's the problem. When you lead off the case the way Sneddon has to date, and you don't put on the alleged victim first, you begin to allow the jury to infer the family lies as a matter of course. The mother lies, the sister lies, and then you get to the victim. The problem is, if Michael Jackson really committed the acts he's accused of, the district attorney's office should have, in my opinion, let off with those facts.
Now, that would have been a different beginning, but you can't unring and redo that right now. When we return, we're not going to redo anything either. The issues of credibility, past history, and was wine served in the wine cellar at Neverland? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. On cross-examination, defense attorney Tom Mesereau continues to question the accuser's sister, and he doesn't waste any time getting right to the heart of the state's case. That is, of course, sexual molestation. Here's what the jurors heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
You told the social workers you'd gone to Neverland several times with your brothers, right?
I don't remember. I don't know what was said on that report.
Would you like to see the report to see if it refreshes your recollection?
No.
Don't want to even look at it?
It's not my writing. It's not what I wrote, so it's not going to refresh my memory.
Did you tell the social workers, I've never seen Michael do anything sexually inappropriate with Gavin or Star?
I don't remember what I said.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you?
No.
That part of the report?
No, it's not.
It just wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
Next, Mesereau asked this witness if her brother ever pointed the finger at anyone else.
Do you recall Gavin ever making any allegations of molestation before?
Gavin never made any to David. What that was that the detective had asked my mother, is there anything you want to get off your chest? And she said, well, one time when she was younger, and I know because I was there when the detective came, but that court proceeding had nothing to do with this. The detective just asked her if you wanted to get anything off your chest.
To your mother?
Yes.
Do you recall Gavin making any allegations before this case?
Never did.
Did you ever hear anything about that?
He never did. He never has.
Do you ever recall, did anyone ever tell you that they had heard Gavin had made an allegation against your mother?
He never has. He never has made any allegations against anybody.
Okay. Do you know if he's ever made them with anyone with the Department of Children and Family Services?
He never has.
You're sure of that?
Yes, I'm sure.
She's sure, she says. David, we should clarify for everyone, is the biological father of this witness, Gavin and Star, the two brothers. One of the things that I sort of shrieked on when she said, as Mesereau tries to refresh her recollection, that is, give her a document so she can testify appropriately, she says, no, it's not going to help me. Ouch.
I've never heard of that. I've never seen that happen. I mean, commonly,
well,
the
it's
witness
happened to
says,
me, I got to tell you, and it's not fun.
It's never happened to me where the witness, says no.
So what does that mean, Howard? Is this witness being fighting too much?
This witness is a professional victim. It appears the family is a family of professional victims. The inference here, I gather, is that she was sexually molested, and although Gavin never told her Michael did anything sexually inappropriate. That's the inference Mr. Snedden would like us to draw from her testimony. And I think, again, it's a long stretch.
Howard, Howard, that's what Howard said. Ricky, do you agree?
I do. I think that the real problem for this testimony, this is really terrible for the prosecution and great for the defense, more to me than any other testimony, because what they're saying is that they've been through molestation before, they've been through allegations of molestation before, that this whole family is practiced at either being molested and charging people or not being molested and charging people.
So, Sean, is the theme of this particular section for this witness, look, this is my story and I'm sticking to it.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's not very believable. I would think the jurors would see right through that, as we do.
All right, Howard, talk to us about Michael Jackson, based on your connection, as having previously represented him. How does all this square with your recollection to the extent that you can share with us?
Well, Michael has an affinity for affection. He's affectionate with little kids. You've seen it on tape for years. And I think his conduct, as described by this young lady, is no different than I've observed, and that millions of people have observed over the years.
Sure, but the idea and what the prosecution has to deal with here is the conduct of Michael Jackson's employees versus the conduct of Michael Jackson. And in this segment, the prosecution says the accuser's family, to that end, was held captive. But defense attorney Tom Mesereau asks, if that was the case, why didn't they cry out for some help?
Okay. When you were at Jay Jackson's apartment to talk to the 3 social workers, your mother never complained that you were being falsely imprisoned, did she?
About what?
About anything.
About falsely imprisoned with who?
With Frank, with Vinny, with Dieter, with Konitzer, with Schaffel, anybody.
No, we were kind of scared because the bodyguard was downstairs.
Okay, but you never told any of the 3 women from the Department of Children and Family Services, we need help, right?
Not that I remember, no.
And your mother certainly never did that, right?
Not that I remember, no.
And you don't recall your mother ever telling Aja, call the police, we're having problems, right?
I remember there would be occasions that she would call Aja. I don't know what they talked about. And I did talk to Aja once when they were at Neverland Ranch.
And you never heard your mother ever call the police, right?
I heard about an occasion, yes, that she tried to.
Okay, when was this?
I don't know when it was, but it was when they were at the ranch.
The woman Aja that this witness references is the then girlfriend of actor Chris Tucker. The accuser's sister says that Michael Jackson let the wine flow at the Neverland Ranch, but the defense isn't buying it.
And you've testified that you saw Michael Jackson pouring wine, correct?
Yes.
You said that Michael Jackson gave you a glass of wine to drink, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember you were interviewed by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department July 6th, 2003, and asked questions about that?
I know I was asked questions about it, yes.
You were asked by a Santa Barbara sheriff how you knew it was wine, right?
Yes.
And your answer was you knew it was wine because it's a wine cellar and there's nothing else to be drinking in a wine cellar, right?
Yes. There's wine bottles along the left wall.
Never told them you had seen Michael Jackson pouring wine from any bottle, correct?
They never asked me that question, but I did see him. I didn't know I had to say every little detail. I was young back then. I didn't know I had to say every little detail for it to be right. Different things come up.
Did someone tell you that when the defense lawyer asks you questions in court, if you've got a problem, to say, I was very young and I just don't remember?
No, I have no way of knowing because it was years ago. I was very young.
Well, did you ever use that stock phrase in answering any of the prosecutor's questions?
I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know.
Now, nobody told you that when in trouble or when in doubt, that's what you say?
Nobody told me what to say. When I say it, it's for me.
All right, folks, come on. I was very young, and let's just skip over the, is this a stock answer, because that sort of speaks for itself. She says it many times, but this was only 2 years ago, folks. These allegations stem from mid-February through March of 2003. This is 2005.
I'm going to tell you something. This testimony was not as bad as some of the other testimony, in my opinion.
Why?
First of all, you get the feeling that Mesereau is beginning to beat up on this girl and take advantage of it, and that could offend the jurors. Secondly, she said something that bothers me every time a witness says it, and it is, I didn't know I had to say every little detail. And that was the first breath of credibility, in my opinion, that you've seen from this witness.
Sean, you buy that? Because I've experienced that in the courtroom, as I'm sure you have, especially when you're dealing with, well, let's say unsophisticated witnesses. Witnesses, they're not attorneys. They're just answering questions as you would in a normal conversation. But as you and I all know, these interviews aren't normal conversations, Sean.
No, they're not normal conversations. And what I think is interesting, too, about Asia, or however we pronounce Aja, Chris Tucker's girlfriend, what we're not getting here is also, these are, as you said, unsophisticated, regular people.
Yeah.
And here they are surrounded by Chris Tucker, his girlfriend. They're flying in Chris Tucker's private plane. They've got Michael Jackson's bodyguards and limos or Jaguars coming up behind them. And I think that we need to remember that as well. These people are very impressed, I would have to say, by all that's going on around them, and that's not necessarily coming through.
Indeed, and are they affected by all of the glamour and glitz and high-profile personalities? And isn't it plausible that even though they felt like they were in danger, they were just too scared to say anything at that time? And still ahead, hold that thought, Howard, still ahead, more tough questions from Howard toward me and for the sister of this accuser. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau presses on, putting the question squarely before these jurors. Does the accuser's family only tell the truth when it suits them? Here's what the jurors heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Do you remember your mother told the 3 social workers from the Los Angeles Department of Children and Family Services that she's always at the main residence?
Yeah.
Remember, she told those workers that she's there all times of day?
Yeah.
Do you think your mother was lying?
Yes.
Do you think your mother lied throughout that interview?
Somewhat. I don't know. But I know those comments can't be true.
And that was the day you lied about bringing girlfriends to Neverland, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling this jury that you've never brought any girlfriend to Neverland?
No.
But you told it to the Los Angeles Department of Children and Family Services?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss with your mother ahead of time that you were going to tell those social workers that you bring your girlfriend to Neverland?
Not that I remember, no.
You don't remember ever talking to your mom about what you were going to say?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Were you in the room when your mother told her lies to the social workers?
I don't know if it was all lies. I don't know. I don't remember what was said.
But you remember some of them were lies, correct?
Yeah, I remember. When you tell me certain things, I do remember.
All right, Howard Weitzman, a moment ago, you kind of surprised me. I didn't fall out of my chair, but I was about to, that Tom Mesereau may be perceived as beating up on this witness. You still, after this, share that opinion?
Well, yes.
Really?
But, yes, but. You got to be very careful with a young witness like this. Clearly for her, she's on stage. You know, Sean said something earlier that rang a bell for me. This is their day in the sun, this family's day in the sun. And they want to be front and center. This young lady is one of them. So Tom Mesereau clearly has a young lady that lies. He has to be careful how he gets that point across.
Yeah, that's true. That's
so that
true.
the jurors don't have any sympathy.
Sean, go ahead.
So really, it begs the question why Tom Sneddon didn't bring this stuff out himself.
Exactly. That was my thought, Ricky.
Well, I think that's correct because we always want to put it out there during direct.
Take
but what
the
you
thunder
wind
away from
up
the other
with,
side.
this is a great day for Tom Mesereau. There is no doubt about it. Therefore, a great day for Michael Jackson. You have a young girl who not only says she lied, but she basically is saying her whole family lied.
Absolutely.
And it's kind of like, well, it was okay.
Exactly. Now, I want to get into this issue because I do think it is of some merit. Little lie, big lie, significant or not, does that make a big deal? But so I don't run out of time. Let's get to the scorecard. Shaw, let me start with you. We saw a week of testimony. This rounding up that week. How's the trial going?
If you lie in small things, you'll lie in big
Sound
things.
like my grandma. Yes, indeed. Howard Weitzman.
That's right.
I agree. And more so, she has indicated she lies, her mother lies, and the inference is others lie, and they don't even do it together. They manage to do it all separately.
All right. Ricky?
Great week for Tom Mesereau because he got to get to the daughter, and obviously he's going to get to the two brothers. But remember this, as I continue to say, it is early. They loved Mark Garagos in the early days at Scott Peterson.
Yes,
let's not forget.
Indeed. Let's not forget. Well, unfortunately, that's it for us for today. Be sure to watch our exclusive Michael Jackson trial coverage every night, weeknights, 7:30 and 9 p.m. right here on E. See you tomorrow. That was good, guys.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Death threats, underage drinking, and a climate of fear, the accuser's sister tells all. Hello and welcome to the Michael Jackson trial and E-News presentation. I'm James Curtis. With no cameras in that courtroom, we're bringing you the reenactments of the key moments in the trial. Day 4. District Attorney Tom Sneddon calls the accuser's 18-year-old sister to the witness stand. She testified that the singer's associates hid her family at a Miami resort and that Jackson spent hours alone with her brother in Jackson's private suite and behind closed doors. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Could you tell us whether or not at some point in time on that particular day, when you were in that particular room with those particular people, that the defendant went anywhere with your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Would you tell us where?
He pulled him aside into his room.
I couldn't hear you.
He pulled him aside into his room.
Can you tell us whether or not the door was open or closed after they went into his room?
It was shut.
To your knowledge, did anybody else go in the room with them at the time that they went in the room and closed the door?
Not that I remember.
Do you recall how long they were in there?
For 15, 30 minutes. For a while. I don't know approximately time-wise.
Were there any other times while you were in the room that day that the defendant in this case, Mr. Jackson, and your brother Gavin went into that room again?
A couple of times.
So how many times in total do you think it was that your brother Gavin and Mr. Jackson went back into his bedroom?
About 2 or 3 times.
And on those occasions, can you tell us whether or not, like the first time, the door was closed or open?
It was closed.
And like on the first occasion, to your knowledge, did anybody else go in there with them?
Not that I remember.
Now, how long did you stay in Mr. Jackson's suite?
All day.
In the suite all day long, the doors shut 2 to 3 times, some rather vague testimony, but we'll slice and dice it when we come back. When we continue with this testimony, this witness goes on to tell jurors that when her brother came out of Jackson's bedroom, he was behaving oddly.
Now, at some time during the time that you're in Mr. Jackson's complex and the rooms that he has there, did you see your brother Gavin act in what you considered, in your opinion, to be a peculiar?
Objection. Leading. Vague.
It's leading.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not you observed anything unusual about your brother's behavior that night?
He was just very hyper.
Describe what you mean by that.
Very talkative, running around, very, very playful.
Why did you consider that noteworthy?
I don't know. It was just more than usual. Like more talkative, more jumpy and stuff.
Now, on that particular evening, let me strike that. During the time that you were in Mr. Jackson's suite, did Mr. Jackson, can you tell us whether or not Mr. Jackson ever said anything with regard to any of the programs that were going to be seen on the television that night?
Yes.
All right. What did he say?
For us not to watch it.
Watch it. What's it?
The Bashir documentary.
How do you know he was talking about the Bashir documentary?
Because he said the Bashir tape. Well, yeah.
Do you recall what his attitude was towards that at the time that he said it, or his demeanor?
Kind of like upset about it. Didn't want to see it.
All right, let's jump right in. Sean Chapman, Holly, Ricky Kleeman, Howard Weitzman. Sean, let me start with you. What do you make of this witness?
Well, as we know, this witness is possibly biased. She is the...
You say that so gently, Sean, and I know you don't mean it. Possibly biased? Come on.
Well, I mean, the fact is, she may be telling the truth, but of course, she is, I would say, under the influence of this mother. If the boy Gavin is under the influence of the mother. Surely the daughter can be as well. The time this happened, she was 15 or 16 years old.
All right.
So she's going to toe the party line. She's going to say what her mom wants
Holly,
to
you were
say.
surprising me this morning. Howard, I think she had some calming tea, because I think that this witness, there's a good argument from the defense, and we're probably going to hear it, that she's completely, totally biased, and you can't believe a word out of her mouth.
Well, I think that's the tack. More interesting to me, it seems clearly rehearsed, and I don't know what she said in the part that we heard that really is bad.
Okay.
What has she said? Why would Michael Jackson want anybody to see a dice, splice, edited a program like Bashir put together about him, which was clearly biased?
Ricky?
I think she's totally truthful, and I think Tom Mesereau is going to have a lot of problems with her. She appears sweet. She appears forthright. She says what she knows and she doesn't know. They're down at Turnberry, down in Florida. They've been spirited off there, according to her testimony. Michael Jackson doesn't want them to see the documentary. Of course he doesn't. He doesn't want anyone to see it.
But Sean, the testimony is so vague. Go ahead, Ricky, finish
Well,
up.
no, I just want to say, so all she says is he takes a boy, Gavin, in the bedroom a couple of times. There's no allegation of molestation here. The allegation is that probably he was feeding him some wine. So he's whining him. He's not molesting him.
And you know what? And you're absolutely right. It's vague. This is either as sinister and nefarious as you make it, or as innocent. There's really nothing here. This can be perfectly innocent,
well, it's particularly, and I think that's true, but it's particularly not innocent. And when we look at the dates of the alleged molestation, remember, this Bashir video happens on February 9th. The alleged dates of the molestation don't begin in the new indictment, and we need to note that it was changed from the complaint, the original charging document. The dates moved up to February 20th, almost, what, a week and a half later.
So he's giving him wine. He's not touching him.
This witness is what cross-examination is all about. This is a witness whose credibility you have to test. I'd love to cross-examine this witness.
What would you ask her?
Maybe she's telling the truth and maybe she's not. Well, I think you take her through it step by step. You'll be able to see if she's solid in her recollection, if she's been rehearsed, but it's a perfect example of the need to test credibility. Right now, it's all innuendo and inference, and I'm sure Mr. Snedden's tone makes it appear evil.
Well, we're going to see what the appearance is to these jurors. Will she hold up on cross-examination? Unfortunately, that's a ways off. Was it just Coke, Diet Coke, or something stronger? Prosecutors say that on the flight back from Miami, Jackson provided the accuser with alcohol and more.
Now, during this flight, did you at any time see Gavin drinking anything?
He had a Diet Coke can.
Do you know where he got it from?
Mr. Jackson passed it to him.
Did you see him actually drink from the can?
Yes.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
They were sipping it back and forth.
Now, when they were sipping this, what kind of a can was it?
A Diet Coke can.
When they were sipping this Diet Coke can, passing it back and forth, was there anything else going on between your brother Gavin and the defendant in this case, Mr. Jackson?
Objection. Vague.
Overruled.
They were whispering.
I'm sorry?
They were whispering back and forth.
At any time during the time that they were whispering back and forth, did you see Mr. Jackson do anything?
He would pass the Diet Coke. They would whisper, and then at one point Mr. Jackson took off his watch and gave it to Gavin.
Did you see Mr. Jackson do that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when he took the watch off and gave it to Gavin, whether he said anything to him at that time?
He was whispering in his ear, and then Gavin put it on.
A watch, apparently, Sean Chapman Holly, valued at several $1,000s, around 70, the last report that I read.
Well, but does a child of this age, of Gavin's age, really care about that? I mean, again, what they're trying to do...
Sparkly and shiny, he might.
Well, yeah, but just because it's sparkly and shiny, not because it's $75,000. Right. You know what I mean? So again, this is exactly what Howard was saying. It's all about the inference, because this could be perfectly innocent. They could just be sharing a can of Diet Coke.
And what does that add, indeed, if you look at it critically from the defense perspective, Howard Weitzman? The fact that it's a Coke, but she can't tell what's in it, she doesn't smell anything, is that fodder for cross?
Yes, it is. You know what's coming. You know he's laying the foundation. You know what testimony is coming next. But right now, again, this is innocent behavior.
Well, it's got to come in, though, Ricky, because, as Howard said, it's foundational. It's a preliminary building block for the really big stuff.
Well, you're going to find out, obviously, whether it's by the flight attendants on this particular flight, that there was wine poured into Michael Jackson's Diet Coke or Coca-Cola can. We're going to find out later on by other witnesses that from time to time, that's how he drank his alcohol. Now, if that's the only crime he's charged here with, he's going to be found guilty of that crime. But he isn't charged with that crime. And the alcohol charge has to do with the molestation, and this is separate.
And speaking of the charges that he's guilty of and committed and charged with, we're going to talk about those dates and what exactly they mean when you look at them in some detail ahead. Claims of intimidation, threats, and a mystery room. Stay with us.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. On the stand, the accuser's sister claims that the Jackson associates played a little hardball, trying to keep the family silent. Here's what the jurors heard, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, can you describe your mother's demeanor and attitude during the time that she was at the ranch, between the time you got there and the time you left with Jesus?
She seemed kind of worried and just didn't really understand the whole situation, what was really going on, and she was kind of scared.
Now, when you left with Jesus, do you remember what time of the night or day it was that you left?
It was night.
How do you know that?
Because it was really dark out.
And do you remember the circumstances under which you left?
Yeah. We were scared, and we just...
Objection, hearsay, foundation. It calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
We were kind of scared, and we just really didn't... The way the conversations with Dieter went, they were real aggressive, and just... We were scared. So, of course, Gavin didn't want to leave, but my mom and me... Mainly my mom, wanted to get us out of there.
Now she gets to testify, Ricky Kleeman, to what other people were thinking. Howard, I know it's hard for you to sit still. Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, according to Mr. Sneddon and the government, and obviously according to the court, that what's happening here, according to the indictment and the evidence, is that all this group around Mr. Jackson were there to keep these people contained, that they wanted to make sure they were not saying things to other people. According to the sister's testimony, Mom and the sister were scared.
And that certainly is the upshot of the testimony. And let's not forget, the conspiracy charges have to do with child abduction, false imprisonment, and extortion, while the heart of this accusation is child molestation. Well, the accuser's sister says she was confused and frightened, and the Jackson camp pressured the family to leave the country.
Now, I don't want you to speak for anybody else, okay? I want you to speak for yourself. Why was it that you felt that you were scared?
Just the whole situation, the whole secrecy, just real aggressive. I was just scared. I didn't understand what was going on and why it was like this. I was just scared.
What was the atmosphere like for you personally at the ranch before the filming?
It was just a lot of secrecy. I was mainly by myself, or other times I would go in my mom's room. I don't know. It was weird.
Did you have any interaction with Dieter, with the person you've identified as Dieter?
Not by myself, no.
Not by yourself, with you and others?
Yeah, with my brothers. Like, he would pull us aside and talk to us, and he would say, I need to talk to you guys.
And what would he talk to you about?
Other than the rebuttal film, it was that he told us there were death threats on us, and that's why we needed to leave.
As one of the indications, Howard Weitzman, of rehearsing a witness too much. Everybody talks to the witnesses before they get on the stand. That's a good attorney. Is one of the indications that she says, how many times? 5, 10, 20? I was just scared.
Here's what she hasn't said. What is she scared of? And why wouldn't Michael Jackson be upset after that videotape where the filming is shown, and you're first, I believe, without the pixelation, so the boy and the family is shown. Michael has security issues. He's had them for many, many years. I still don't understand the purpose of this. I understand what
the purpose of what specifically?
Of this testimony. I understand what the indictment says. The purpose, in my opinion, is to get the word scared out in front of the jury.
But doesn't it connect? Come on, Howard.
No.
Doesn't it connect
what,
the conduct of Michael Jackson's associates, not Michael Jackson himself, but his associates, to support, as Ricky Cleveland has said repeatedly, and now I finally get it, this whole abduction charge that's alleged in the conspiracy case?
Or for protection, or for whatever purposes. So far, we don't know.
All right,
Right, and also, the other word that she says that I don't think is the word that an 18-year-old necessarily uses is secrecy. We keep hearing this word secrecy. That, again, shows that she's been rehearsed. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it now. This is where the bias really comes in. She just seems that she's under the influence
you think
of
she's
her
lying
mother,
completely?
of Mr. Snedden. Well, I mean, obviously, they're telling her what it's all about. So it's got to be secret. They've got to be scared. But she can't, again, explain why she's scared.
But that's up to Tom Mesereau to uncover. That's up to him to uncover. He either can or he can't. Right now, she appears to just be a very nice young girl who tells a story. Maybe they were going to spirit her off to Brazil. Maybe it's because there were death threats against the family.
And
maybe
whether or not this young lady has a motivation to lie is going to be hovering around in that courtroom like the big pink elephant that it is. After the Bashir disaster, the prosecution claims that the accuser's family was instructed to make a rebuttal video, all designed to repair Jackson's image. And this time, the star's handlers weren't taking any chances.
What did he say about, what did he say to you about the rebuttal?
Objection. Hearsay.
Offered for the same purpose, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept it conditionally.
Go ahead.
It was just, we were supposed to say nice things about him, and he offered us to give us a paper.
A paper? What do you mean by a paper?
It was kind of like a script, just of things to say.
Did you read it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was on it?
Just nice things of Mr. Jackson, and that's it.
A truthful, caring sister or a young lady with a motive to lie? Well, according to the accuser's sister, fruit punch wasn't the only beverage served at Neverland.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about your time at the ranch, okay? During the time that you were staying at Neverland Ranch, did you ever see your brothers drink?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Once.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where was that when you saw it?
It was in the arcade. It was, if you move a jukebox out of the way, it leads into a staircase. You go down the staircase, you make a right, there's another room, and it has like sleeping bags and stuff. And you go into a little tiny room. That's if you go into the room. Make a right, there's a little tiny room, and then that's the wine cellar.
All right. When you followed them in there, tell us what you saw.
When I walked into the wine cellar, I saw Mr. Jackson pouring wine into cups.
Into what?
Into cups.
And how many cups?
I don't know. They were just cups. I don't remember how many there were.
Did everybody have one?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody drink out of it?
Yeah.
Who drank?
Well, I saw Gavin, Star, and Aldo drinking.
All right. Anybody else?
Well, Mr. Jackson was drinking also.
Did you get offered something to drink?
Yes.
And did you take it?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
What makes you think it was wine?
I don't know, because it was clear, and I don't know anything about liquor, so I don't know.
How did it taste?
Funny, and I don't know, weird.
Okay, she's 18. She's never tasted wine. No, okay, that's not fair. This was several years back. She was much younger, but she doesn't have anything to compare it to since. Somebody help me out.
Well, I don't know if I can help you out. It just sounds incredible. Less than credible to me.
It makes no sense.
That's right.
It doesn't fit.
Oh.
And if it doesn't fit...
All right, I gotta go to the other side.
Save us all.
I'm going to save you all because even Tom Mesereau does not dispute in his opening statement in any way that I heard that there wasn't wine given to the children. Now, his behavior, Michael Jackson's, may have been inappropriate. I mean, totally inappropriate to be sharing wine. But he also has this immaturity. He does these childish things with kids. He acts like he's a kid. Isn't this fun? We're going into the wine cellar. We're going to have a few glasses of wine. Is it a good thing for him to do? No. Does it make him a criminal? No. And
well, does it make him guilty of the sexual assault charges? That's the big key. We'll continue this on the other side. Ahead, the accuser's sister talks of weird changes. Stay with us.
Tonight's reenactments and commentary may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The accuser's sister says that Michael Jackson had a huge impact on her brother, but not for the best. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
All right. Was there anything that changed with regard to that description that you've given the jury about the closeness of the family between you and your brothers?
Yes.
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is?
Me and my brother are very, very close. During this all, it was just like he didn't want to be near me. He didn't really want to talk to me. He didn't really want to talk to me. He didn't want to be near me. It just felt weird. And me being his older sister, I just knew something. I don't know. Just felt weird.
Anything else about his behavior that changed that you noticed?
He didn't really want to talk to me. He was very distant. He just didn't want to even see my mom. He just thought differently.
Acting differently, thought differently. Howard Weitzman, you taught law school for, 12 years? What do you tell your trial advocacy students when you're learning how to deal with witnesses in cases to do about that witness?
Well, this witness is very interesting. She is telling the jurors what somebody else thought. She doesn't describe what she saw. She doesn't describe what she heard. She said, this is what he wanted.
Yes.
And the cross-examination of that witness is to try to get her to explain, if she can, and I don't believe she can, how she arrived at that opinion.
You buy it, Ricky?
I think that what happens in the cross dealing with this last reenactment is that we have to say what was different. She says he got differently. Well, what was different? Yeah. Did he play with her before and stop playing with her? Did he chat with her before and stop chatting with her? He also is an adolescent boy. Adolescents do, quote unquote, get different.
Yeah, they do get different sometimes. Sean Chapman-Holly, you get the last word today.
All I can say
Let me take you in a slightly different direction, though, Sean. You brought this up, so this is all your fault. If it doesn't fit, I'm not going to even finish it.
I will. You must acquit.
Does this fit with the defense case?
Absolutely. This witness is biased, and she's got a motive to lie because she wants some of that money.
The money.
In this civil suit, one day it's coming.
Leave it right there for a complete recap of the week's explosive testimony. Be sure to watch our weekend wrap-up show tomorrow, 10 a.m., 4 p.m., right here on E!
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
The prosecution strikes its first major blow. An eyewitness gives us a lurid account. Hello, and welcome to the Michael Jackson Trial and E! News presentation. I'm James Curtis. Day 6. Jurors hear from the accused's younger brother, who delivers some explosive and potentially devastating prosecution testimony. District Attorney Tom Snedden gets right to the point, asking the young witness about an alleged X-rated evening with the King of Pop. According to the courtroom transcripts, here's how it happened.
Now, when you got upstairs and you're in the room, what happened then?
They were asleep on the bed, and Frank had a computer. It was a computer that Michael gave him the first time.
Gave who?
Gave Gavin.
Okay.
And this time it already had internet access. So Frank did something and the internet was on. And we started going on sites.
Going on sites?
Yes.
What kind of sites?
Pornography sites.
Now, do you recall whose idea it was to go on the internet?
Michael's.
Do you recall what he said?
No, but while we were on one of those sites, a lady had her shirt up and Michael said, "Got milk?"
Do you remember that?
Yeah. And then he leaned over to Prince and says, "You're missing some P-U-S-S-Y." But he said it in his ear, but Prince was still asleep.
And what did the sites have? You don't need to go into all the details, but generally, what was the common denominator?
Females. Females.
And can you tell us whether or not they had clothes on?
They didn't have clothes on.
Females only?
Yes.
And then what did you guys do?
After all that, we started watching some Simpsons videos.
Okay, and then what?
And then Michael told us not to tell no one what we did.
I'm sorry?
He told us not to tell our parents what we did.
Who said that?
Michael.
The Frank referred to by this witness is Frank Tyson, an unindicted co-conspirator and a member of the Jackson team. Later, the accuser's brother recalls the flight back from Miami, where he saw some shocking and bizarre behavior.
Now, at any time when you were on the plane, did you see your brother and Mr. Jackson drinking anything?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw Michael with a Diet Coke can and my brother with a Sprite can.
With the what kind?
I don't know exactly what brand it is, but it was a soda can.
Now, were you ever offered to drink out of either one of those cans?
Yes.
By whom?
By Michael.
And what did he say to you?
He leaned over and he handed it to me. I thought it was Diet Coke, so I didn't want to be rude, so I took a drink, and it tasted like the smell of, like, rubbing alcohol. It tasted really... So I handed it back to him, and I asked him what it was, and then he said it was wine.
Did you drink any more out of that can during this trip?
No.
Tell me what you saw your brother and Mr. Jackson doing during the trip.
I saw my brother, after a while he didn't feel too good, so my brother leaned over on Michael's chest, and I saw Michael's head licking my brother's, the top of his head.
What do you mean?
He was just licking his head.
How long did that last?
I don't know, 6 seconds probably.
Did you notice any change in the behavior of Mr. Jackson during the flight?
Objection. Leading. Overruled.
Really weird.
What do you mean, really weird?
Like, just didn't make sense.
Who?
Michael and my brother.
That testimony, Ricky Kleeman, leads to some other more pointed testimony later on, but let's deal with this first and take the big picture. How is it coming across for the prosecution?
Well, this is a good day for the prosecution. You have a witness who really becomes ultimately the eyewitness to the alleged crime. And the way it's built up is with little parts of the creep factor, as I would call it. Licking, not kissing. Using dirty words about women, drinking out of the Coke can. I mean, it's a creep factor that really gets to be big and creepy.
It does get bigger and bigger. Howard Weitzman, the idea of women and pornography, does that square with the pedophile that we're led to believe that Michael Jackson is?
No, it generally does not. Talk about creep factors. You have to take a good look at this witness. I found it interesting and fertile ground for cross-examination.
Really?
Yeah. Rubbing alcohol and wine really don't have the same smell or scent, at least the wines. And I've got a pretty, broad palette of wines.
Sure.
I've never had wine that smelled like rubbing alcohol. Licking someone's head, just the picture in one's mind doesn't make any sense. So again, credibility issue. If this witness is believed, Michael Jackson is in trouble. And by the way, Michael Jackson should be in trouble.
All right, Sean, with respect to that issue that Howard just brought up, that raised a flag in my mind as well. Licking, okay, but the alcohol taste, either it's really cheap wine, it's hard liquor, or it's a lie.
Well, as Howard said, the bottom line is this. If this witness is believed, that's the critical question, and that's what Tom Mesereau is going to get to, showing us that we can't believe this witness.
That is the question. Next, the accuser's brother drops a bombshell.
Do you recall that occasion when you were sitting on the bed and he walked into the room?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw.
Me and my brother were watching a movie, and Michael walked up naked. And he walked to the corner of the room, picked up something. Me and my brother were grossed out, and he sat on the bed and told us it was natural. And then he walked back downstairs.
Did either you or your brother say anything to him? Let me break it up, because I don't want to get a compound problem here. Did you say anything to him when he walked in?
I was just grossed out.
No, but did you say anything to him?
No.
Did brother say anything to him in your presence?
No.
Objection. Hearsay. Overruled.
The answer was?
No.
How long was it that Mr. Jackson was in the room with you and your brother naked?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you see anything else about Mr. Jackson at that time?
No.
When you say he was naked, what was he wearing, if anything?
Nothing.
Totally naked?
Yes.
So you could see his private parts?
Yes.
The prosecutor goes on to have this witness describe, really with more specificity, what Michael Jackson looked like at the time, Howard Weitzman. That's got to hurt this defense team.
Well, specifically, he said Michael Jackson was walking around the room with an erection in front of these two boys. That would be devastating if believed. And honestly, if that's what Michael Jackson was doing, he has a real problem.
Now, you represented Michael Jackson. How is this all striking you? The Michael Jackson you knew? Are you surprised, taken aback?
Well, as I said earlier, some weeks ago, I find it hard to believe the charges are accurate, and I choose to believe Michael didn't do that. But you know what? I wasn't there, and we're going to have to rely on the credibility and the memory of these witnesses, and perhaps Michael, if he testifies.
Sean Chapman-Holly, your firm also represented Michael Jackson in the past.
Along with Mr. Weitzman.
Along with Mr. Weitzman, and subsequent to their representation. How does it strike you?
Well, I don't believe it. I believe Michael Jackson.
Now, are you fighting to say that, Sean? It didn't seem to roll off your lips swimmingly that you don't believe
only
it.
because I'm thinking about privileged information, but I can say that I think that Michael Jackson is not guilty of these crimes.
And if he is guilty of these crimes, according to the prosecution's case, this scene in and of itself is enough to predispose that jury that when this youngster is going to talk about an act with his brother, that they're ready to hear it and they're ready to accept it as true.
And will this testimony totally do away with and really neutralize all the hits that the prosecution took up to this time ahead? The most damning testimony yet, plus Michael Jackson speaks. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. District Attorney Tom Sneddon pushes forward. The accuser's younger brother provides more shocking allegations about life at Neverland. Here's what the jurors heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Where was the suitcase located? I mean, how did you ever look at the suitcase inside of it?
Yes.
What happened?
There was adult material in there.
All right. But how did it get opened?
Michael pulled it out.
All right. Tell us what he did.
He picked it up, sat on the bed, and opened it.
And then what?
He pulled the magazine out and started showing us.
How many magazines do you think you saw that time?
4, 3, I don't know.
Did you look through the entire magazines?
No. It was probably a section or something like that.
What did you see in the magazines?
Nude females.
What?
Nude females.
Do you remember the names of any of the titles of the magazines that you saw?
Barely Legal and Playboy.
Does that photograph represent the items that you saw with the defendant, Michael Jackson?
Yes.
In his bedroom and in his jacuzzi or in his bathroom?
Yes.
I move it be admitted, Your Honor.
I think basically it's prejudicial and irrelevant.
All right, the probative value exceeds the prejudicial effect.
I can't hear.
It's admitted.
I can't hear you.
Your Honor, I think it's a little hard for Mr. Jackson to hear you.
Please speak up.
Whoa, directly to the judge. We'll talk about that in a minute. But with respect to the testimony, the question now becomes, was this all a bad joke or calculated seduction?
All right. Star, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what 153 is?
It's a mannequin.
And where was the mannequin located in the room when you saw it?
To the corner.
And with regard to this particular mannequin, did you ever see anything relative to the defendant in this case occur?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw.
He was, one time, he was jerking around and he grabbed the mannequin and he was pretending like he was having intercourse with it.
And where did that occur?
On the bed. He was fully clothed. He was acting like he was humping.
I didn't hear what you said.
He was acting like he was humping it.
Now, who else was in the bedroom when this happened?
Aldo, my brother, and me.
And do you remember how this, how it started, or what happened, or were there...
I don't even remember, I'm sorry.
Did the defendant say anything while he was doing it?
He was laughing.
And how long did the whole episode last?
Probably 5 seconds.
All right, we're going to talk about that mannequin in just a moment, but let's just sort of pull back and talk about the trial, the courtroom dynamic. Michael Jackson speaking directly to the judge. Who wants to take that?
Oh, I love that. I love it. And if I were defending him, I would also love it because he's being very polite. He can't hear the judge. The judge is ruling on an objection, and it's like he's saying, hey, wait, this is my life. This is my liberty. I want to hear. And I think the jurors must have just all gotten startled.
I think so, too. But Howard, go ahead, Sean.
It reminds me a little bit of what happened in the O.J. Simpson trial when he got up to show his hands with the gloves.
Yes.
He never testified in that case, of course, but he got to interact with the jury in a certain way.
A crucial prosecution error, but we don't want to get sidetracked.
But it's kind of like that. He gets to interact with the jury to a certain extent. They turn, they look at him, and they, see what Michael Jackson is all about for the first time.
Howard, what do you make of this? A direct comment to the bench. I don't want to get too caught up in the old issue of decorum or client control, but is there an issue going on here between Jackson's attorneys and what they're instructing him to do in terms of his behavior?
Well, I'm sure he wasn't instructed to get up and address the court directly. I would have asked him to sit down or be seated, not to do that again. And you can't tell how the judge reacted from the testimony that we saw. So I'm not sure what the jury's response was, if they found it odd, if they did look and listen to Michael.
Is it going to seem calculated and contrived? Hold that thought, Sean, because we got to get back to the mannequin issue and what was in that suitcase. But next, D.A. Snedden gets a startling response from his young witness.
Star, did you ever have any conversations with the defendant about any other sexual matters?
Yes.
About what?
Masturbation.
All right. Will you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury...
I don't know how the topic came about, but he was asking me if I ever masturbated, and I said no, and he said...
Objection. There's no question pending. He just went off.
Sustained.
All right. Would you tell us what was said, what the defendant said?
He asked me if I masturbated, and I said no. He then said to me that everyone does it, and you should try it. It's okay, and all this stuff.
Were you the only one he asked that question of?
Yes. Well, yeah, yes.
And when you said no, did he say anything else?
Yeah, he said it's okay, and everyone does it, and you should try it. That's what he said.
Was there anything else said besides that?
No.
Out of that, the accusation at the heart of this case.
Let's go back. You were at the door, and the door what?
The door's kind of locked, so I pushed it, and it opened. So I went halfway to where the computer table used to be, and I saw directly into the bed, and I stopped. And my brother was outside of the covers, and I saw Michael's left hand in my brother's underwears.
Now, at that time, could you see what the defendant was wearing?
Socks, underwears, and an undershirt.
Now, could you tell what kind of underwear it was?
No.
I mean, I'm sorry.
No.
With regard to your brother, what was he wearing?
I can't quite remember what he was wearing.
Do you remember what you could see of him? Was there part of him that he didn't have anything on?
Yeah, I know he had a shirt and he had his socks. I think he had pants or underwears on. I don't remember.
All right. Now, you said you saw his hand. Now, when you say in his pants, and who are you talking about?
Michael.
All right. When you saw that, did you see what, if anything, he was doing?
He was masturbating.
What do you mean by that?
He was rubbing himself.
And how could you tell that?
Because he had his hand in his pants and he was stroking up and down.
Did you see anything else about the defendant while he was doing that?
No.
That's some potentially explosive and powerful testimony, Howard Weitzman, for the prosecution team. What does Tom Mesereau do on cross-examination? Does he have a prayer here?
Well, he has more than a prayer. This is what cross-examination is all about.
Okay.
When you think about the profile of a pedophile, and then you listen to what the testimony was, you have magazines, girly magazines, adult magazines, basically, as the young man was coached to say. You have Michael Jackson allegedly humping a mannequin, not consistent with pedophilia. And then you have, to me, an unbelievable scenario. Given the elaborate security we've been told about by Mr. Snedden, the young man sneaks up the stairway. Michael leaves the door open when he supposedly has his hand in the pants of the victim.
Right. Now, that's big.
Who sleeps through part of this, by the way.
According to his brother, he says he was snoring sort of. But, Ricky, That's a great point, I think. Obviously, if he's a pedophile, he's not trying to get caught, and he does have that elaborate system in his house, according to published reports.
Well, according to published reports, but then all of us can get careless from time to time when kids have the run of that area of the house. What we have to think about here is the difference between truth, as it appears to the jury, and what may appear to be fiction. Where you may get jurors to think it's truthful are the 3 M's. We're talking about magazines, masturbation, and a mannequin.
Okay.
And all of those activities described by this youngster appear to be very adolescent.
They do.
Just like what young boys might want to do when they're alone. And that leads us perhaps to jurors being prepared to believe the allegation of molestation is truthful.
Perhaps, but I want to catch up on 2 points that Howard made with you, Sean. The idea of coaching and the idea of consistency with pedophilia. Let's take the coaching part first. As attorneys, we understand why Howard made that statement, but explain it to us. What are the indicators to you as a skilled trial attorney that there may have been coaching here?
Well, we certainly don't expect this witness, who is 15, to use words like adult material.
Okay.
Obviously, that's something that Mr. Sneddon or someone in the district attorney's office told him to say.
Or suggested, or he picked it up perhaps in an interview. It doesn't mean malicious conduct on the part of the prosecutor necessarily.
No, but it means that they're working very closely together, and Mr. Sneddon has told him what he wants to hear.
Well,
and what he wants to hear is adult material.
Well, see, I disagree. Let me just defend the prosecution here just one time. You know as well as I do that when you're talking to your witness and you're preparing your witness, the witness may pick up terms, especially when they're young witnesses, not necessarily planning terms in their mind, but kids pick up terms. Come on.
Well,
right?
Of course they do, and of course that's absolute fuel for Tom Mesereau, and that's the most obvious of all. Kids don't use adult material. Even the fact of the use of the word erection, and he says, by the way, that's his term. The kid owns that term. So, yes, there may have been coaching. Well, that's for Mesereau to use that engine of truth of cross-examination to ferret it out if he can.
Oh, the shadows of the McMartin preschool case that went down the tubes because of too much adult contact with very young witnesses, working to the detriment of their believability. Still ahead, descriptions of the alleged behavior that you may just find, literally, folks, we're not joking around, too graphic for your young children to hear. But stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. District Attorney Tom Sneddon drives home the point that Jackson took advantage of the accuser on more than one occasion. According to the courtroom transcripts, here's what his younger brother told the jurors.
You say the same thing was happening. Tell me what was happening.
My brother was asleep. Michael was masturbating while he had his left hand in my brother's underwears.
And what kind of underwear was your brother wearing?
I don't know.
Now, when you said you saw the defendant masturbating, where were they on the bed? What were the positions of the people on the bed on this occasion? If you're looking at the bed, who was on the left?
Michael.
And who was on the right?
Gavin.
And you said that you saw him masturbating again. What did you actually see occurring?
What?
The defendant. What did you see him doing?
Masturbating, stroking up and down.
Where?
In his private area.
Could you see what the other hand was doing?
Moving. It was, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, can you just show us what you saw?
It was going like that.
And that's the hand that was where?
Me and my brother's underwears.
So just for the record, just sort of got a fist and opening it up and sort of like that?
Yeah.
Who was the first person that you told what you saw?
Dr. Katz.
You never told your mother?
No.
Or your brother?
No.
And just to clarify, Dr. Katz is the psychologist that interviewed all 3 children, the accuser, his brother, and his sister. All right, we got to wrap it up. Sean, your final thoughts.
Well, I think that we're going to see the victim up on the stand next.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's coming up.
Now, if the accuser does take the stand, is there going to be enough ammunition based on what we've seen already, Sean?
Well, really, this witness becomes the most critical witness. If the victim was sleeping, then maybe he doesn't know what was going on. So the witness that's on the stand now is probably the most critical, and what Mr. Mesereau does next is what we're all going to be watching.
Tom Sneddon wants so hard to believe these people. The logic, however, I think makes the whole story fanciful. And by the way, the young man Starr, he observed this conduct twice. Not once. He snuck up the stairs twice.
Okay.
And twice.
Real quick. Ricky?
If this young man is believed and Mesereau doesn't knock him down, the case is over. However, if Mesereau succeeds, it's a whole new ballgame.
All right. That's all we have for today. Catch us tomorrow, 7:30 and 9.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Day 7 of the Michael Jackson trial. It's punch and counter punch as both sides swing for a knockout. Hello, I'm James Curtis. Welcome to the Michael Jackson trial and E! News presentation. Before prosecutor Tom Sneddon finished with his teenage witness, he elicited one last damning piece of evidence. Now, the Aldo that you will hear referred to is the brother of one of the Jackson aides. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Were there times when you were at the ranch and Aldo was not there?
Yes.
Were there times when you were at the ranch when Mr. Jackson and Aldo was not there?
Yes.
With regard to your sister, okay, Davelin?
Okay.
Did Mr. Jackson ever make any statements about Davelin to you?
He told us not to tell her anything because he's afraid we might tell her mom.
About what?
About what we were doing.
What do you mean? What were you doing at the time that Mr. Jackson was making those statements to you?
Drinking.
At any time while you were at the ranch during the period of time from Miami till the time that you left, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Jackson that you haven't told us about, just yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And with regard to those conversations, what topics have you not told us about so far in your testimony that you had a discussion with Mr. Jackson about?
There was one time Michael told me, well, it was me, my brother and Aldo on the bed, and he was telling us not to tell anything that happened, not even if they put a gun to your head.
Did he say why?
No.
Well, next, defense attorney Tom Mesereau begins his attack quickly and concisely.
Now, during the 2 times you claim you saw Michael Jackson touch your brother in bed, that bell went off, didn't it?
Yes.
When you walk into the hallway, Mr. is there another alarm system?
Which hallway?
The hallway going into Mr. Jackson's bedroom. Once you go through the hallway, the bell goes off, right?
Yes.
And when you try to go into Michael Jackson's bedroom upstairs, is there any other alarm?
No.
Have you ever heard of there being another alarm that goes off as you try to enter Michael Jackson's bedroom?
No.
Okay. You're aware that if you're in Michael Jackson's bedroom upstairs, you can hear that bell?
When the doors are open.
Pardon me?
When the doors are open.
Well, the purpose of it is to let Michael Jackson know if he's upstairs, if anybody's come into the hallway, isn't it?
I'm going to object to that. Calls for speculation on the part of this witness.
Sustained.
Mr. Did Mr. Jackson ever tell you that the reason that alarm system goes off is to let him know if anyone is trying to enter his bedroom?
No.
So you were not aware of that?
No.
All right, let's get right to it. Howard Weitzman, this alarm, you're familiar with the inside of Michael Jackson's facility, the compound that is Neverland, the route to the bedroom, widely reported, fully laden with alarms, bells, whistles, you name it. How feasible is the explanation of this witness?
Not feasible. It's really simple. I said it yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
This is a story that this young man is making up, in my opinion. And this is what reasonable doubt's all about. If he lied in this particular situation, the jury can believe he and his family lied in everything else.
And let's get to the specificity, the particulars of what he's saying. Can you, I assume that you've been down that hallway, and I assume that that's not attorney-client privileged information, so you can actually talk about it. Can you walk down that hallway without Michael Jackson or whoever might be in that bedroom knowing, given the elaborate system that he has set up there?
I guess if the alarms are disconnected and the cameras are not on, but this young man, my recollection is he said he heard the bell or heard the noise. It just doesn't make any sense.
Sean, go ahead, Ricky.
One of the things that should happen in this case is they should go take a view. And this benefits whichever side is correct, whichever side is truthful. The jurors should be able to go into that bedroom. They should listen to the alarm system. They should be able to go to the space where Michael Jackson and young Gavin actually were supposed to be and find out if it could be heard. It's a simple answer.
You know, I'm going to take a little bit of prosecution point
here.
No.
Can
you believe it?
Stop the presses.
I guess that Mr. Snedden is going to argue at some point that only a child molester would need bells and alarms leading to the bedroom.
Well,
why else would you need that? But, of course, Mr. Mesereau is going to say what's of greater importance is that Mr. Jackson, if he's molesting somebody and hears a bell, is going to stop doing that.
Absolutely, and certainly if he assumes or seems to think that it's Michael Jackson, that what he's doing is wrong, certainly he might just close that door. Now, Tom Mesereau accuses the boy of changing his story.
Well, when you met with psychologist Stanley Katz, you also described what you claim happened in Michael Jackson's bedroom, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that you've given different descriptions almost every time that you have described it?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Well, you've given different descriptions about what Michael Jackson was wearing, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You've given different descriptions of what Gavin was supposed to be wearing, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You've given different descriptions about what you claim Michael Jackson did in the bedroom, right?
No.
Well, there were times you said that Michael Jackson put his hand on top of your brother's underwear, right?
I don't remember saying that.
And there are other times you said he put his hand inside his underwear, right?
Yes.
And there are times you said your brother was wearing pajamas, right?
Yes.
There are times you said he was wearing underwear, right?
I don't remember.
And there are times you said that Michael Jackson touched his butt and not his crotch, right?
When was this?
When you did some interviews, right?
About what?
About what Michael Jackson, you claim, was doing in his bedroom, right?
I never said he touched his butt.
Did you ever tell anyone that when you saw Michael Jackson in bed with your brother, he was rubbing his butt?
No.
Never said that at any time to anybody?
No.
Never said it to Mr. Katz, right?
No.
Never said it to the sheriffs, right?
No.
And never said it to a grand jury, right?
No.
Sean Chapman Holly, this is some classic laying what we call a foundation, or what you might call lying in wait for this witness, because you know the questions that he's asking about, you never did this, you never did that, there's some ammunition waiting for him.
Right, lying in wait. Operative words, lying. He's being evasive. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times he says, I don't remember saying that, I don't remember having said that. He remembered everything when Mr. Snedden was questioning him. Now suddenly he's got this very convenient amnesia. I guarantee you, Mr. Mesereau has got proof that this witness has said all of these things and is going to demonstrate that he's a liar.
But Ricky, we know that even people who are truthful will have, if you get them to tell their story enough times, some inconsistencies naturally.
Yes, they will have some inconsistencies naturally, but not this kind of an inconsistency.
How do you tell the difference, though?
No, we're talking about the essence of the alleged crime. Where he touched him, when he touched him, how he touched him, that's the crime. You don't suddenly decide he touched him in the front versus the back and it changes. That's different than I can't remember whether something was red or pink. You know, this is a problem for the prosecution big time.
Speaking of red or pink, when we come back, was it red wine or a white lie? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau now works to undermine the state's star witness. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
And didn't you say under oath that your mother and dad never fight?
Yes.
Was that true?
I really, sometimes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your answer. When you told, excuse me, let me rephrase. When you stated under oath in the J.C. Penney deposition in the year 2000 that your mom and dad never fight, were you telling the truth?
No.
Did someone tell you to lie in that deposition?
I don't remember.
You don't remember at all?
No, it happened a long time ago.
By the way, do you remember yesterday when you told the jury that on the plane you looked at a soda can that Michael Jackson had and you saw a red ring around it?
Yes.
You told that to the police in one of your interviews also, didn't you?
I think so.
You also told the police that you looked in the can and saw white wine, correct?
When?
When you told them there was a red ring around the can, you then told them you looked in the can and saw white wine, remember?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you recall ever being caught in the wine cellar drinking wine when Michael Jackson wasn't present?
Never.
Never happened?
It's always locked, and to unlock it, you need a key. There's no combination to get in there.
Let me repeat my question. Do you recall ever being caught in the wine cellar at Neverland with Gavin drinking wine when Michael Jackson wasn't even there?
No.
Are you saying that never happened?
Yes.
Do you ever recall being caught at any other location in Neverland drinking wine when Michael Jackson wasn't there?
No.
Okay, that never happened.
Yes.
Well, if you can believe it, coming up next, the courtroom battle gets even hotter.
Okay, just what you're looking at appears to be a black briefcase with some girly magazines, right?
Yes.
And the first one says barely legal on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it appears to be a blonde woman lifting up her shirt, correct?
Yes.
And it appears to be a blonde woman who's exposing her breasts, right?
Yes.
And she appears to be wearing a dark pair of shorts, right?
Yes.
Before you testified yesterday, you looked at that photograph with Prosecutor Snedden, correct?
Yes.
You told Prosecutor Snedden that those are the magazines you had seen at Neverland, right?
Yes.
You told Prosecutor Snedden that Michael Jackson had showed you those magazines, right?
Yes.
Michael Jackson never showed you that magazine, Barely Legal, did he?
What?
Michael Jackson never showed you that magazine, Barely Legal, did he?
He did show us.
He did?
Yes.
Well, Star, did you look at the date of the magazine? It's August of 2003, is it not?
Well, I never said that was exactly that one.
Well, your family had left Neverland many months before, never to return, correct?
I'm telling you that wasn't exactly the one he showed us.
That's not what you said yesterday, and it's not what you said today, right?
Your Honor, that's argumentative.
Sustained. When you told the jury yesterday that Michael Jackson showed you the magazine Barely Legal, you were not telling the truth, right?
I said that he did show us Barely Legal. I didn't say that he showed us that exact one. He showed us those magazines.
You told the jury yesterday that Michael showed you the particular magazine depicted in the photograph, didn't you?
No, I said that he showed us those types of magazines.
All right, that magazine, those types. Howard, let you and I have a man-to-man moment. Ladies, please excuse us. I don't know this type of magazine personally, but I would assume that the covers of these magazines, August, November, December, whatever date, look a lot alike. Isn't that a fair point that this witness is making?
Okay, so the inference is I do know those magazines personally.
Well, I didn't go there, Howard, but you're welcome to. Go ahead.
Look, this cross-examination is classic cross-examination.
Sure it is.
It should happen to every trial lawyer at least once in their lifetime.
Career, yeah.
Instead of Prosecutor Snedden, you might want to say Persecutor Snedden. Snedden had to know what this kid was like. And if he did know what he's like, he shouldn't have been prosecuting this case.
But isn't it really, truly, and all kidding aside, isn't it a fair point that this witness attempts to make? Perhaps it wasn't this particular magazine, but a magazine like this? Because all Snedden has to do, doesn't he, Ricky, is come back, get a backdated issue of the magazine that has a similar cover.
Well, I assume that Mr. Snedden is going to try and scramble and do just that.
Now, you're saying scramble. That implies he didn't have it already.
Well, this is the problem. Mr. Snedden introduced those magazines. He put them into evidence, and he did a big thing in his opening, in addition to his direct examination of this boy, about talking about this particular woman, lifting of the shirt, the comment that was totally inappropriate, if said, by Michael Jackson about milk. Yes. Now, to go from that certainty and then go to say, oh, well, it could have been another magazine, bad.
All right, hold the point till we come back, Shuggs. I want to talk to you about certainty in these answers, the I don't know versus the I absolutely did not say that. As we move on, the defense shifts its attack from magazines to another medium.
Okay. You and your brother had looked at internet sites before you ever visited Neverland, hadn't you?
No, I was never really used the internet.
Your brother had, as far as you know, right?
No, I never really monitored my brother.
Pardon me?
I never really monitored my brother.
When Michael Jackson gave your brother a computer,
yes,
you and your brother already knew how to use it, correct?
No, he called someone to hook it up. Well, talked to my brother on the phone of how to hook it up.
You told the police in your first interview you looked at www.pussy.com.
No, I was making an example that I was trying to say. That wasn't the exact site. I'm just saying. I was just making an example.
Okay. You also told the police you might have looked at www.teenpussy.com, right?
No, I never said that.
Okay, Star. You and your brother were caught at Neverland looking at computer sites when Michael wasn't even there, right?
There's no computers at Neverland.
Your brother had one.
At the beginning, but then it broke, and then we never had it again. And the only other computer there was Frank's computer, and Frank took it everywhere he went.
Okay, so you never were caught by anybody?
No.
Looking at adult material sites on a computer?
No.
Is that correct?
There's no computers in Neverland.
None, huh? Well, as the defense continues, Tom Mesereau probably hopes that the ticking sound you hear is time running out on the credibility of this witness.
Well, you said words to the effect, Michael Jackson kept my family away from clocks and time, right?
Were those my exact words?
No, I'm saying words to that effect. You remember exactly how you said it to the sheriff?
No, I don't know exactly.
Do you remember roughly how you said it to the sheriffs?
Not really.
Did you say anything like that to the sheriffs?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you told the sheriffs.
I'm going to be guessing because I don't know my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking for your exact words. I'm just asking you generally what you said.
They kept us away from clocks. We didn't know the exact time or date or nothing.
Would you agree that overlooking Neverland is a huge clock?
Yes, it's a flower clock.
Yes, and to the right of that big flower clock is another clock, correct?
Probably.
There are clocks all over Neverland, correct?
Yes.
And you and your brothers used to run all around Neverland, right?
Yes.
You wanted the sheriffs to think that you and your family were imprisoned and kept away from clocks.
No.
That's why you told them that lie, right?
No.
If there are clocks all over Neverland, if there's a big flower clock on a hill overlooking Neverland, and if you and your brothers were running freely around Neverland, why did you tell the Santa Barbara sheriffs we were kept away from clocks and time?
Because they were wrong and we were kept away from them. We weren't able to know the time.
Your mother told you to say that, didn't she?
No.
It was a lie, wasn't it?
No.
It defies common sense, doesn't it?
Can you explain?
You don't know what that means?
I know what common sense is.
Everywhere you go at Neverland, you can see clocks, right?
Not everywhere.
Sean, can it get any better for the defense at this point?
It can't get any better. I love this so much. This is so classic and so wonderful.
Don't get too gleeful
All
on
right,
it, Sean.
I'm sorry.
Come on,
I can't help it. I just can't help it. But, you know, they started off. This sounds so good. There's no clocks. It leads, of course, the false imprisonment claim.
Sure,
we don't know what time it is. We don't know what's going on.
It's like being trapped in Las Vegas. No clocks. It's horrible.
But oops, there's clocks everywhere. I mean, we've all seen these pictures of Neverland. There's a big clock.
And
it all falls apart.
Indeed, Ricky Kleeman, it is inconsistent. The clocks are either not present or they're present and they're wrong. You can't have it both ways.
No, you can't have it both ways. And I do have to agree with Sean that this is my favorite moment thus far in this trial. Because it's just this making the story bigger for the prosecution. We didn't know if it was day or night. I'm in solitary confinement. I can't get out. I mean, come on. There's clocks everywhere, and there is daylight, and there is nightlight. And the reality is, this is the kind of section for Tom Mesereau that can carry the day for the defense.
And will it carry over to the remaining witnesses in the prosecution quiver? Still ahead, Jackson's attorney unleashes a new assault on the truthfulness of the witness. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau continues to aggressively challenge the teenage witness on the stand. Here's what the jurors heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
You told Stanley Katz that Michael Jackson had his left hand on Gavin's crotch, right?
Yes.
Never told him that Michael Jackson was masturbating Gavin?
He wasn't masturbating, he was just feeling.
He was just feeling him?
Yes.
Do you remember yesterday you told the jury he was masturbating him?
No, I said Michael was feeling my brother while he was masturbating.
Okay, did you ever tell the jury yesterday that Michael was masturbating your brother?
No.
Did you ever tell that to anybody?
No.
Okay. Do you remember when you described for Stanley Katz the second time you claim Michael Jackson was observed by you in bed with your brother? Do you remember that?
What?
Do you remember telling Stanley Katz there was a second time that you went up the stairs and observed Michael Jackson touching your brother?
Yes.
Did you tell Stanley Katz that Michael Jackson had his hand on your brother's crotch?
Yes.
That's really not what you told him at all, is it?
What are you talking about?
Well, you told Stanley Katz that Michael Jackson was rubbing his penis against Gavin's buttocks, didn't you?
When, the second time?
Yes. Did you tell Stanley Katz that?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you his grand jury testimony?
I know what I said, though.
Are you denying telling psychologist Stanley Katz
the second time
that you told him the second time you observed Michael Jackson touching your brother in bed that Michael Jackson was rubbing his penis against your brother's buttocks?
No.
You never told that to Stanley Katz?
No.
All right, we got to wrap it up, but who's ahead and your final thoughts, Howard?
Well, I am really concerned this prosecution is brought. How could Tom Sneddon not know about the difference in dates in the magazine? How could Tom Sneddon not know about the alarm on the stairs and whether you could see it or not? How could Tom Sneddon not know that wine doesn't smell like rubbing alcohol? This boy's credibility has been an issue from the minute he took the stand, and I'm very concerned. So I'm neither gleeful or happy about this prosecution, although it's going well for the defense. I'm concerned we're even going forward with this prosecution.
Sean.
Well, I'll tell you why Tom Sneddon didn't know this. He did know it, but he ignored it because he is so just vicious and vindictive and has his gunning for Michael Jackson, and he was willing to ignore this stuff to get Michael Jackson.
All right. Ricky?
Well, I don't know Tom Sneddon personally, and I do know that he certainly has been after Michael Jackson for a long time. However, that may allow him to be a little bit sloppy from time to time and overzealousness. It doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't believe these people or that he isn't going to win the case. And the way he can win the case is the way we all know he can, which is the evidence of the 1993 incident coming in. The judge's reserved decision, and if that comes in, and if other accusers from another time and place come in...
And if they're more credible than the accusers and the witnesses that we hear now, what do you think?
It's a problem. It's a problem for the defense, and it all shifts back again.
The 93 case shouldn't come in. This judge clearly has an agenda. I've said that from day one. You can just see his rulings. Tom Sneddon can do whatever he wants.
In spite of that agenda, this evidence is coming out, at least at this point, strongly in favor of the defense. So the judge can do what he wants, but he can't control the witness.
That's true. But the evidence is what it is, and you have a witness who's clearly a liar. Certainly, in part, he concedes to lying. He's not an accused liar, an alleged liar. He is a liar.
All right, we're going to have to leave it right there. That's it for us for today. But be sure to watch our exclusive Michael Jackson trial coverage every weeknight, 7:30 and 9 p.m. right here on E! See you tomorrow.
Advised.
Well, folks, it's on. The long-awaited moment arrives. The accuser face-to-face with the accused. I'm James Curtis, and this is a special one-hour edition of our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial. Before the alleged victim, now 15 years old, takes the stand, defense attorney Mesereau has a testy exchange with the boy's brother. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Do you remember you told the sheriffs that you looked in the soda can on the plane and saw white wine?
No.
Do you remember you told the sheriffs you looked in the soda can and saw wine?
Yes.
How did you know it was wine?
Because...
If you'd never had a drink before you were on the plane.
I know how it looks, though.
You do?
Yes.
If you look in a soda can?
Yes.
You told the Santa Barbara grand jury that you and your brother were drinking at Neverland between the time you got back from Miami to the time Jesus drove you off the property, right?
I don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection if I just show you the transcript?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to look at that page of the grand jury transcript?
Yes.
Has it refreshed your recollection, excuse me, about what you said?
Yes.
And you did say that you and your brother were drinking alcohol at Neverland between the time you got back from Miami to the time that Jesus drove you off the property, right?
Yes.
And you claim the first drink you ever had was on the plane, and then when you got back, you just kept drinking, right?
Yes.
Next, defense attorney Tom Mesereau pushes this witness to refute his own testimony.
Yesterday, you told the jury the second time you saw Mr. Jackson inappropriately touch your brother, you sneaked up a stairwell, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You told the Santa Barbara sheriffs in that interview that the second time you saw Mr. Jackson inappropriately touch your brother was on his side, and Mr. Jackson was rubbing against your brother, right?
What? Say it again, please.
Yes, yes. You told the Santa Barbara sheriffs that Mr. Jackson didn't see you. You said that Mr. Jackson started scooting to your brother, that he hugged your brother and kept on scooting. You said he was moving his hips on your brother. And you said your brother was lying on his side, correct?
Yes.
That's not what you told the jury yesterday, is it?
Your Honor, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall in that interview telling the Santa Barbara sheriffs that you caught Mr. Jackson inappropriately touching your brother on 2 occasions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, there were 3 times.
Well, that's not what you said before, is it?
Your Honor, that's argumentative, and it's
sustained.
You told the Santa Barbara sheriffs that Mr. Jackson was masturbating himself and your brother, didn't you?
No.
Well, you were asked the question, what do you mean by masturbating, and what did you see him do? And you said his right hand and his left hand touching my brother. That was your answer to that question, correct?
Well, I was nervous when I was doing the interview.
So because you were nervous, you didn't get the facts right?
Yes.
All right, Sean, isn't he beating up just a little bit on this kid? I mean, after all, this kid, now 14, was only 12 at the time. That's rather young. Nervousness is something that these jurors are going to be able to identify with.
No, I don't think that he's beating up on the kid at all. He's talking about critical inconsistencies. This is the crux of the case, what he saw Michael Jackson do to this boy sexually. If he's telling completely different stories, then it's proper cross-examination. And I think that the judge is wrong to sustain these argumentative objections. They're not argumentative. This is critical cross-examination.
Well, despite those objections being sustained, Howard, the defense attorney just moves on and moves past those. But the idea of inconsistency certainly is a good one, to the extent that one story in a previous grand jury testimony has this same witness on a couch seeing a second incident, and now he's in the stairwell.
There is no doubt this young man has lied. The question is, what did he lie about? How much of his story is credible? Is some believable? Is some really due to lack of recollection? Is other due to intentional misrepresentation and lies? And that's a question for the jury. What will really be interesting is to see what the victim says and how he lines up with the brother.
And we're going to get to that later on, Ricky Kleeman. But isn't really, and I don't want to beat this to death, but isn't it just a little harsh for the word, to use the word rather, lie, when we're talking about a young kid recounting an incident that he's probably had to tell over and over again, when some of the consistencies, at least you can make a good argument, aren't that big?
It's not too harsh to use the word lied, because Tom Mesereau is fighting for the life and liberty of his client, Michael Jackson. And if he believes this youngster lied, he should say lied. However, the real risk here, which means what Howard says, it's up to the jury, is Tom Mesereau is a huge guy.
Yes.
He is big. And this is a small child, even though he's a teenager. And some jurors may, whether it's now or in their recollection of now, weeks or months from now, say, boy, you know, that really wasn't fair. But Tom Mesereau's got to do his job.
He does have to do his job, but later on, as we continue with this testimony, there's some moments where Tom Mesereau, I think, crosses the line. We'll deal with that in just a moment. As we continue, Jackson's attorney, Tom Mesereau, tries to turn the term escape from Neverland into a story of striking contradiction and possible fiction.
Okay. You told the Santa Barbara sheriffs that your family had escaped from Neverland, right?
Yes.
Now, when you say escaped, was that the night you went to Jesus and asked him to drive you in the Rolls Royce to Los Angeles?
No, that was the last time we ever left.
The last time you left, when you were driven by Vinny to your grandparents' house?
Yes.
That was an escape?
Yes.
How many times do you think your family escaped from Neverland and then went back so they could escape again?
I don't get the question.
Yeah, how many times do you recall your family escaping from Neverland?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer.
Do you mean us leaving?
Well, what do you mean by escape?
The last time?
Okay, I mean, just tell the jury what escape means to you, if you would.
To me?
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, but...
In your mind. Let me start again. You and your family left Neverland a number of times, right?
3 times, yes.
Okay, how many of those were escapes?
The last one.
Okay, did you ever escape before that?
No.
All right, Ricky, this, I think, goes to prove the point that I was trying to get at. He's using the term escape. He's not an attorney, and he was 12 at the time. Come on. Isn't this a little much?
No. I have to give this one to the defense, because the defense here is using a charge. There's a false imprisonment charge here, which I think is the one charge that probably Thomas Sneddon should not have gone forward with, because it takes us away from the guts of the trial, which is the alleged sexual molestation. So escape, he knows what escape is. Plus, this family has charged false imprisonment before in another instance.
Well, that may be true. And, Howard, that gets me to the point of putting this first charge, the conspiracy charge, which is not conspiracy to molest, it's conspiracy to do other things like falsely imprison with different dates for the molestation. Why is it charged that way?
It is to set the stage. And what's really important about this testimony, it's not about a lie, I think. It's about rehearsal. It's about setting up a scenario. And if I'm Mesereau, what I'm doing is setting up the argument that this was all staged. The word escape was given to these young people.
Now,
and they used it.
And that may, go ahead, Sean.
And actually, I think this is a little argumentative. I disagree with the judge again.
Oh, there you go.
I think this is a little argument. And how many times do you think your family escaped from Neverland before they could escape again? I mean, you know, he's making a point, not really asking a legitimate question.
I think so. But again, in this courtroom, you get away with what you can, as in any courtroom, and those that you can't, you just take the judge's ruling. When we return, Michael Jackson and the alleged victim, accuser and accused, eyeball to eyeball. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Now the moment everyone has been waiting for. The accuser faces Michael Jackson. Here's just how it happened according to the courtroom transcripts.
Okay. I'm going to have to ask you to lean right into that mic and talk loud so we can all hear what you have to say. All right?
All right.
Do you recognize the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Who is that?
Michael Jackson.
Did you know Mr. Jackson for a while?
Yes.
All right. Gavin, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how old are you?
Right now I'm 15 years old.
And what's your date of birth?
December 2nd, 1989.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the inside of the place that you lived at on Soto Street was like?
It was like one room, and then we had like a kitchen. There was like a hallway kind of, and we had to put all our appliances and stuff in there. And we had one restroom and one closet, so it was like a bachelor apartment.
And where did you sleep in that room?
We slept like, when you would open the door, we would put our bunk beds right there, but then later we didn't have any more bunk beds, and then we all slept on one bed together.
Now, during the time that you were living on Soto Street and well, let me ask it this way. At some point, did your father leave?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I was at my grandmother's house when it happened, but my mom told me that something happened where she wanted to take my sister and my brother to go to like a park or something, and he got angry and he left.
Now, did you ever see your father after that?
No.
All right, I want to give you a quick programming note. We want you to keep in mind that the actor hired for our reenactments of this victim bears no resemblance to the actual accuser. As court continues, DA Tom Sneddon lets the accuser tell his story, a story that anyone can probably sympathize with, especially a juror.
During the time that your mother and father lived together, and you lived with your mother and father, okay?
Uh-huh.
How would you describe the nature of their relationship?
Well, like they would fight every day about where we lived and like bills and whatever.
You got to lean in there.
They would fight about Bill's and his family and our family. Well, like my mom's mother and father and their cousins and they would fight about his family. You know what I mean.
Did you ever see any physical abuse?
Yeah.
By whom?
My dad would hit my mom sometimes. Like, I saw him one time grab a fire hydrant and my mom tripped over a cart, or those. It was like a black cart that was like about that tall.
What did you use the cart for?
Used it for grocery shopping. It broke really easy, though. And my mom tripped over it because my dad was about to hit her with a fire hydrant.
Do you mean a fire hydrant? Do you mean like...
It was a fire. It was a fire hydrant, about that big, about that tall. They had them in our apartment.
Okay. Were you ever struck by your father?
Yeah.
How many times were you struck?
Well, I was not hit as much as my mom was, but I got hit sometimes.
How about your brothers and sisters?
I saw him hit my brother a lot, like in his head. And my sister sometimes, too. He slapped her.
Sean Chapman Holly, even with your cynicism, this has got to grab you.
Oh, it's very, very sad, very sad. But it demonstrates, I think, a dysfunctional family. And so you have to wonder whether or not these children themselves are dysfunctional, and if the victim is so dysfunctional that he doesn't know what happened and he's making this up.
Well, that's true, but Ricky Kleeman, isn't that, by its very nature, the perfect victim?
Exactly, the perfect victim. And what we find, James, is that in cases of child molestation, many, many times the victims are people who have been abused, or people who are vulnerable, or people who have been in places where they are looking for affection, and therefore the seducer can woo them.
Absolutely. So Howard Weitzman, with this tale of woe, which is true and from all accounts we think accurate, this cannot possibly help the defense.
Well, first of all, there is no perfect victim, in my opinion, I have to say. So it gets back to recollection and credibility. We know kids make things up. However, I've been saying...
Wait. What do you mean? We know kids make things up. All kids make things up?
I didn't say that at all. But we know that kids, as a rule, tend to embellish and exaggerate. I said from the beginning of this trial, I want to see these young men testify, because I don't like child molesters. And if this young man is telling the truth, whoever did this to him deserves to be punished. But everybody's out there speculating, and we have to see this young man testify, hear his words, and rely on his recollection. That's what this case is all about.
Ricky, let me see if I can get some alliance from you. I take issue with Howard's statement that we know kids tend to exaggerate. I think kids can be imprecise. But I think the idea, and from what I understand, the idea that kids lie, just as a general rule, is really a myth.
I don't think it's a myth, James, that kids make up stuff. I mean, I don't know if I want to give them the big lie, but all kids make up stuff. I mean, we made up stuff when we were kids, including our imaginary play pals.
Sure.
The question here, though, this is either a big lie or it is the truth. There is no middle ground here. And when Thomas Snedden correctly starts with this boy's upbringing, all of them in this room with the bunk beds and where the appliances in the room, and then the abuse by the father and the hitting of the mother, I mean, this is a boy that you want to believe.
You certainly want to believe and certainly have some sympathy for him, but as Howard points out, will it hold together on cross-examination? As we continue, the accuser's heartbreaking story gets rolled out in front of this jury.
At some point in time, you learned you became ill, correct?
Yes.
And when you became ill, what was the first thing that you realized that something wasn't right with your body?
Well, my stomach was hurting a lot. Like it felt like there was a knife in your stomach, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would put my pillow in my stomach because it really hurt. And then I looked at myself in the mirror and lifted up my shirt, and I saw there was a big bump, like my lower left torso.
Okay.
And my grandmother came and she saw it and she told my parents, and a couple of days later we went to the hospital and they told me, the doctors were saying like it's an inflamed spleen or it's this and that. They weren't really saying it was cancer yet.
When you went to the hospital for the first time and they examined you, did they put you in the hospital on that date?
Yeah. And then I had a surgery that same week on Thursday. So we went there on Monday, I think, and then surgery was on Thursday.
When did you personally learn that you had cancer?
It was before my surgery. They were very open. They didn't try to hide it from me that I had cancer. The surgeons came in and they talked about it, and they said what the cancer was, and they said how they were going to take it out, and they were going to need to take out this. They're going to need to remove the cancer. And then Thursday, they did the surgery. And they didn't just have to take out the cancer, they had to take out my spleen and my left kidney because the cancer was eating away at my spleen and my kidney.
Heart-wrenching. Sneddon now sets the stage for how a sick child from a poor family came to meet a superstar like Michael Jackson. Now, the Jamie that you will hear mentioned is Jamie Masada, the owner of a Hollywood comedy club.
Now, during the time that you were in the hospital with cancer, did you ever have a conversation with regard to some people that you would like to meet?
Yeah.
Now, at the time that you asked, you made the request to meet these people. What was your condition at that point in time in terms of whether you thought you were going to live or die?
Well, when I had cancer, I never thought I was going to die. I never even thought about that. I always thought about, getting done with the chemo and going to school again. You know what I mean?
Did the doctors tell you something different?
Yeah, there was one time that they thought I was sleeping in my bed, and they were talking to my mother and my biological father. And my doctor told them to prepare for my funeral, and that if the cancer didn't kill me, the chemotherapy would, because the chemotherapy is toxic, and they were giving me adult dosages.
So who did you make the request of to meet some people while you were undergoing cancer treatment?
Jamie.
And who did you ask to see?
Well, I asked, like, every time I would watch Jay Leno's shows, Jay Leno was a really nice comedian, and I always wanted to meet him, and I thought he was like the coolest comedian.
Anybody else other than Mr. Leno?
Michael.
Okay, anybody else?
Chris Tucker.
Okay. Were there any others? Were there others that you asked to meet but you didn't meet?
Oh, that I didn't meet? No, I don't think so.
Making a child's wishes come true. Howard Weitzman, it seems that the dynamic of this trial breaks down into one of two areas. Everyone essentially agrees that the mom is not a nice person. She's done some things that are very questionable in her past. But that's not necessarily indicative or proof that this kid is lying, is it?
Absolutely correct. Here's the dilemma. For me, at least, as I said earlier, I choose to believe Michael Jackson didn't do this. On the other hand, this is a kid you want to believe because you don't want to think a kid like this young man would get up and lie and make up a story like this. It's a real dilemma.
It's really the reason why Thomas Sneddon brought this case. You know, we've criticized him for many reasons about being overzealous because of his long history with Michael Jackson. This young man, with his personal history and his health history and his need to reach out for some comfort when he might die from the disease or die from chemotherapy, that's why Thomas Sneddon brought this case, and you understand why he brought it.
And indeed, Sean, if there is support for this testimony in the form of these unindicted co-conspirators, which is a whole nother can of worms, but other folks, if they can say, who know Michael Jackson, worked with him at the time, this is what happened, or there's reason to believe that this is what happened, the prosecutors got reason to bring this case.
Yes, yes, and I think that this testimony is very important because it rebuts a defense theme, which is that the celebrities were to be grifted. And this provides for the prosecution a very legitimate and very sad reason why celebrities were brought to the boy, because he was sick, he was going to die, and these were his heroes who he wanted to meet. So it's refuting what Mr. Mesereau has brought out in his opening, what the defense theme is. Here's the prosecution reason for the celebrities being a part of this family's life.
Absolutely, and perhaps, just perhaps, despite what we've observed essentially and almost unanimously, it pains me to say, as a shaky start by the prosecutor, maybe it's finally gathering some traction. Ahead, Gavin's dreams come true when he hangs out with actor Chris Tucker and gets a call from the king of pop. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. In a story straight out of the movies, the young cancer victim tells the jury how stars like Chris Tucker suddenly made his life a lot more exciting. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Tell us what Mr. Tucker did to help you.
He was really close to me. Like, he would always... like he took us to the Nickelodeon Awards like 2 years in a row, and he said, well, this is our tradition. We're always going to go to the Nickelodeon Awards. And he got really like, we were really close. And like one night on New Year's, I was feeling really sad because I had to be in the hospital, and I was watching the New Year's stuff. And so I called up Chris and asked him, hey, I just left a message. I didn't really talk to him in person. I said, Chris, man, I need my brother. I don't really have anybody here. And then he didn't call back. But like at 12 o'clock midnight, he was at my hospital. Well, actually, he was in the elevator coming up to my hospital room as New Year's rang out. And then he came up there, and we were like, I was all, oh, Chris. And he brought Aja, his girlfriend, and little Dustin, his baby. And then I didn't think they were going to come because New Year's already rang out and stuff. Like 5 seconds after New Year's, he was in my hospital room. And I was really happy. And I don't know. And he said, well, it's not about looking at when it rings out. It's about being with the people you love. And that's one of the reasons I really like Chris. And I got close to Chris.
Are you friends with Mr. Tucker anymore, or currently?
Well, I don't know if he still wants to be my friend, but no, I haven't called him in a while, and he hasn't called me, and we haven't really talked in a while.
Why?
I don't know. I guess because of all of this stuff.
Next, a phone call from a godlike figure changes this boy's life.
Gavin, at some point in time, did you have some contact with the defendant in this case, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
I'm not sure who exactly got Michael to call me, but one night, it was either Jamie or this lady named Carol Lemire. One day when I was in the hospital, Michael called me up. Well, someone called me up, and I was like, who's this?
Lean into the microphone, please.
Someone called me up in my hospital room, and I asked who was this, and then they said that they were Michael Jackson.
And did you believe them?
Well, yeah.
And how long did the conversation last?
That was a pretty short conversation. It was only about like 5 minutes long.
Now, did you have other conversations with Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
How many do you think you had? Let me ask you this. Let's do it this way. At some point in time, were you invited to go to Mr. Jackson's ranch at Neverland Valley Ranch?
Yeah.
Between the time you received the first telephone call from the person identifying themselves as Michael Jackson until you went to the ranch, how many calls did you think you had between you and Mr. Jackson?
There was only one call, because the first time that he called me, he invited me up to the ranch, said he wanted me to come down.
Were you undergoing chemotherapy at this time?
Yes, I was in the middle of a round of chemotherapy.
During this conversation with Mr. Jackson, was a date set for you folks to go there, or how was it that the date was set for you to go?
He just said that he wanted me to come down, and then I'm not sure how it got set up, but he was telling me about my cancer and talked to me about that he wanted me to go to his ranch and stuff like that. I don't know how it got set up to go up there. I think they talked to my parents or something.
During the time that you had cancer, did you have other telephone calls with Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Could you give us an estimate of how many calls that you had from him?
I don't know, like 20, maybe 20 calls.
Were some of them quite lengthy?
Yeah.
Were they all in the hospital?
No.
Where were you when you had other calls with Mr. Jackson?
My grandma's house.
Sean, two things I want to start out with. First of all, the start of this case. This witness is good. Again, we haven't heard the cross, but this testimony is very compelling. What do you think about a prosecution team starting with this kind of testimony?
I think that would have been a wise move on Mr. Sneddon's part, given that we've seen two bad witnesses, the brother and sister. And because the brother and sister were so bad, it calls me at least to call into question the credibility of this witness simply because his brother and sister lacked credibility.
But is that really a fair comment, though?
Well,
yes.
No.
You think so? All right, let's have it. Go ahead.
Well, I've said from day one I would have liked to have seen the victim on the stand first. And by the way, I think there were 4 poor witnesses, not 2. I think Bashir was horrendous, and he stood on the
First Amendment
shield law. I think the public relations witness was horrendous, and then the brother and sister. This young man could have and would have set the stage.
Set the tone for this trial, the dynamic trial.
Cross-examination would have been very different.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that a good prosecutor has to do, as well as a good defense lawyer, is think about the orchestration of a case. Yes. It's how you put on the witnesses. In what order? Do you build to a crescendo and then go down? It was high risk to start with the accuser, very high risk. What if he wasn't ready? What if he didn't do so well? So
maybe
I
he's
think
real nervous, trying to start it yet.
I think what Sneddon did were two things. Number one was he wanted to get the other siblings to give us the context, and for better or for worse, they were good on direct and bad in cross. No surprise. Yeah. But also, he wanted to set it up with the Bashir documentary because he wanted to show how this whole thing happened.
Sure.
So I think Sneddon's idea was a good one. The fact that they didn't fall so well when it came to cross-examination, that's a chance he took.
But the timing, the Bashir documentary, the beginning of the case, but according to the prosecution team, the molestation doesn't happen until after the Bashir documentary airs. Well, testimony continues with the accuser's first visit to a magic place called Neverland.
Now, you said that you were invited by Mr. Jackson to go up to his ranch?
Uh-huh.
And had you ever heard of Mr. Jackson's ranch prior to that?
No. After when he, called me and said ranch, I thought it was like a ranch with horses.
So how did you get up to the ranch?
There was a limousine that came to my grandma's house, and then we went up in a limousine.
And who went up there?
It was me, my mom, my biological father, my sister, my brother, and me.
And do you remember about, was it daylight or was it dark when you got there?
It was daylight.
And do you remember what happened when you first got there?
Yeah. I guess they told Michael we were up there already, and he had a bib on because he was eating, and then he ran out and he greeted us, and he had, a red shirt on, a black tie.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Jackson at that time during the greetings?
Well, he just said hi to us because he had to go do something.
So where did you go after Mr. Jackson went to do something?
I think we ate.
All right.
I guess.
What did you do after that?
We went and saw the unit that he put us in, and then they were afraid, my dad was kind of afraid of putting me on rides because he thought maybe because of my surgery I might, rupture something or whatever. But I eventually talked him into letting me go on rides, and we started going on rides and stuff.
At the amusement park?
Yeah, at the ranch.
Howard, I got to back up to something we heard a moment ago. When he talks about Chris Tucker visiting him on New Year's Eve, it seems, we don't know this definitively yet, but it seems that this kid is alone in a hospital room on New Year's Eve.
It's kind of consistent with the portrait that we have been given of the parents. But also makes this witness more sympathetic, and I think might lend a little bit to his credibility.
And more sympathetic, more likely to be a victim, Ricky?
More sympathetic, more likely to be a victim, especially when we get to this part of the testimony. This is his first moment of meeting Michael Jackson, and he's in this amusement park, and he's afraid to go, or his father's afraid for him to go on rides because he might get hurt, and he gets to go on. I mean, the joyfulness of this moment in his life, which according to the prosecution is then ripped away from him by Jackson turning out, allegedly, to be a child molester.
And that's certainly the issue. Sean?
I completely agree. It's very, very sad. You called me a cynic before, and this really...
You are a cynic, Sean.
It really, really touched me. You do want to believe this victim.
And we're going to see how it plays out when we get to that crucial cross-examination. We still continue with the direct for now. When we return, the sleeping arrangements at Neverland and the accuser's story takes the dark twist.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. From the mouth of the accuser, the jury hears how a young cancer patient's dream come true begins to resemble a nightmare. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
All right. When you were at Neverland Ranch, was there ever an occasion where you slept in Mr. Jackson's room with Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it came about that you ended up sleeping with Mr. Jackson in his bedroom?
I think we were in his office. We were all talking.
Who's we?
Me, my brother, and Michael. We were all in his office and we were talking, and then Michael said we should sleep in his room, and then I was like, okay, yeah, because we were wanted to sleep in his room too, and then he told us to ask in front of our parents if we could sleep in his room. So I think it was at dinner we asked our parents if we could sleep in Michael's room, and then so we did, and then my parents said yeah. it was okay.
And next, according to the accuser, the tour of Neverland becomes a tour of something much more sinister.
Now, at some point that night then, you go into Mr. Jackson's bedroom?
Yes.
What were you doing in there? Do you recall?
Well, it started out like we were going to watch some Disney cartoons and a bunch of these videotapes of The Simpsons, and then Frank Tyson had a computer. I don't remember whether it was my computer or his computer in there.
Okay, tell us what happened.
And then he set up the computer, and then Frank started doing stuff on the internet, and then they started looking up like adult material sites.
Where, was Mr. Jackson there?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Jackson involved in that?
Yes.
And in what way?
Well, he was like pointing out girls like, oh, I like her, and then, but I mean, he wasn't typing, Frank was typing.
So how long do you think, how many different sites do you think you went to?
Maybe like 7 sites. We didn't go to that many sites.
And how long do you think you were doing this?
I don't know, maybe like 15, 30 minutes, something like that.
I couldn't hear you.
I think maybe like 15, 30 minutes or something.
And you described it as adult materials. Can you tell us whether it was male or female?
It was female.
Can you tell us about the age, in your estimation, the age of the females that you saw?
Maybe like 15 to like 25 years old.
Now, during the time that you were in the room going through these sites on the computer, did Mr. Jackson say anything?
Yeah.
Tell the jury what he said.
Like one time we were like looking at the site and there was this girl with her shirt up, and Michael says like it was all quiet and stuff, and Michael was like, got milk, and we started laughing because he said that.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
Like Paris and Prince were sleeping in his bed, and then Michael leaned over to Prince in his ear and he said, Prince, you're missing all the P-U-S-S-Y.
Did he spell it?
No.
All right, Ricky Kleeman, corroboration with the other witnesses on the point of what they were looking at, the magazines and the internet.
Well, corroboration all the way, and this really is a moment that's either very adolescent or really disgusting. Yeah. Because you have Michael Jackson. We have to remember he's with these children. They're children at the time. They're not even here. He's 15 now. We're going back not only to the documentary in 2003, we're going back before that when they first met. And you've got Frank Tyson in there typing up these dirty little sites, and Michael Jackson making inappropriate remarks, if this is all true. And because Jackson's in the room, we understand now why Frank Tyson is part of the unindicted co-conspirator group.
Exactly. Frank Tyson, we should note, is a Jackson, or at least was at that time a Jackson 8, and an unindicted co-conspirator. Howard, corroboration or something inconsistent with being a pedophile?
Well, first of all, it's not inconsistent. If this is true, Michael Jackson deserves to be convicted, in my opinion. This is bad, bad conduct.
But it ain't child molestation.
No. But
at this point,
it begins to lend foundation and credence to what the brothers said. What I find really fascinating here, and you talk about corroboration, it's really the reverse, which is why I would have put this witness on first. This witness appears to be a strong witness on direct. They've all appeared to be somewhat good, but this witness seems strong. And if he could have withstood cross-examination as the first witness setting the stage, everything else would have fallen into place.
All right, Sean, you're going to be up next with how the defense deals with this powerful testimony as the accuser is asked about the infamous Bashir documentary that Chris referred to as actor Chris Tucker.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Martin Bashir. Were you introduced to a person by the name of Martin Bashir?
Yes.
And where were you introduced to the person by the name of Martin Bashir?
In Michael's living room, in his main house.
And who introduced you to Mr. Bashir?
Michael.
Now, how did you get to the ranch?
I think Chris drove me up that time, and then in his bus.
And did any other members of your family go with you?
It was only me, my sister, and my brother.
And did you know why you were going to the ranch?
Michael wanted me to go up there, and then I think I called Chris because I would always tell him that we never went up there, like, together. We'd never been at the ranch together with Chris. He would go up there one time, and I would be be at home, and then I would go up, and then he would be at home. So we said that we'd all go there together. So we all went up there, and Chris took us up there.
Did you have any other conversations with Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, that's when he introduced me to Martin Bashir.
Any other conversation with Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, like he introduced me to Martin Bashir, and then he took me, I think it was in the library where he took me, and then he was telling me, hey, you want to be an actor, right? And I was like, yeah, I want to be a comedian, though. And then he was like, but you can act too, right? And then I was like, yeah, well, I'm going to put you in the movies, and this is your audition, okay? And I was like, oh, all right. And he told me, okay, I want you to go in and then tell them about how I helped you. And he told me to, like, make sure, tell them about, like, this and that, and about that you call me Dad or Daddy.
So, was this accuser being manipulated by Michael Jackson? That certainly seems what D.A. Sneddon hopes these jurors hear.
What did he tell you to say on the videotape?
He told me to say that he helped me and that he pretty much cured me of cancer.
Did you do that? On the video?
Yeah.
Was it true?
Not really, because during my cancer, he wasn't really even there.
When you went up to the Bashir video,
yeah,
to the Bashir interview, okay?
Uh-huh.
Did you admire Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I was like...
What was your attitude towards Mr. Jackson at this point in time?
I thought, like, he was the coolest guy in the world. He was like my best friend ever. Do you know what I mean?
So you had a genuine affection for Mr. Jackson at this time?
Yeah, I really liked him.
Sean Chapman-Holly, where is the defense ammunition for this witness?
The defense ammunition is going to be, I would presume, on inconsistent statements that he's given before. He's given a number of statements to the grand jury, I presume,
yes,
to the psychiatrist, to social workers, and I guarantee you that he's given a number of inconsistent statements. The question is going to be what we talked about before, whether they're critical or whether they're small things.
Exactly, and that the idea, Howard, is going to be driven home when we get to that part, but let's take what we have now before us. This testimony, good and strong for the prosecution without much apparent defense openings.
Well, I don't agree that this is good and strong for the prosecution. I just think it is what it is. As a matter of fact, it makes sense that Michael Jackson would try to do something to rebut that edited, diced, and spliced Bashir documentary.
It does make sense, but Ricky, this kid says we didn't know that this was going to be a documentary in the sense of shown in this country, let alone around the world. This is some home video as far as this kid's concerned.
Well, taking the defense side here, I can see Michael Jackson's talking to a youngster and says, come on, you want to be an actor? This is your audition. I don't have any problem with that.
All right. When we return, the question becomes befriended or betrayed. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The accuser's first day on the stand covers a lot of ground, including a video that's at the heart of the case. And just how honest was Michael Jackson with the young boy? Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, did you know at the time that Mr. Bashir was interviewing you with Mr. Jackson, the defendant in this case, did you know that that video was going to be shown around the world?
No, not at all. I thought it was another thing like he had filmed before, like him carrying me across the bridge, that video. I thought it was going to be another thing like that, like he was going to, like, put it away somewhere and keep it just for himself.
All right, Fox News is reporting that, again, money woes reign in the Michael Jackson camp. Is this just much ado about nothing, rehashing the same old stuff? Who wants to take it?
Well, you know what? They must mean cash flow, because there is a revenue stream for Michael that comes off his assets and some of what and the publishing and catalog that he owns.
Sure. Now, If indeed, let's just play this out for just a moment, there is a cash flow issue, does that affect Mesereau's representation? Does it affect the defense attorney?
Not a whit. He's in for a penny, in for a pound. He is there to finish. He's a committed lawyer. Hopefully, for his sake, he got much of his money up front. But, whatever is left out there that he doesn't receive, he is not walking away.
All right, let's get back into this testimony, Sean, with respect to what we've heard so far. And again, we know the cross-examination is indeed coming,
and
but what we have so far, it's hard to keep it contained, Sean, but I'm going to give it my best shot. What we have so far, strong for the prosecution or not?
What we have so far is strong for the prosecution. This is a good witness. This is a sad story. Michael Jackson seems like a very bad guy. But I have to remind you that we felt this way about the brother and the sister, and on cross-examination, it was all turned around. So I don't think we can really evaluate this witness until after the cross-examination.
And you still believe, Sean, do you not, that because of the problems of the sister and the brother, it spills over onto this witness?
It definitely does, because all of these children are under the influence in some way of this dysfunctional family, the mother and the father. I'm going to be real surprised if this mother takes the stand. She's got some real problems. I wonder if Mr. Snedden is going to make what I would think is a mistake of putting the mother on the stand.
Well, if Mr. Snedden doesn't, Mr. Mesereau will. This mother's going to be on the stand, and we know that Tom Mesereau is laying in wait for her because he really knows he has plenty of ammunition. The most difficult task for Mesereau in this entire trial is how to cross-examine young Gavin, the accuser. Yes. Because we have to remember that he's either lying, it's all a lie, or it is the truth, or most of it is the truth. And you do have someone who was a young cancer patient who was very, very vulnerable to seduction.
Howard?
Well, as I said earlier, you want to believe this kid, and yet you don't want to believe Michael Jackson would do something like this.
Some people don't.
Well, I mean,
some people are ready to believe.
You're right. But this is what makes trials really fascinating. Because we don't know. We're all guessing and speculating, and 12 people who don't have the same point of view that we have are going to make the determination as to what they want to believe and who they want to believe.
One thing, James, that's been reported from people in the courtroom is that this witness has acted, quote-unquote, very appropriately. Yeah. His affect is appropriate. He doesn't seem rehearsed.
Although there was a report about a sneer toward Michael Jackson.
There was a report about a sneer from the Associated Press that's been carried, but a sneer when he identifies him. No surprise if he were really molested.
All right, we're going to have to leave it right there. Now, don't forget, we'll be here tomorrow at 9 p.m. with a can't-miss one-hour edition of our exclusive Michael Jackson trial coverage. Michael Jackson not present when court began, and the judge not amused. That will be part of our exclusive reenactments only on E! See you tomorrow.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Well, just when you think it can't get any more bizarre, the King of Pop is a no-show. Then he appears in his pajama bottoms to face his accuser. I'm James Curtis, and this is a special one-hour edition of our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial. Day 9, Michael Jackson is MIA, and Judge Rodney Melville was none too happy about it. Here's what happened according to the courtroom transcripts.
I notice the defendant's not present.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson is at
Now, they can't hear you. Speak into the microphone, please.
Mr. Jackson is at Cottage Hospital in Santa Ynez with a serious back problem. My understanding is he's on his way in. The doctor does want to talk to you on the phone. That's the last information I have. I had the doctor on my cell phone. I did give it to your clerk and tried to make contact with you, but I know that they're waiting, hoping to speak to you about it. My understanding is that he does plan to come in.
I'm going to issue a warrant for his arrest. I'm forfeiting his bail.
Your Honor,
I'm going to hold that order for 1 hour. In 1 hour, I'm going to execute that order. Court's in recess.
Oh, I've heard those words before. I got to think that the judge was probably a little more intense than what you just heard. But nonetheless, 2 minutes past the deadline, the defendant walked in, very labored walking, wearing pajama bottoms and a jacket. Later in the day, that same judge would rescind the arrest warrant. We got a lot to say about that. But when court resumed, the teenage accuser was back on the stand. The prosecutor's questions immediately created a scene of intimacy with Mr. Jackson.
Now, that portion of the video that shows you sitting on the couch with Mr. Jackson, there's a point in time where you place your head on his shoulder and hold hands with Mr. Jackson. Do you recall that part of it?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I don't know. We were just sitting there. Well, the holding hands part, that was one of the things that Michael told me to do, but I put my head on his shoulder.
Why did you do that?
Because, I don't know, it was like I was really close to Michael, and he was like my best friend, so I just put my head on his shoulder.
Now, when you heard it on the news about the documentary, did you at some point have a telephone conversation with the defendant, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, he called me.
All right. Tell us about the conversation.
He told...
Where were you when you got the call?
I was in the house, in my house, when the first time I moved in with my stepfather, and then he called and wanted me to go to Miami because of all the stuff that was going on. And he said that he wanted to hold a press conference, and he wanted me to be with him.
With him?
During the press conference.
What else did he say?
He said that he wanted me to go over there, and he said that like, we were talking about what was going on, and I was saying, like, it's not right what they're saying, and stuff like that.
During the time of your conversation with Mr. Jackson, did the subject of the rest of your family coming to Miami come up during the conversation?
Yes.
Would you tell us about it?
At first I asked him if my brother can come, and then he was like, yeah. And then I asked him if my sister could come, and then he was like, okay. And then I asked if my mom could come, but he kind of got angry a little bit about my mom coming. But I told him, I can't come without my mom. My mom probably won't let me. And he was like, okay, and my mom came.
And that means we'll probably hear from that mother. I want you to keep in mind that the actor hired for the reenactments playing the accuser bears no resemblance to the actual accuser. But let's jump right in here. The big news yesterday everywhere was the fact that Michael Jackson was yet again late.
Okay. You know what? He is frail. He's under a lot of stress, and I don't think he's faking it. The problem is because he's missed some court appearances and been late in the past.
Absolutely.
Everybody thinks, which is the scenario for this whole case, the negative.
Absolutely.
Well, it is the negative, though. Let's assume he did hurt his back. I have no reason to doubt that. The reality is that the jurors, first of all, are delayed. Then they're told they're not supposed to take any inference about his being late and looking what he looks like. This was a disaster, because what it can say to anyone or all of those jurors is he can't face his accuser.
And isn't that exactly what it says, Sean?
Well, I don't know that that's
what... Can't take it.
I'm not sure that that's what it says, but he looked terrible. And what concerns me is what the jurors are thinking. He looks terrible on the day that he has to face his accuser. I don't know what significance they're attaching, if any, to the fact that he was late, what they know about it, what is filtered down to them from the news.
But that there be other than a regular one?
Here's what it's going to come down to. I don't agree with either Ricky or Sean. It may not look great. He's clearly sick. He's dressed in pajamas. What it's going to come down to is, what do they think about this young man? Now he's on direct. Let's wait till cross-examination. And I think jurors have a tendency to overlook
the cross-examination, but it doesn't come down to what this young man is going to testify to. This is, again, yet another pink elephant in the room, isn't it? He's late, he's stressed out.
And the momentum, I think, was lost for a moment. Things were going very well for the defense, and then suddenly Michael Jackson's missing. It all changes. Mesereau looks nervous and scared, and the momentum is lost, and hopefully it can be recaptured on cross-examination.
I'm scared, but certainly
the jurors didn't see that anyway.
And the idea that certainly Mesereau, with his experience, had the sense that he was ahead in the count, if you will, in terms of the dynamic of this trial, and now has that momentum been lost? Well, momentum now moves to the district attorney, at least with respect to his questioning and focus on the events inside Jackson's Miami hotel suite.
All right. Tell us what you saw Mr. Jackson do.
Michael gave me a Diet Coke can.
Did he tell you what was in the can?
Yeah, he told me that it was...
Objection leading. Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
Michael...
Did he tell you yes or no? Did he tell you what was in the can?
Yes.
All right. What did he tell you?
He told me if I ever heard of Jesus juice.
And then what did you say?
And I said I didn't know really what it was.
And did he say anything after that?
Yeah, he told me... You know how, like, Jesus drank wine? And I was like, yeah. And then he told me, well, we call it Jesus juice. And then he said that to drink it. And I took a little sip, and I told him...
Objection calls for a narrative, non-responsive. Move to strike.
Strike after where he starts to say, I took a little sip. That's stricken.
After Mr. Jackson handed you the can and he told you that it was Jesus juice, what did you do?
I drank a little bit of it, and I told him that it tasted ugly.
And what did he say?
He said that it's okay because it will relax you, and he told me that he knows that I'm all stressed out because of all the media stuff that's going on, and that the Jesus juice will relax me.
Now, do you recall how long you'd been in Mr. Jackson's suite at the time that he provided the alcohol to you?
I was in there for a while, like it was after the second meeting with him in the other room, the improv thing.
And from the time that Mr. Jackson gave you the can for the first time and you tasted it, how many times do you think you drank out of that can?
Well,
just
after he...
First of all, just how many times that you estimate?
Oh, I probably drank maybe, I don't think I drank the whole can, but I probably drank like 3/4 of it or something.
Was the can ever refilled?
I'm not sure if it was refilled. I don't think it was.
Had you ever had wine before?
Well, in church, but that's about it.
Wine in church, Ricky, it's dripping, if you will, and excuse the pun, with this predatory indicator, if you will, using God, the church, Jesus, to try to get this little boy?
This is very unpleasant testimony. Yeah. There is no doubt about it. And what it comes from is this setting the stage, according to the prosecution, that if he wasn't wooing him before the Bashir documentary, that after the Bashir documentary, he wants him in his camp. And whether it's a seduction for him to say the right thing on a rebuttal documentary, or whether it's a more predatory suggestion, it's not good.
If you believe it. And you mentioned McMartin the other day, James, and I've compared this case to that. And this could be something that this boy's making up. In the same way that McMartin, they came out with these outlandish stories that everybody believed, and it turned out it was all untrue.
And what happens, though, with the stewardesses, with the flight attendants? If you have flight attendants saying that this happened, then we know that at least this segment is true.
And the proof will be in the cross-examination. Now, we're going to talk about that in a little while, but I'm still scratching my head about these dates, Howard. Again, as Ricky just alluded to, we've got the Bashir documentary that happens on the 9th of February. The rebuttal documentary is shot on the 19th of February, some 10 days later. The allegations of molestation do not arise until the 20th, well after.
No, it doesn't make sense. Fertile ground for cross-examination, which I'm sure Mr. Mesro will get into. I'm still confused about pouring the wine in the pop can.
What do you mean?
Was there soda in the can? Was there only wine in the can? Did the kid drink in church wine mixed with Diet Coke? I don't,
well, another thing that raises is the issue that came up yesterday with respect to the taste that the brother testified to. I think it was rubbing alcohol. And we looked sort of askew at that and were scratching our heads. But given the testimony from today, there was some hard liquor served as well. So could it really have been some hard alcohol?
It could have been.
Which would have been closer.
I've never had vodka, but vodka, I think, does taste a little more like rubbing alcohol than wine.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens with that and how that plays out. All of these issues and more when we come back. And the Jesus juice apparently overfloweth on the return to Neverland. Stay with us.
Reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Jackson's accuser tells about a flight back from Miami and refers to what has to be one of the most famous soda cans in history. Here's what the jurors heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
During the course of the flight from Miami, did you ever drink any alcohol?
Yes.
Now, who provided that alcohol to you?
Michael.
And can you tell us then what it was provided to you in?
I think it was another Coke can or Diet Coke can.
And what kind of alcohol was it?
I think it was white wine again.
And where, did you see where Mr. Jackson got the can from?
From the little place where they keep all the sodas in the plane.
Now, where were you when you physically drank out of the container, the can?
I was next to Michael.
And did Mr. Jackson say anything to you when he gave you the can?
Yeah. He told me it was more Jesus juice, and he said that on the plane that he told me about how he used to get scared about planes, and he said that if I was scared and to drink the Jesus juice because it will relax me.
How much do you think you drank while you were on the plane?
I think I drank the whole can.
Was the can ever refilled?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
Were you always drinking out of the same can as Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And apparently, while Mom's on the plane, well, next, symbols of a personal bond or elements of a seduction.
What did he give you?
As we were taking off, well, in the hotel, he also gave me a jacket. But when we were taking off on the plane, he showed me a watch. And then he had it on, and he gave me the watch as we were taking off.
Did he say why he gave you the watch?
He said not to tell anybody about the Jesus juice, and he said that this is like a symbol that we'll be friends forever, or something like that. And then he gave me the watch.
Did you have his jacket and his watch?
Yes.
During the course of the flight, were you awake the entire time?
No, I don't think so. I think I fell asleep once.
And when you got to Neverland Ranch, where did you spend the night?
I'm pretty sure we spent the night in Michael's room.
You say we. Who is we?
Me and my brother.
Do you remember if anything happened that particular night?
When we got there, me and my brother ran straight to the carts because we wanted to ride the carts, drive the carts around. But then we went to Michael's room and we slept there, and we all slept in the bed together.
In whose bed?
Michael's.
All right, Howard Weitzman, a whole can. Well, we don't know how much was in the can, but he says he consumed whatever was in the can, the entire contents.
The most
of
famous
wine
soda
and
can
watch
I know.
Gift.
The most famous soda can I know is the Pepsi can with Yoda on it. So I'm not sure that I agree with you.
Point taken. But what about this issue, though? What about this issue? Let's deal with this issue, though, with respect to this alcohol consumption. Presumably, we heard from the previous testimony, he insisted his mom goes. So Mom's on the plane, along with some other folks, including his brothers and sisters. You know, I've consumed a bit of wine in my time, even when I was a little bit younger. Shouldn't his mom been able to tell that he had been drinking?
Well, not only should his mom been able to have told he was drinking, when he gives this testimony, it sounds like not only that he drank the whole thing, but what happens is it keeps being refilled. Were the boy of his size, who was also had a history of ill health, he would have been passed out, I would think.
It's a perfect example of the embellishment I talked about yesterday, which you were a bit surprised that kids do that. But this is a perfect,
I'm not surprised. What I'm saying is that certainly the mistake that I don't want to make, or I don't want to get into, is this whole assumption that kids simply lie, and that's the problem that I had with yesterday. So just to clarify.
Even if not malicious, that kids often exaggerate for the sake of just making it bigger. And this is a piece of testimony that doesn't ring true with this image of this soda can keep being refilled, kid keeps drinking. It just doesn't have the ring of truth.
Now, are there any other internal consistencies, as we might say, with this testimony? You're picking up any other problems inherent? And we haven't got to the portion of the molestation description yet, but so far, how's he doing? Just on its face.
Well, to me, I think it's clear he's beginning to expand the story. He and his brother in the bed. He and his brother wanted to run and play in the carts. By the way, consistent with the cross-examination of the brother, that these kids have a tendency to get out there on their own.
Yes, and we're going to get some more admissions from this very witness along that same line. But right now, the accuser takes us back to the never-ending party at Neverland.
During the time after you got to the ranch, when the limousine took you from the airport to Neverland Valley Ranch till the time you left with Jesus, did you ever have any more alcohol?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Every night that Michael was there.
All right. Do you remember where you drank?
We would, like, in the arcade, because that's where the wine cellar was. Well, it's kind of like a wine cellar.
You say we. Who's we?
Me, my brother, Michael mainly.
And how did you get into the wine cellar?
Michael would take us there.
Next, the prosecution's questions become, if the Jesus juice flowed so freely, was Michael Jackson actually putting this young cancer victim at risk?
Did you ever tell Mr. Jackson that you only had one kidney?
Yes.
And did you ever tell Mr. Jackson anything about alcohol in your kidney?
Objection. Leading sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Jackson about your kidneys?
Yes.
Kidney.
Kidney, yeah.
Sorry. What did you tell him?
I told him that it was bad for me to drink alcohol, and he said it's okay, that it's fine, that nothing's going to happen.
Now, this is tough stuff, Ricky Kleeman. You can't really get away with, no matter what quantity everyone decides, and when I say everyone, this jury decides to agree upon, if indeed they find that alcohol was given to a kid with one kidney, that's bad.
It's bad if it was given to a kid with 2 kidneys. This is a young child. The added fact that this is a child who has 1 kidney who could be at grave risk makes Michael Jackson not only appear to be a predator from the prosecution side of the story, it makes him almost to be a bit monstrous.
And what I was going to say, it doesn't mean that he's a child molester, but it makes him a bad guy.
Yeah.
It makes the jury look at him in a way that's very
negative. You can't really split that here, can you, Howard? Because the child molestation, whether the alcohol consumption or giving the alcohol to the minor, is not just that misdemeanor that we know about contributing to the delinquency in California. It's connected to the child abuse in this, child molestation.
When I listen to this testimony, for me, I think about cross-examination. I'm wondering exactly which doctor said to this young child at 10, listen, by the way, don't drink too much because you only have 1 kidney.
Well, what's your point?
My point is, he's been coached, in my opinion. I don't believe a doctor would say to this young man at 10 years old, you know, if you drink, be very careful because you have 1 kidney and alcohol could damage you.
I'm still not clear. What do you mean with respect to this testimony that he wouldn't have the sensibility?
There's no doctor who ever said
I only have 1 kidney.
He would not have told Michael Jackson on his own, I shouldn't drink alcohol, I only have 1 kidney. Where did that idea come from?
Because
Some
a
doctor
doctor
tell him
isn't
that?
saying that to a youngster. A doctor might say that to an adult. Look, you're not allowed to have alcohol. You're not allowed to have ABC, XYZ foods. But he's not going to say that to a child. He doesn't assume a child is drinking liquor out of a Coke can.
Good point. Good point. We'll see how that plays in this courtroom. And when we return, the bedroom alarms are ringing in the accuser's head. It's spinning. Stay with us. Go ahead.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Jackson's accuser continues with his memories of Neverland, including a rather odd story about a strange game of dialing and drinking. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
And in connection with making these calls, was there anything that... do you know what it means when the call doesn't go through, you don't get somebody?
Yes.
What happened when you did that?
Oh, this happened once. We had this big, it was a bottle of wine. It was that big. And we made up this game. If you make a phone call and, we would dial random numbers, and if it rang and nobody picked up, you have to take a big gulp of wine. Because we didn't really like how it tasted, so we made up that game.
So what?
We didn't really like how it tasted, and so we made that game up so we would have a drink, a gulp of wine, if the call didn't go through.
Did anybody have to drink because the call didn't go through that night?
Yeah.
You have that look on your face like it was you.
Yeah, it was me.
Security is tight around Michael Jackson's bedroom unless, according to this witness, the accuser, you're very close to the King of Pop.
Now, during the time that you were at Neverland Valley Ranch, you've told us that you were in Mr. Jackson's bedroom and in his bed, correct?
Yes.
Now, how do you get into Mr. Jackson's bedroom?
You walk through these big double doors, and then you walk to the other door, and then you punch in a code, and then there are 2 other double doors. The little lock goes off, and then you can open the door, and that's his room.
Now, does anything go off when you get to a certain point that you're walking down the hallway?
Yes.
What is it that goes off?
Well, when you go in the first door, it goes like this, a little ringing sound goes off. And then when you punch in the code, it goes off again.
Can you hear from the outside of when it goes off?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it sounds like?
Dee-doo, sounds like that.
And do you recall how many times it goes? I'm not going to imitate you. How many times it does that?
I'm not sure. I think it was maybe 3 times.
Now, where did you get the code to get into Mr. Jackson's bedroom or into his bedroom suite?
Michael.
Pardon?
Michael.
Was there more than one code to get in there?
Yeah, I think so, because the nurse, not the nurse, the maid lady would punch in a different code than the one I knew.
So did you get another set of codes from somebody?
Oh, for the other, well, there's another door to the main house that I knew a code for.
You did or did not?
Did.
All right. Where did you get that information from?
Either it was Michael that gave it to me or the maids gave it to me, because they change it sometimes.
All right, Howard, you're the resident expert on the actual structure and the layout of the Michael Jackson residence. How's this testimony ringing with you?
Well, I missed the part when he said he went up the stairs to get to the room. I guess he and the brothers maybe entered the bedroom differently, or their stories aren't consistent.
Well, but he's not talking about, come on, let's be fair. He's not talking about going up to the room. He's talking about once you're there and the code you put in. Come on.
Yes, the brother didn't put in any codes, I noticed. So I think, again, to me, it shows some inconsistencies. I can't tell if he's being truthful or not. After cross-examination, I guess...
We'll know a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Sean, you don't want, and I'm going to try to make you play prosecutor. I know you hate it. Actually, I know you really like it. But the idea here, if you're the prosecutor, you have to be able to explain to this jury, and they would expect. You don't want your witnesses testifying like cookie-cutter sheets or something like that. You want them to be a little different, and that is an indication of truthfulness.
Well, Tom Sneddon knows that there are all these codes and keypads and alarm systems. And so when this boy is telling Tom Sneddon the story initially, Tom Sneddon has to ask him, well, how did you get in there on all these occasions with the security system? So if we believe that this boy is unbelievable, he has to come up with some story as to how he had access. Michael gave him the code. He saw the maid or the nurse
All right,
with the
what
code.
about if we believe, Ricky, that this kid is believable?
Well, I think that all of this gets solved with something I mentioned yesterday, which is the fact that I think this jury needs to take a view.
Yeah.
And I think they need to take a view and be told that the condition of the house and the security system is the same as it was at this time. And they need to go look at all these code places, and they need to hear the alarm, and then they can get a picture. When we listen to this, we're not getting a clear picture, so we have no basis to know who's telling the truth and who isn't.
You know, the defense has asked the judge, and I'm sure he'll grant the request, to take the jury out to Neverland.
Absolutely.
The prosecution should want the judge
we've also
to take
requested, the media in general, that we get the pictures that are being displayed to this jury, and as soon as we do, you will too. Next, did the partying at Neverland jump to another level?
Now, do you remember, you told us that some of the times that you drank vodka with Mr. Jackson, correct?
Yes.
Do you ever remember a situation, what effect did the vodka have on you?
Well, there was just one time, well, vodka really tasted...
You're going to have to lean into that and talk so we can hear you.
I don't really understand what you're...
What effect did the vodka have on you?
What did it make me feel like?
Yeah.
Well, there was one time where the first time that Michael introduced me to vodka, he had like a glass about that big.
Objection. Calls for a narrative. Non-responsive.
It's non-responsive.
All right. Did Mr. Jackson provide vodka to you?
Yes.
And how did he, and what did he provide it to you in?
In a glass about that big.
So you're indicating maybe 2 or 3 inches?
I guess. I don't know.
And what kind of a glass? Where were you when he provided it to you?
I was in the wine cellar.
And did you see him pour the vodka into it?
No.
Did you know what it was when you first sipped it?
No.
How was it that you ended up drinking that particular glass?
I walked down there because I asked where Michael was. Well, we were in the arcade, and that's what we usually kind of did. And then so I went down to the wine cellar, and I saw Michael there, and then Michael had the glass poured, and then I asked him what that was, and he said, drink it. And then he said, like...
Objection.
All right.
Non-responsive.
What did he say to you?
He told me to drink...
Just a moment. There's an objection pending, or just a narrative?
Narrative, Your Honor.
Go ahead with your next question.
What did he say to you?
He told me to drink the vodka.
And did you do that?
Yes, but I didn't know it was vodka. I thought it was water because it's, like, clear.
Okay.
So I drank it really fast, like if it was water, and then I didn't really... When I brought it to my nose, it smelled like rubbing alcohol, and then I chucked it back really quick, and it started burning. Well, I, took down the whole thing, but it really burned, and then 2 or 3 seconds later, my head started... it looked like the room was spinning, so I put my head inside the couch. You know the green couch that I was talking about? I put my head inside it so I couldn't see the room spinning, because it was kind of hurting.
All right, here we go with the alcohol, the taste of rubbing alcohol, and actual alcohol.
One of the things that's interesting about this to me is, in a high-profile case, like in the O.J. Simpson case, the jurors and the viewing public feel like they know the defendant. And the same is true with Michael Jackson. We have to ask ourselves, is Michael Jackson the type of person, as we know him, who would give vodka to a small child, who would say, don't tell anyone, even if they put a gun to your head? It just doesn't jibe with what we think of Michael Jackson to be.
The problem that I have, though, Ricky, is, this is molester speak. If indeed Michael Jackson is good for this crime, don't tell has got to be the refrain that every child molester has ever said to every victim.
Well, I don't know if everyone has, but certainly most of them have. And certainly we know that a lot of the reasons that kids don't tell have to do with fear of harm to themselves, fear of harm to their family, fear of not being believed. It goes on and on. So it may be true that he said don't tell. I don't know if he said don't tell or I'll put a gun to your head. But the reality is you must tell the child not to tell. However, here, it's don't tell that I gave you wine. It's not don't tell I didn't touch you. Don't tell don't tell that I gave you wine, so this is why I'm giving you a $75,000 watch and a jacket. This is my bribe to you. Just don't tell your mother or anybody else that I got you drunk.
And that really gets into, Howard, the idea of the inconsistency of the dates. This count 1, given that that's where the child abduction, false imprisonment, and extortion come in, and it's a little askew with the molestation counts.
Well, I don't know if it's...
Just a little bit.
You mean in terms of timing?
Yes, timing.
But I get back to the picture that this young man is attempting to paint here, which is Michael Jackson alone in the wine cellar, pouring vodka, looks up, the young man comes in, and it's drink this potion. And it seemed to me to be very orchestrated. And
orchestrated, what do you mean? Like as in coached or
as in coached, whether it's by the prosecutor, whether by the parents. The inconsistencies, I think, are multiple here.
One of the things that can happen, though, is the prosecution coming forward with corroborating evidence. Yeah. And what I'm saying about that is that there was a search warrant that was executed, of course, much later on. And we know that in Michael Jackson's bedroom, at least, there are opened bottles. One we know is wine, some other is alcohol. And we do know what's in this quote-unquote wine cellar.
All right. Well, when we return, what should a young guest at Neverland call Michael Jackson? Plus, testimony about Michael and a mannequin. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The accuser paints a picture of an escalating situation at Neverland. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, I want to ask you a couple more questions, and then we'll move on to another subject, okay? But I want to ask you a little bit about some of the drinking that you did at the ranch.
Okay.
Do you know what the term passed out means?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that means.
When you, lay down and you, go to sleep and you sleep for a long time and you sleep pretty hard.
During the time that you were at the ranch and you drank alcohol with the defendant, Mr. Jackson, did you ever pass out?
Maybe once or twice, but I don't think I really ever... Well, when I'd go to sleep, I would usually sleep pretty hard, but I don't know about, just sitting somewhere and just... Yeah, you know what I mean?
I guess I wouldn't admit it even if I did.
Thank you.
Did you ever get sick?
Yeah.
How did you feel when you got sick?
Felt like my stomach hurt a lot. I don't think I ever really threw up, though. But, I felt, nauseated.
Next, what's in a name? Apparently, D.A. Thomas Netton thinks quite a lot.
Now, in the Exhibit 347, it's signed by Mr. Jackson as Dad, and in the exhibit, he makes reference to being your daddy.
Yes.
Had Mr. Jackson ever called you asked you, strike that. Had Mr. Jackson ever used the word daddy to you prior to the time he wrote this note to you?
I don't know. I would call him Dad sometimes because I don't really have like a set dad at the time. You know what I mean?
So how long do you think it was between you and Mr. Jackson that you were calling him Dad?
When I was up there.
Up where?
After Miami, like a couple weeks after Miami. He started calling me son, and I would call him Dad.
So that was a fairly usual thing between the two of you?
Yeah.
And we have copies of those notes. Ricky Kleeman, is this bad for Michael Jackson?
It might be bad, it might be good. It's very nice when someone is taking care of someone who's been sick, a young child, and creates a relationship that has a rapport. On the other side, some people may say this is really peculiar.
And does it go too far, Howard Weitzman, with respect to corroborating some of the testimony that certainly the prosecution wants to get in?
Well, it can't go too far for the prosecution.
Sure.
And Mr. Snedden needs to know that. I mean, it's hard for me to tell exactly where he's going because in my opinion, he's got a shotgun scatter approach here. But if this is real and if it happened, I don't think it's bad for Michael. I think it just shows what was going on.
And it seems like this daddy question is hotly contested. I think it was in the opening when Mesereau said that the mother is the first one who suggested that everybody call him Daddy Michael. Yeah. So we're trying to figure out here, both sides have a different scenario of where this daddy language came from, where it originated.
And it's not predatory necessarily. It really could be very sweet and could be very innocent. It all depends on how you look at it.
Certainly it does, but Howard, I want to get back to the issue of shotgun approach, and what you meant by that, but apparently the defense isn't contesting that this is Michael's handwriting.
Well, no, and it may well be Michael's handwriting, and it shows a close relationship. It surely doesn't show anything bad. It doesn't show anything predatory, as Ricky said.
All right, so explain, before we get to that, Sean, explain what you meant by shotgun approach.
As I read and I listen and I watch the testimony, to me it's not choreographed in a way that's easy to understand. It doesn't paint a great picture for me so I can follow from point A to B to C, as I would like to see if I was a juror.
Well, you can only work with what you have, Sean. I mean, if you've got witnesses that are a little scattered, a little inconsistent, I think Ricky's point the other day of a good start at the Bashir video, that sort of triggers everything, and then you're going through the key witnesses, the sister, the brother, and now the victim.
Well, your job on direct examination, as you well know, is to take everyone through a story, a very methodical story that's easy to follow. We're having a hard time following it. We asked for somebody to do a timeline for us because we can't figure out what's going on. Yeah. The jurors are probably a little bit in the dark. I agree with Howard that it's not a clear picture of how this whole thing is.
Let me say this. James Curtis would have done it differently.
Yes, he would have.
He's trying to butter me up now. Now the prosecution spins some evidence, just like Howard Weitzman maybe, before the defense can.
And do you recall the questions that the social workers asked you?
They asked me about Michael
and do you remember what you told them?
Yeah.
What did you tell them?
I told them that he was a nice guy and that, like the stuff that we said on the rebuttal tape.
Pretty much the same stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember, did they ask you whether or not you slept in a bed with Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said that we do now because we were over at the ranch. But I told them that nothing happens when we're on the bed.
I'm sorry?
I told them nothing like bad happens.
Was that the truth?
At the time, yes.
Now, bizarre is a word that we use a lot in this trial. Unfortunately, it's got to be used again for the accuser's next testimony.
Now, directing your attention to the mannequin that's in the photograph in front of you, okay? Did you ever see Mr. Jackson do anything with that mannequin?
Yes.
Tell us what he did.
Well, me and my brother were looking at the mannequin and we started laughing at it because it was shaped funny. And then we showed Michael and he started laughing. And then he started acting like he was, like, having sex with the mannequin because it was shaped funny.
I couldn't hear you.
Because it was shaped funny.
All right. So what did he do with the mannequin?
He acted like he was humping it.
And where was he when he was doing that?
On the bed.
Where were you and your brother?
I was sitting on the bed, and I think my brother might have been standing up.
What's the significance, Howard Weitzman? What's the significance?
I have no idea what the significance is, to be honest with you, except to show that Michael maybe does odd things and strange things that have some sexual nature
Well,
to
there's
them.
a lot of sexual nature to it if he's humping a mannequin. And I think what the prosecutor is trying to do is saying, this is all part of how Michael deals with this boy. He's dealing with the mannequin.
How he seduces them?
Yes, you know, that they become part of this little group, that they are looking at dirty magazines or they're looking at the internet, that he humps the mannequin, that he talks about masturbation, that he appears naked, that it all sets the scene for him to say, it's okay to let me touch you, in essence, because it's normal, it's natural.
I think that this testimony really helps the defense, because the defense is saying that Michael is really like an adolescent in so many ways. And this is classic adolescent behavior. It doesn't seem to me to be consistent with child molestation, and more with the fact that Jackson is this strange guy who has this stunted growth and is stuck in adolescence.
Absolutely, but doesn't it get you close enough to plant the bedrock, if you will, the foundation for playing that adolescent game and setting up a victim?
Here is the problem with a situation like this. Sometimes truth, sometimes fiction. You can't tell where a witness is going, and when they mix some truth with some fiction or made-up story or accusations, it's very confusing for someone to figure out what they want to believe. This, in and of itself, is not criminal conduct.
But certainly it's not criminal conduct, certainly not nice conduct or good conduct, especially if it's not your own kids, unless you're also a 13-year-old. However, let's back up just a minute. The backdrop on this testimony is a Michael Jackson who just hours earlier had a warrant issued for his arrest. This is the testimony that, in some jurors' minds, that he was scared of.
So I don't think the jurors know about the warrant.
They don't know about the warrant.
Well, they know about the warrant, but they know about the late.
He's late, but they also see this disheveled guy coming in pajama bottoms and slippers.
They know something's wrong.
And there really is, sandals, excuse me, there really is something wrong here. And so he looks weird. I mean, he totally doesn't look like himself. And now we hear this testimony about this really peculiar behavior.
Yeah, really
Ricky
peculiar.
paints a great picture.
Doesn't she, though? That's why she was a great attorney when she was in the courtroom. Okay, I misspoke. Is a great attorney, was a great trial attorney when she was trying cases. Still ahead. I'll get out of this somehow. A suitcase filled with smut. Stay with us. Bueno. It was great. It's good one. Good job.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. As we continue with the young accuser's testimony, it shifts from underage drinking to a more sexual incident. Here's how it happened, according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, when you first saw the suitcase, where was it in that room?
It was to the left of the couch thing.
And did you ever see Mr. Jackson pick up the exhibit 470?
Yeah, like I was hanging out with him in there, and he was like putting on his makeup or something. I don't know. And then he grabbed the suitcase, and then he told me it was Frank's, and he showed me. He was like,
okay, and what did he show you?
He was like, look at this stuff. Frank's stinking ASS. Frank's stinking, it was S. Frank's stinking ass.
Right. What was inside the suitcase?
Adult materials.
And how many did you look at with Mr. Jackson?
Well, he showed me just one. Like, he showed me, and there was this girl in there, and then he put it away.
And how was the girl?
She had her legs spread open, and her vagina was, like, showing.
All right. Did you ever see that suitcase again?
Yes.
Where?
We had it up in near his bed, and then we were looking at all the stuff.
Who was we?
Me, my brother, and Michael.
And do you recall where in the bedroom was the suitcase when you first saw it that time?
The first time I saw it, it was in the restroom kind of thing. And then the second time I don't know if we brought it up there or like Michael brought it up there or something, I don't know, but it was up next to his bed and we were all going through the thing and we were making fun of Frank.
Did you look at the magazines?
Yes.
How many magazines do you think you saw?
We saw like practically everything, but there was a few we didn't look at.
How much time do you figure you were looking at all those things?
30 minutes to an hour, probably.
Did Mr. Jackson make any comments during the time, other than the ones you've talked about? Any other comments that he made at any of the photographs or the magazines?
Not really. We just were, like, making fun of Frank.
All right, final segment. Sean, who's ahead?
I still think that the defense is ahead, and I think that Michael Jackson's weirdness helps him.
Yeah.
He's probably the only 46-year-old man on the planet who we could actually imagine having an innocent relationship with young boys sleeping in his bed.
What say you?
After this testimony, Sneddon talked to the young man about Michael masturbating him twice. And then he left that subject, ended the examination, and left 20 minutes for Tom Mesereau to get up and begin the cross-examination. And Mesereau did a good job beginning to change the atmosphere.
And we're going to talk about that cross-examination when we come back. Ricky?
Orchestration is really critical, and every lawyer knows that. And here you have a situation where every commentator out there said how wonderful this youngster did on the stand, how powerful he was, how appropriate he was. Mr. Sneddon had enough in his arsenal to finish the day at the end of his direct, when the jurors would have a 3-day weekend, of full sympathy for this child. So I think for the prosecution, although I think they're ahead because of the child, they should have ended later, not sooner.
And, Sean, the idea of ending on that note, that's a trial dynamic gamesmanship thing.
I don't understand.
What's that say to you?
I can't understand why Mr. Sneddon didn't take advantage of that opportunity. Now the jurors, as Howard says, gets to hear Mesereau's cross-examination. And so they spend, I guess, a 3-day weekend thinking about what the last words were, which were Mesereau's words.
Yeah, indeed.
There's nothing more powerful than letting that jury go home with the two grossest acts, if they're true, that Michael Jackson did to this young man.
Yeah, now, we're going to leave it right there. Don't forget our 1-hour weekend edition. That's tomorrow, 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., and it's only on Ian. Monday will feature Mesereau's cross-examination of the accuser. See ya.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Well, what's next after a tardy appearance by a pajama-clad defendant amidst rumors of financial ruin? The court braces itself for yet another week of testimony. I'm James Curtis, and this is a special 1-hour edition of our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial. With major distractions whirling about outside of the courtroom but away from jurors, it's kind of easy to forget that the real story is the testimony of this young teenage accuser. Here he describes rather eccentric behavior by the King of Pop, and according to the courtroom transcripts, this is how he responded to D.A. Sneddon's questions.
Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a telephone that, like, we would listen to, like security guards talking to, like, their girlfriends and stuff.
How do you know that?
Michael showed me.
Showed you what?
How to, like, because what you do, like when you see one of these lights flashing, it means that someone's on one of those lines, and then you push the line and you can hear them. But once you push it, you can't say anything because they can hear you, and then you push mute so they can't hear you, and then you can hear who they're talking to and what they're talking about and stuff.
Now, who showed you how to do that?
The first time Michael did.
Now, were you present with Mr. Jackson when he listened in on people's conversations?
Yes.
A quick programming note here. Keep in mind that the actor hired for our reenactments bears no resemblance to the actual accuser. Next, a startling sight that shook up the young accuser.
And where were you when you saw Mr. Jackson coming up the stairs?
Me and my brother were laying on the bed.
And what were you doing?
I think we were just laying there.
All right. And when Mr. Jackson came up the stairs, did you notice anything?
Yeah, he was naked.
When you say naked, what do you mean by that?
Like, not clothes on.
Did Mr. Jackson do or say anything at that point in time?
No, he just ran up and just got something and went back down.
I'm sorry?
I think he just ran up there and got something and went back downstairs.
Do you recall him saying anything at that point?
No.
And what was your reaction to what you saw?
Nothing. It was just kind of like, me and my brother were kind of like, ew, you know what I mean?
Kind of like what?
Ew, like we never really saw a grown man, like, naked before.
You know, when I read that the first time, it didn't strike me strange, but hearing it now, it strikes me strange. I never saw a grown man naked before, Sean.
That is rather strange, and of course it corroborates...
I mean, and let's just put some context with that. I'm talking about other adult men, you go to school, I don't know. Is it just me?
I think it's just you.
Okay.
Coming from me, because outside of perhaps a parent.
Right.
But we're not talking about boys his own age. We're talking about an adult male coming into a room where he and his brother are naked. That's not a good thing for a little boy.
All right, well, fair enough, fair enough. Howard Weitzman, why do we care about this phone call testimony that we heard at the beginning?
Well, I'm not sure we care. I'm not sure it lends anything except to paint Michael in a bad light and to show he does childish things or has the ability to show childish things.
But that seems like it ties in more with the defense. I think the defense theme is that he's kind of odd and adolescent. I didn't understand why Mr. Snedden would introduce this, because it doesn't seem to fit into...
I want to piggyback on what you're saying, Sean, too, because I think this is interesting. The prosecution has tried to say that Michael Jackson would eavesdrop onto the conversations of the mother and the children, but particularly the mother, when they were falsely imprisoned, according to the prosecution, at Neverland. So they were like under surveillance. But here, Michael Jackson apparently eavesdrops on everybody's conversation, so it cuts against the prosecution.
Well, it may, but then it may give credence to the idea that if he eavesdrops here, he would eavesdrop elsewhere. But let's move on to another point, the second portion of the testimony that we heard about seeing Michael Jackson naked. It has a ring of truth to the extent, Howard Weitzman, that it corroborates, or at least is consistent with the other testimony from the other kids.
Absolutely correct. On its own, it reads to me and sounds to me like credible evidence. He's missing the part that his brother said, which is the erection.
That may be a different day.
That's right. Or he could be shy, embarrassed, forgetful, or untruthful. Again, it's really hard to tell exactly if there's a motivation, if he's just forgetful, or if it is a different day.
But, Ricky, let's pick up on your point. If it's a different day, did Snedden do a poor job of clarifying that? Because the jurors have to be asking that question.
One of my issues about looking at these transcripts is the fact that I often don't know what day certain things happen on, and I think that is a problem.
And I think the idea, Sean, has to be that you got to get into some detail, and I want to talk about the whole detail question, or question of detail, lack thereof, later on. But what about that point that Howard and Ricky just made? Is this the same incident? Is it a different incident? Is it clear to you?
No.
Should it have been made clearer?
Well, yeah, we talked about this last week. Snedden, I don't think, is doing a very good job of taking us through a very clear chronology. We're all having confusion here, and I can only imagine the jurors are having the same sort of confusion.
Unless, of course, Snedden doesn't have it doesn't have the ability to clear up the dates. Maybe it's all confusing. Maybe these boys don't know the dates.
Hence the wide range of dates in the charging document that we call an indictment. Well, a few minutes later, the accuser says drinking leads to fear of getting caught, and some bad advice from Jackson.
And how did the subject of the urine specimen come up, or urine bottle come up, peeing in the bottle?
I was afraid that the alcohol would show up in my urine, so I asked Michael. I told him, Michael, I think the alcohol might show in my urine.
Objection. Calls for a narrative, non-responsive. Move to strike. Overruled.
All right. So you're talking to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay, and you already told us that you told him about the test. Tell us the rest of the conversation, what you told Mr. Jackson.
I told him that I was afraid that the alcohol was going to show up in my urine when they got the test. So I asked him, what should I do? And then he said, doo-doo, just don't take the test.
He said what?
Doo-doo, just don't take the test.
What do you mean, doo-doo?
Well, he called a lot of kids doo-doo or doo-doo head.
Did you say anything back to Mr. Jackson when he told you, just don't take the test?
Well, I kind of told him I had to take the test. And he just said, don't take the test. And then after that, I just kind of nodded my head and didn't say anything.
Did you do any drinking after that?
Like, we were already in the wine cellar and I had my glass poured.
Well, did you drink it?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Jackson drink?
Yes.
Do we have big, blinking lights, Sean Chapman Holly, of coaching I'm concerned that it'll show up in my urine. This is, of course, a Howard Weitzman question,
Exactly.
but I figure you might want to do it
Well,
this time.
thank you. It dovetails exactly into what Howard was saying last week, and that is that would a child of this age, and I can't remember how old he is at this time,
I
but
think
would
he's
a
around
child
15
of
right
this
now, but he's
age
13 at the time.
be concerned about alcohol showing up in his urine or even know about that? It goes back to what Howard was saying last week.
Well,
Howard, go ahead.
I'm going to say something. This is a kid who's sick and probably having his blood tested regularly. And you could certainly make an argument that his fear of having alcohol detected has to do with the fact that Michael's giving him alcohol and he doesn't want it detected in his blood rather than, you know, him being on probation and the probation officer finding out that he had alcohol. So,
But it's not a question of probation, and we know
right,
that.
you're being facetious about that.
I know that, but someone might hear it not so facetious.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to clarify.
We're dealing with, you know, these urine tests here, and I think Howard is right that one of the things is that he knows, if we assume this child is truthful from Mr. Snedden's point of view, this child knows he is not supposed to be drinking. And that's a bad thing, whether it's for his health or whether his mother's going to find out. He knows he's not supposed to tell. So he could have enough sense that if it comes up in a urine test, that he's going to be in trouble with his mother.
It could cut either way, but let's talk about Mom for a minute. It seems like there's an awful lot of drinking going on, and Mom apparently, and we haven't heard from Mom yet, but does Mom know what's going on? If she does, she's not apparently trying to put a stop to it.
Well, she's not in the house. I mean, she's not in Michael's bedroom. Let's put it that way.
But she's around sometime. And what about the drinking on the plane?
Well, the drinking it'd be very interesting what she says when she testifies as if she knew or not. Obviously, according to the government, Michael didn't want her to know. That's why, according to the government, he gives the child the jacket and the watch. You know, it's like, don't tell your mother, don't tell anyone that I'm feeding you this alcohol.
Remember, the brother noticed how bizarrely he begins to act after drinking from the Coke cans. You would think that the mother would notice this and have some concern.
You would think. Well, that's what we think. When we return, descriptions of the alleged crime. Now, too much information or not enough detail, and later, a fierce response by the defense. Stay with us.
Reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Next, the accusation at the heart of this trial. District Attorney Tom Snedden asked the alleged victim to take us back to the time of that crime, or alleged crime. Here's how the teenager responded according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, Gavin.
Yes.
At any time while you were at Neverland Ranch, did Mr. Jackson ever touch you inappropriately?
Yes.
All right. How many times?
What I saw in my memory is only twice. But I mean, there's, like, I kind of feel it was more than twice. But I mean, the only times that I saw in my mind that he did it was only twice.
All right. Tell us about the first occasion.
The first time, well, my brother stopped sleeping in our room with us.
You're going to have to slow down and talk right into that mic now. I know you're nervous, but go ahead.
My brother had stopped sleeping in our room, and...
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike.
I'll lay some foundation, Your Honor.
Stricken.
Gavin, the first time he touched you, where were you? What room?
We were in his room.
Where were you in his room?
On the bed.
Was there anybody else present besides you and Mr. Jackson?
No, I think it was only us.
Now, you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that on many occasions that you and your brother and Mr. Jackson shared a bed in his bedroom, correct?
Yes.
On this particular occasion, had your brother Starr been with you and Mr. Jackson in bed before that?
Before this?
Objection, leading.
That's a terrible question anyhow. I'll withdraw it. Was there a period of time where your brother Starr stopped sleeping with you and Mr. Jackson?
Objection, leading. Overrule, the answer was yes.
And was it before or after the time that Mr. Jackson touched you for the first time?
When my brother stopped?
Yeah.
It was before, because he stopped sleeping in our room. In the room.
The accuser goes on to recount a truly disturbing story he heard from Michael Jackson.
All right. Tell the jury how it came about that you and Mr. Jackson were in bed together and what you were doing.
Well, we just had come back from drinking a lot in the arcade, and it was...
Doing what?
Drinking in the arcade.
Can you pull that down just a little bit? There. Okay, go ahead.
We just came back from drinking in the arcade, and then we went up to his room, and then we were sitting there for a while, and Michael started talking to me about masturbation.
So you were in the room for a while, and the defendant started talking to you about masturbation?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He told me, he said that if men don't masturbate, then that they can get to a level where they might rape a girl, or they might be like kind of unstable. So he was telling me that guys have to masturbate, and he told me a story that...
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, we'll stop right there.
Okay.
What else did he say to you?
He told me a story of he saw a boy one time. He was looking over a balcony or something, and he saw a boy who didn't masturbate, and he had sex with a dog.
Did he tell you anything else during this conversation?
That particular section?
Yeah.
Or...
I mean, did he tell you anything else?
He told me that boys had to masturbate, or males have to masturbate.
All right, Mom, if you're watching, just turn the set down right now. Howard, you and I have to have one of those guy conversations. This story, disturbing on one hand, ridiculous and outrageous on the other hand, but doesn't it remind you of the kind of talk that kids this age just might actually have? And when I say kids this age, putting Michael Jackson back at the age of this kid, around 13 years old.
Boy, I never had these conversations. I find
you did not go to my school, Howard, apparently.
Well,
you were...
I find the whole exchange incredible. The issue really is, which side is it incredible on? Would Michael Jackson have said this and made up this story to perhaps intimidate or coerce or seduce this kid? Or did the kid make it up?
Well, I don't know. Ricky, come on. I mean, all right, let me just give him for the benefit of my experience. Young boy, and I really don't want to get into this discussion really in a lot of detail, more than we have to, but the idea is that young boys have stupid conversations like this. If kids don't masturbate, then they're going to, I mean,
it's the old story of if you masturbate, you'll go blind.
Yes,
that would have been in my era. Now this is the other side. If you don't masturbate, you're going to go out and rape a girl. I mean, both are ridiculous. Kids have these conversations. The only question is, did Michael Jackson have these conversations? If you believe this story that Michael Jackson is just an errant adolescent, you can picture him having these conversations. If he is more deviant, then these conversations become sinister to a level that's really...
Absolutely.
You know, I'm happy to hear, though, that adolescent boys do have this kind of conversation.
Last time I checked, they did. Maybe I'm out to lunch.
Provides a basis for Gavin to know this story. He's talked about it with his friends, not Michael Jackson, perhaps.
That may be true, and so taking that one step further, is it coached speak or kid speak?
Well, yeah, you know, it seemed to me to be coached.
And I say it's kids.
Okay, go ahead, Howard.
Well, I was a kid once, many years ago. You did have conversations.
Didn't go to my school.
Who didn't, but you did have conversations, I will concede, about masturbation. This goes beyond that.
You're talking about
this goes beyond it. You're talking about rape, you're talking about dogs. Those conversations I never had.
But it sounds like, doesn't it, Ricky, the kind of story, whether Michael Jackson said it or not, that a kid would make up, or kids would make up.
Yes, and it's also a kind of story that kids would make up to justify masturbation.
And whether or not that was a story planted by someone else, Michael Jackson said it, he didn't say it, well, that's yet to be found out.
Or the two brothers could have made this up.
Could have been two kids talking with each other. The prosecution continues seeking details that include what Michael Jackson was wearing in his bedroom.
They couldn't hear what you had to say, Gavin. I know it's hard. Just lean right into it.
He told me that males have to masturbate.
All right. Now, when he said that, what, if anything, did he do or say after that?
He said that if I masturbated, and I told him that I didn't, and then he said if I didn't know how, that he would do it for me.
And what did you say?
And I said I didn't really want to.
All right. And then what happened?
And then he said it was okay, that it was natural, and that it's natural for boys to do it.
All right. What happened after that?
And then so we were under the covers, and I had his pajamas on because he had this big thing of pajamas, and he gave me his pajamas.
Okay.
And so I was under his covers, and then that's when he put his hand in my pants, and then he started masturbating me.
Could you see Mr. Jackson while he was doing that to you?
Not really. I wasn't really looking at him.
Could you tell whether or not he was moving?
Well, he was himself?
Yes.
I wasn't really looking at him. I could kind of feel him moving, but I mean, I never really saw him moving.
And next, the accuser delivers more graphic detail.
Do you know approximately how long Mr. Jackson masturbated you?
Maybe 5 minutes, I guess.
Do you know what an ejaculation is?
Yes.
And did you have an ejaculation?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything to you afterwards?
I kind of felt weird. I was embarrassed about it. And then he said it was okay, that it was natural.
Did anything else happen that evening between you and Mr. Jackson?
No, after that, he tried to say that it was okay and that kind of like to comfort me because I felt weird. I felt weird about it. And then after a while, we just went to sleep.
Is this a question, Ricky Kleeman, of too much detail or not enough information? I prosecuted sexual assault and child abuse cases. I recall, and myself, as well as watching other sexual assault and child abuse prosecutors, going into excruciating detail about the particulars of the assault. You don't stop at, was there ejaculation? What did it look like? What did it feel like? Did it smell? What happened afterwards? Did you clean up? The kind of questions we heard coming out of the Kobe Bryant case. It's not here.
Well, I don't know if it is too little detail. I think that the picture that is painted just with this overview of what happened is so grotesque if this really happened. And I think that it may be enough. I also wanted to bring up the fact that we have to remember he's talking about this cache of pajamas that Michael Jackson has, and that he was wearing pajamas, they shared pajamas, and this is the day that Michael Jackson comes to court in pajamas.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Howard Weitzman. Bad visual.
Bad visual. This is what cross-examination is all about, and you started to touch on it. Now, the picture this young man paints is he's masturbated, he ejaculates, Michael says it's okay, and they go to sleep. I missed the part where you clean up afterwards. And if I was Mr. Snedden, assuming the facts were present, that's what I would have gone over in detail to give that jury the feeling of a realistic experience. Right now, as I listen to it, it isn't real.
It doesn't seem that there's quite enough detail. And Sean, I suppose the danger for the defense is the reaction that people will have initially is masturbation, this is horrible, this is terrible, and not think about that level of detail.
Yeah, you know, and I want to go back to one of the earlier selects when he answers, what I saw in my memory is only twice, but I mean, there's, like, I kind of feel it was more than twice, the only times that I saw in my mind. You prosecuted these kind of cases. Maybe you can tell us if this is normal. This sounds kind of bizarre to me, like perhaps there's other memories he has, not from what happened, but from what somebody told him.
What somebody told him, or...
I think they're going to bring in a child abuse expert, and I think that that's the person that they expect to tie this all together. That often what happens to kids when they're victims of sexual abuse or physical abuse, but particularly sexual abuse, is that they say that they only remember some, that they say it was in a dreamlike state, that they say that they may have fallen asleep. And I think that expert is critical for the prosecution.
Maybe, but Sean, if you think that talk, that language back in my 11-year-old memory is a little odd and bizarre, there's more coming up. When we return, the boy says he resisted, and later the defense attorney goes on a rampage. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The teenage accuser continues to provide graphic testimony about the crimes that Michael Jackson is charged with. Here, Prosecutor Tom Sneddon asks about a second incident in Jackson's bedroom. This is what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Was there any other occasion where Mr. Jackson touched you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Well, there was about a day after that he did it. He did it one more time.
All right. Where were you?
In his bed.
And was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
And who else was there anybody else present besides you and Mr. Jackson?
No.
And what were you doing up in his bedroom at this point in time?
Well, we just came back from the arcade again, and then we went up to his room, and then we were sitting, I think we were watching TV or something, and then we were on top of his covers, and he did it again.
How were you dressed on this occasion?
In his pajamas again, because I would always use his pajamas.
All right. And how was Mr. Jackson dressed? Do you remember?
He was in his pajamas too.
Next, the teenage accuser claims he tried to say no.
Now, tell us what happened.
The same thing happened again, and he said that he wanted to teach me, and then we were laying there, and then he started doing it to me, and then he kind of grabbed my hand in a way to try to do it to him, and I pulled my hand away because I didn't want to do it.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything before he reached over and grabbed your private parts?
He would always say that it was natural and don't be scared, and it was okay.
Now, how long do you think it lasted the second time?
The same time.
Did you ejaculate the second time?
I think I did.
Now, when was it at point in time that Mr. Jackson reached over and grabbed your arm?
Maybe like halfway through it.
Did you say anything to him when you pulled your hand away?
I said that I didn't want to.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything to you?
I don't think he did.
Were there any other occasions where Mr. Jackson tried to do something to you that you felt was inappropriate that you remember?
No.
I have to go back, Ricky Kleeman, to not enough detail. And again, Mom turned down the television set. But if you're listening, the detail, the lack of detail, both of these incidents essentially stop at, did he masturbate you? Was there pain? What did it feel like? Was there any lubrication? I mean, this is graphic, I know, and I apologize to anybody who might be offended by this, but this is what happens in a sexual assault of this nature, and it's not here.
I agree with you. I mean, I think I would have prosecuted the case as you would have with far more detail. While saying that, I'm going to defend Mr. Sneddon in this way. Let's assume that Mr. Sneddon believes that this is enough and he doesn't want to embarrass this child any further, and perhaps he thinks that it'll be up to the jury to fill in whatever is left. Now, the risk he takes is this, of course, is that the detail then gets done by the defense, which actually could really mess up the detail for him.
It could. And Howard, let me go ahead and pitch in and help out Mr. Sneddon to the extent that this graphic detail may make this kid uncomfortable, may make the jurors uncomfortable. Will it be enough, or is it simply opening a door for the defense?
Well, I think it opens a door for the defense, and Mr. Sneddon, in my opinion, should have been more cautious and more detailed. This is a credibility issue, and ultimately the jurors are going to have to take this young man's word or believe Michael Jackson didn't do it, and the detail becomes crucial here in this jury assessing credibility, in my opinion.
And now, Sean, what about the next question that has to be, what does this have to do with what Starr described? Starr, David, the brother of this accuser, described two incidents, none of which, according to my recollection, and help me out if I'm missing something, said anything about Michael Jackson masturbating his brother.
Right. As I recall, Starr said that his brother appeared to be sleeping, slightly snoring. So I'm wondering if these are completely different occasions. We don't know, I think, in part because Mr. Sneddon is not making it clear. He still has an opportunity to clear it up, I suppose.
And it gets back to the point you made previously about the vague answer at the end, in my 11-year-old mind, or maybe that actually comes later, but in my memory, I remember two. I think there might have been more. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, it's vague, but
You can only use what you've got. Kids oftentimes will not go into these kinds of details in sexual molestation cases, and it becomes a blur to them. They know that the act happened. There was masturbation, there was ejaculation. But to get them to remember the detail is really a task that they may not help you out with because they can't.
And is that where the expert comes in?
I think that is exactly where the expert comes in.
It's incumbent, in my opinion, up to the lawyer. It's up to the lawyer to take these kids along that path. And Mr. Snedden hasn't done that. You can do it, assuming the facts are present.
Now, can you wrap it up and tie it in a neat bow? Should the prosecutor attempt to do that, or if he can't, should he just leave it alone? Well, the accuser's story has been compelling, at least up to this point. Now it's time for the defense to try to tear it apart. That's what he gets paid for. Tom Mesereau hits back and hits back hard.
Now, you told the jury yesterday that Michael Jackson didn't do much for your cancer, correct?
Yes.
Was that a true statement?
Yeah, because I didn't see him much. He would tell me that he wasn't there when he was there at the ranch, and it made me real sad because in my mind he was my best friend in the whole world, and my best friend was trying to avoid me while I had cancer.
Did Michael Jackson call you at the hospital while you had cancer?
Yes, he called me, invited me up to the ranch.
He talked to you a lot in the hospital, didn't he?
No.
Here, does it come across, Sean Chapman Holly, as, and this is just the beginning of this portion of the testimony, the cross-examination, this kid being a spoiled brat, perhaps? He called me, but he didn't call me enough? Or is this the complaint of a sick kid that is going to find some sympathy?
Well, as we'll see later, Mr. Mesereau makes exactly your first point. That is that this is a spoiled kid, rather. And again, we have to juxtapose the way this kid was living before and the way he's living at Netherland, which is not necessarily coming through. How did he suddenly go from living in a one-room apartment with all of these people to suddenly now demanding that Mr. Jackson do more for him, pay more attention to him, call him more? I'm not sure where this is going. It doesn't really look good for this kid, this sort of testimony.
On the other hand, Howard Weissman, I have to tell you, and we're going to look at some more of this cross-examination, I don't like this cross-examination. I don't like it to the extent that it seems, one, that Mesereau is being maybe a little too rough with this kid, and secondly, more importantly, and what I'm more surprised at, coming from Tom Mesereau, Ricky, you and I got to see him in action during the Blake trial, fabulous, but he seems to be all over the map and getting thrown off his game, if you will, by this young accuser.
Well, there could be a reason he's taking this particular tack. Sometimes you don't want to be structured and linear. You want to get the witness relaxed. You don't want the witness to know where you're going. And perhaps what he's trying to do here is show that this young man makes things up and is less than credible. When he says Michael Jackson didn't call him enough, and then in cross-examination we're going to see in a minute, he actually did call him more than the first impression would lead you to believe. So that this may merely be a setting up of lack of credibility.
But you may be right about that, but the aggression, I mean, I've watched Mesereau. I watched him for weeks in the Blake trial, and granted, this is an entirely different scenario when you're dealing with a child. I never seemed to pick up, and Ricky, help me out with this, that he ever was out of control.
Never.
He was always in control of that courtroom.
I don't think he's out of control here, because what happens is, this is like a volleyball game, if I can use that metaphor. To use Howard's word, it's a setup. What he is he's tossed the ball up now with his kind of generalization about Michael not calling him. And now what we're going to see in the next part of the testimony is he jams it over the net when he shows exactly how often Michael did call him.
All right, let's look at that jamming over the net, as it were. When we return, can the accuser hold up to the full court pressure of this defense?
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Some testy exchanges on cross-examination as the defense seeks to draw out a different version of this relationship. Here's what happened according to the courtroom transcripts.
Do you remember telling the police in your first interview you were asked the question, and did you talk to him a lot while you were in the hospital? Answer, I talked to him a lot. Like he would call, and I'd call him and stuff, and we just talk about, like, video games. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I probably meant lengthy conversations as in time.
You were then asked, how often did he call you? I don't know, but I think it was probably at least 3 times a week. Or something. Do you remember that?
Yeah, including outside of the hospital, my grandmother's house.
But that's not what you told the sheriffs, was it? You told him that he called you approximately 3 times a week?
Excuse me, he's not even giving the witness a chance to answer the question.
I thought he answered the question.
You're cutting him off.
I apologize. Pardon me. Let's go over it again. You told Santa Barbara sheriffs in your first interview, Mr.
that Michael Jackson called you about 3 times a week at the hospital and you would talk for 2 or 3 hours at a time, correct?
Yeah, probably during the period of when, in the beginning of the first 2 months of my cancer, where I was actually going and hanging out with Michael. And after those 2 months, it was all cut off.
Did you tell the Santa Barbara sheriffs that when you were in the hospital with cancer, Michael Jackson would call you at least 3 times a week and speak to you for an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours at a time?
Michael would call me probably during the beginning of my cancer, probably 3 times a week, and I would call him and we would talk to a long time, and we would talk about video games, and we would talk about people he knew, people I knew, stuff like that.
Well, that exchange even has Howard Weitzman shaking his head. Next, Mesereau implies that no good deed goes unpunished.
I'd like to explore your statement to the jury that he didn't do much for you when you had cancer.
Okay.
You've just talked about the calls, right?
Yeah.
He invites your family to his home, correct?
He invited us to Neverland in the beginning, yeah.
He lets your family stay at his home for weeks, correct?
Yeah.
He gives you a car to use, true?
Yes, same car he takes back in the middle of the time that that my family needed a car.
Gives your family an SUV so they can go back and forth to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Gives you a computer, right?
Yes.
Flies your family to Florida and lets them stay at a resort for 2 nights, right?
No. He took me to Florida in result of the Martin Bashir documentary that was being aired.
Did your family stay at the resort hotel called Turnberry in Florida?
Michael put us up in the resort in the Turnberry.
All right, Howard Weitzman, I talked about you shaking your head and making audible sounds over there. Howard, what do you think of this cross?
Well, I think the cross is very well done. I think it shows a young man who's defensive, trying to anticipate where the examiner is going, and attempting to justify certain statements that he's made. It all goes to the credibility issue. And it seems to me, this young man, if I'm assessing credibility, you have to take a step back and look at him and say, gee, I wonder if he's being truthful or not. And if he lies in part here, would he tell a story here?
This is a difficult, as we know, a difficult cross-examination. This is the most sympathetic profile which could exist in a victim.
Sure.
He has cancer, he's poor, he's the victim of abusive parents. And so the difficulty for Mr. Mesereau is not attacking too hard, but getting at the truth.
And again, you read my mind. You guys are on a roll today. Ricky Kleeman, that's what I'm picking up. Howard says you pull back and you say, is this kid being too defensive? I pull back and say, is Mesereau being too aggressive?
Well, we have to also remember that when this took place, this was a very short period of time for Tom Mesereau to begin his cross-examination. The jury was going to have the case for 3 days before he continued his cross. And I think that Mr. Mesereau may have gotten a bit rough with the kid too early if we looked at it if he had a whole day. But he wanted the jury to see that this boy may be lying. On the other hand, what Mr. Snedden has going for him is that you have a child who was in the hospital that Michael Jackson befriends when he has cancer, and the child wants more. Of course he wants more. He thinks he's dying.
He thinks he's dying. He thinks he perhaps is entitled. I don't know if that's good or bad. But, Howard, what about the strategic aspect of this? Let's put aside for just a moment whether Mesereau was too rough or not rough enough, whether the kid was defensive or not. The point that Ricky touched on before we left last week, Snedden stops this direct examination and gives Mesereau the opportunity to have this jury go home for the weekend, not with the great point, if you take it on its face, made by Tom Snedden. How many times were you molested?
It does two things for Tom Mesereau. First, it does begin to set a stage on impeaching the credibility of this witness. And secondly, it allows him to start to take control of this witness. This witness goes home over the weekend and knows that he's going to be asked tough questions, and he better think about the answer and be truthful.
Now, that may be something that will play itself out in this courtroom. We've yet to see. As the questioning continues, the tempers flare.
Did you get a watch?
Yes.
From Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Did you get a jacket for Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Did your family go back and forth and stay at Neverland free?
Everyone stays at Neverland for free.
Well, who do you think pays the bills?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Well, on both parts. Let's start another question, and don't try to...
Mr.
A minute. I'm sorry. I'll instruct both the witness and the attorney not to argue with each other.
You don't want that instruction if you're any attorney in a courtroom in front of a jury. A few minutes later, it's who did what for whom and how much is enough.
Can you look this jury in the eye and tell them Michael Jackson did nothing for you when you had cancer?
I never said Michael did nothing for me.
Did you say he did very little?
Yeah, he didn't do as much as I felt, as my 11-year-old mind felt.
He should?
No, he shouldn't. It's not his obligation to do anything.
Well, are you telling the jury you deserved a lot more from Michael Jackson than you and your family got?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that. See, when I have a friend, Michael, and you're saying all these things that he did, but you know, when my 11-year-old mind, and when I see my friend say that he's not there and he's not at Neverland Ranch trying, and I see him walking and I see his car that he only drives going down at Neverland, you know, it felt like my heart broke right there.
So by doing all of these things,
I don't remember George Lopez or Jamie Masada or Louise Palenker ever doing that to me.
Did they take your family into their homes, any of them?
Actually, I spent a night at Chris Tucker's house.
Did he let your family move into his home, yes or no?
I'm sure he probably would have if we really got to a point where we couldn't live at our house no more.
I'll instruct both witnesses, Sean Chapman Holly, both parties, the attorney and the witness, not to argue with each other. That hurts in front of the jury.
It definitely hurts.
And let me just dovetail on that. Unlike the dressing down that Mesereau got at the beginning of this trial, which I agree was probably inappropriate for the judge to do, this I think is okay. Come on, give it up, Sean.
Yes. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
And this is not what you would want. This is not what you would want to have happen. The jurors can't help but feel for the boy when the judge is telling the lawyer, stop arguing with him.
Yeah.
And the boy becomes victimized by the lawyer. And here what you see is the judge protecting the boy. And one of the things that I said before I had to rethink, that it wasn't that this young boy was afraid of dying, because he says that he didn't think he was going to die. He knew he was dealing with cancer and chemotherapy.
But he had overheard the doctor say to his parents, right.
So here you get this child who really was vulnerable, who's becoming vulnerable again, and no wonder he's defensive.
Now, do you agree with that, Howard? And the second point that we need to deal with is, yeah, he didn't do so much as I felt, as my 11-year-old mind felt.
I thought that was a very odd statement and indicates coaching. But I think what Tom Mesereau is trying to do, and I understand the strategy, he's got 20 minutes at the end of the day. He wants the jurors to go home thinking he, the lawyer, doesn't believe this witness. He kind of dismisses him with some disdain, and the witness argues with him. If you look at the last question and answer we heard, where he says about Chris Tucker, did he let your family move into his home, yes or no? And the young man does not answer it yes or no. Why doesn't he answer it yes or no? Because he has his agenda.
Well, yeah,
he has his story. No. Even a 13-year-old witness.
After all, and I think the kid actually makes a good point when he says, look, we didn't move in, and perhaps Mesereau tries to oversell, as it were. They don't move in. They stay there for an extended period of time, but they don't pack it all up and move into the home of Michael Jackson.
And you almost, I'm sorry, I have to disagree a tiny bit.
Oh, don't apologize to me. Go ahead.
You almost understand the kid, Gavin, being somewhat defensive because Mesereau has really upped the ante, has got him into this argumentative state almost by virtue of Mesereau's argumentative posture and attitude and stance.
All right, Howard, you get to respond on the other side. So, Ed, Neverland, a paradise or a prison? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Is the young accuser able to stand up to a vigorous cross-examination by Jackson's attorney, Tom Mesereau? Well, you be the judge. Here's the dramatic confrontation according to the courtroom transcripts.
There isn't one celebrity that you approached who let your family move into his home except Michael Jackson.
I didn't.
True?
Excuse me. I'm going to object to the question. Assumes a fact not in evidence, and it's argumentative.
Overruled.
I never moved into Michael's house. I never moved my stuff over there and lived there permanently. I stood there and visited.
Your family was there for weeks at a time, correct?
Yes, and they also kept us there for weeks at a time when we wanted to leave.
Is this one of your many escapes where you came back?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. I withdraw it, Your Honor.
He withdraws at Howard Weitzman, and here I think, and tell me if you agree with me, this is really more of the same point, more of the point that he made during the last segment of his cross-examination.
Not only that, I think it is too argumentative, in my opinion. So maybe there was a strategy he had. I can't see it. You shouldn't be arguing with this child.
Yeah, now let's move on to another point outside of the hearing of the jury. On Friday, the jury is not in court. They set that day aside for motions. Those are the requests that either side, the prosecution or the defense, makes of the court about what they want to do, the type of evidence they want to put on. There were several of them. Let's talk about one of the big ones, that is the jury view. That is the idea that the defense asks this court to allow the jury to take a field trip.
Right.
We want the jury to go, according to the defense, to Neverland. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me just lay this out for everybody. We want the jury, the defense says, to go to Neverland to take a look at the house because it's so unique and because there's been so much discussion about what you can see from where, what vantage points, what you can hear.
Crucial,
but it was shot down.
Crucial to allow the jury to assess the credibility and from their point of view see if the witnesses could in fact see or hear what they said they could. And Tom Mesereau, I thought, did an excellent job in laying out for the judge a number of reasons. I mean, to use his words, he talks about view. Various doors, sound, and what I thought was strange, the district attorney's office never filed anything in opposition. Mr. Mesereau, you can tell, thought the motion was unopposed.
Yes, exactly. Let me hold that thought. I want to get everybody in before we have to go. Sean, he shoots it down the judge summarily. He doesn't comment, doesn't edit right. He says no.
A videotape. It's my paranoia. They allowed a jury view in the O.J. Simpson trial, led to a not guilty. I think everything is reversed. They don't want that O.J. Simpson verdict.
I don't know about that, Ricky.
He says the reason for not doing the view is because they have videotapes beyond videotapes. There's more videotape in this case than anything else.
Videotapes are by the prosecution. Catch us tomorrow at 9 p.m. Another 1-hour edition, inclusive of Michael Jackson trial coverage. We'll see you then.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Pow, Kazam, and Wham! No, it's not the soundtrack from that old Batman TV series. It sounded more like the defense yesterday, punching holes in the story of the accuser. I'm James Curtis. This is a special 1-hour edition, our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau continues his cross-examination of the accuser, and he wants to know who provided the accuser his sex education, if you will. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
On Thursday, you testified about how you learned what masturbation was. Remember that?
I believe so.
Pardon me?
I believe so.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Jackson told you what masturbation is, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that true?
Yes.
And you testified to the jury that Mr. Jackson said that if men don't masturbate, that they can get to a level where they might rape a girl. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you remember being interviewed by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department on a number of occasions?
Yes.
And do you remember who interviewed you?
Most likely Steve Robel or Paul Zellis.
Do you remember being asked, before we get started on the next set of questions, can you describe to us what your opinion is, what you think masturbation is? Do you remember one of the sheriffs asked you that during an interview?
I believe so.
And you knew those interviews were being recorded, right?
Yes.
Remember you said, my grandma explained it to me. She told me that the only reason is because, like, if men don't do it, men might get to a point where they might go ahead and rape a woman. Do you remember saying that to the sheriffs?
I believe so.
Why did your story change between that interview and your testimony last Thursday?
Well, what do you mean by change?
Well, you told the police your grandmother made that quote to you, and you came into court under oath and told the jury Mr. Jackson made that quote to you.
They That didn't change because Michael tried to explain to me first, and he was more pushing on me than that men have to masturbate. Now, later, when I came back from Neverland, I guess my grandmother saw that I was very confused about sexuality and things like that, and my grandmother explained to me a lot of things.
So it just so happened that after Mr. Jackson told you if a man doesn't do it, they may get to a point where they rape a woman, your grandmother made the almost identical quote to you? Is that what you're saying?
Not really. She didn't make the same exact thing that Michael said, but I'm not exactly sure what my grandmother said. I know my grandmother explained a lot of things to me.
Okay, aside from the contradiction, your grandmother's talking to you about sex. We'll deal with that in just a moment. A programming note in the meantime, this actor who's hired to do our reenactments bears no resemblance to the actual accuser. Back to the courtroom action as Tom Mesereau continues to hammer away at more possible contradictions.
But what you're telling the jury is it was sort of a coincidence that both your grandmother and Michael used almost the identical phrase about raping a woman?
Both my grandmother and Michael were trying to talk to me about pretty much the birds and the bees story.
Okay, and they pretty much said the identical thing. Is that what you're telling me?
Not exactly.
Not exactly?
No.
Well, the quotes are almost identical, aren't they?
You see, Michael was trying to tell me that I have to masturbate. My grandmother was actually telling me, giving me the talk. Michael was just talking about masturbation.
But your grandmother said to you, if men don't do it, men might get to a point where they might go ahead and rape a woman, correct?
Michael also told me that.
Well, so you're saying they basically said the same thing.
My grandmother said it's okay to do it, because sometimes some men, they can't control themselves and might do that.
But in that police interview, you never mentioned that Michael Jackson had said that to you, did you?
I'm sure in one of the other transcripts I mentioned about Michael.
Not in that interview, correct?
But I'm sure in another one I did.
All right, folks, this is huge to say the very least, and I apologize for my Batman analogy, but this is a Mack truck through the prosecution's point, isn't it?
This is, I think, the highlight of the day for me. There are many things that follow,
yes,
and there are many things that other people have looked at to look at what was the great moment. But I really think that the chances of Michael Jackson and the grandmother using the same phrase to express why one must masturbate, to not rape a woman, the chances are just so infinitesimally small. To me, this is the defense just can kind of take a breath and just let the jury have this sink in.
Howard, you don't agree?
Well, Ricky,
I was kidding.
Ricky is much kinder than me.
Yeah.
The kid is lying. I think it's very clear he's lying. This is what cross-examination is all about. The Batman analogy is perfect here. Truth and justice. That's what Tom Mesereau. That's what Tom Mesereau is fighting for and bringing.
I love it. Yeah. I love it. And you know, not only does it demonstrate that he's lying, but it shows his willingness to stick with this ridiculous story, even as it's revealed. There's no way the grandmother and Michael Jackson used this outrageous analogy.
If
but
indeed
now
the
when
grandmother even said this,
I'm
thinking back. You know. I'm thinking back to my grandma and a lot of the grandmothers that I know talking to your grandson about masturbation.
Well,
just stopping at that point.
But you did not live in this family. So, you know, he may not have wanted to go to his mother. He didn't have a father figure. Maybe he did go to his grandmother. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that his grandmother is the person who said this. Somebody said this. I've got to assume he just didn't make it up. Somebody said it.
Yes, it's in a transcript.
You think he made it up altogether?
I think he and his brother made it up. I can just see this. Grandma, I was wondering, could you talk to me about masturbation? Come on, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, you know, the grandmother's going to testify. It'll be very interesting.
Well, she's part of the family.
Yes, indeed she is.
Yeah, but Ricky's point is one well taken. We don't know what this family is about, how they talk to one another. Certainly, it may have indeed happened that way. But let's take another point here, a rather legalistic one. I don't want to get too technical, but it's something called discovery. Tom Sneddon, the prosecutor, knew about this statement to the cops. This statement was made, according to Tom Mesereau, not objected to by Sneddon, to the police about the grandmother using the same phrase.
Well, and we've seen this time and time again, and you've come around, because we mentioned this last week. I have not come anywhere,
thank you very much, young lady.
Where we said how outrageous it is that Mr. Sneddon didn't see this coming and prepare for it in some way, and you said that Mr. Sneddon didn't have time.
Well, No.
Of course he did.
Okay.
Of course he
Mr.
had time.
Seddon is stuck. I mean, I don't want to be the apologist here for the prosecution, but I do think that we need a voice that says some of the things that the prosecution may be doing correctly. He doesn't have a choice. I mean, he's got these facts as they are. He knows what they are. He can go forward and have his witness say he did it to both, or he can wait for Mesereau. Probably we would have gone forward and put it in first, but nonetheless, it's just it's a strategy choice.
Mr. Snedden has a choice. He didn't have to prosecute the case.
Okay, that's another issue. We'll get into that in a moment, I'm sure, as we go along here today. Bad day for the prosecutor, no matter how you look at it, I think. Next, the biggest bombshell of all at this trial.
Did Mr. Snedden ever tell you he had conducted an interview with a Mr. Alpert on Saturday?
No, he did not tell me that he conducted an interview.
Okay. Did he ever tell you he had spoken with Mr. Alpert?
Yes.
And what did he say about that?
He asked me about Mr. Alpert.
Okay.
What I knew.
And did he ask you if you ever had a meeting with Mr. Alpert, correct?
Yes.
And you told him you did, right?
Yes.
You told him you met...
I told him that I'm pretty sure I did. I did, because I didn't really remember too good.
You didn't remember too good that you had told Mr. Alpert that Mr. Jackson had never touched you sexually?
Well, I believe it happened because he was a dean of the school, and so I'm pretty sure I had a conversation with him.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. Snedden you were pretty sure you had had a conversation with Dean Alpert at John Burroughs School?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Snedden approximately when you had that discussion?
No.
Did Mr. Snedden ever ask you when you had that discussion?
No.
Where did the discussion with Dean Alpert take place?
I don't remember. It was probably in his office.
Okay. And the purpose of the discussion was what, if you know?
It was probably about Michael.
Okay. You say probably about Michael?
Uh-huh.
But you're not sure.
I'm not sure what the whole conversation was about.
Okay, but sometime in that conversation, Dean Alpert looked you in the eye and said, "Are these allegations that Mr. Jackson sexually abused you true?" Right?
Uh-huh.
And you said they were not true, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I told him that Michael didn't do anything to me.
Okay, Mr. Alpert asked you twice whether or not Michael Jackson had ever done anything of a sexual nature to you, correct?
I don't know if he asked me twice.
Well, the first time he asked you, you shook your head no, right?
I don't know.
And the second time he asked you, you said to him, "No, he did not touch me in any sexually inappropriate way," correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm pretty sure I told him that.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know how exactly it happened.
A lot of I don't knows coming up, Howard Weitzman, and this information with respect to this teacher apparently coming over the weekend.
Yes, and something none of us knew about.
Yeah.
As I understand, it was volunteered by the lawyer for the teachers, which is really interesting because they watched what was taking place, and I think they knew this kid was less than truthful, and they wanted that information out there, and they talked with both the prosecutor and the defense.
And Sean, later on, we're going to see and hear about testimony, potential testimony at least, about this kid's past at this school. How does that play, and what does that have to do with this case? Why is it in there?
Well, one, he has disciplinary problems, which shows him to be troubled. And, of course, Mr. Mesereau is going to say that that's going to lead to him being a liar in this case. But it also, as we're going to see later on, it shows that this is a kid who stands up to his teachers. And if he's somebody who stands up to his teachers, is he really the shrinking violet who is going to endure abuse by an adult like Mr. Jackson?
That's an excellent point. Ricky, hold on just a second. I got to take this break. But the idea of confrontation really comes to the fore as we continue with a teacher's testimony or testimony about a teacher and letters to Daddy Michael. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The defense continues with more rough and tumble cross-examination of this teenage accuser. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Okay. Now, based on what you've already said, you also discussed a teacher named Gerald, right?
Yes.
When I started asking you questions about your discussion with Mr. Snedden, the first person you mentioned was Mr. Geralt, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Geralt was also a teacher at the school, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in summary, you had some disciplinary problems with Mr. Geralt, right?
I had a lot of disciplinary problems.
Excuse me?
I had a lot of disciplinary problems.
You had a lot of them?
Uh-huh.
What disciplinary problems did you have?
I would get into fights sometimes at school.
Pardon me?
I would get into fights sometimes at school.
Okay, you got into a lot of them, didn't you?
Not a lot. I got into a few.
Okay, and were you ever asked to leave the school?
No, I don't think so.
Were you ever asked to leave class?
Yes.
Okay, and approximately when did that happen?
Well, a lot of teachers at John Burroughs Middle School, once anyone even talks out of turn, they'll send you out of class.
Well, you got up in class and accused Teacher Geralt of having his balls in his mouth, right?
His balls in his mouth?
Yes.
No, because I was never in one of his classes.
Do you deny doing that?
I don't even remember ever doing that.
Next, bad attitude or a brave boy?
Now, you said you were accused of being on drugs, right?
Yes.
And you say that was false, right?
Yes. I will never go on drugs.
Okay, who accused you of being on drugs?
Mr. Geralt.
Okay, and did he ask you if you were on drugs?
He was doing it in a way that he was trying to make fun of me.
Were you escorted away from the other students at one point?
During the detention?
Yes.
Actually, all the students in there were kind of cheering me on because they all knew how Mr. Geralt is, and no one's ever stood up to him before.
And you stood up to the teacher, right?
I was already standing up, so...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I guess so.
You did stand up to Teacher Geralt, right?
Yes.
You confronted him, right?
Yes, after he had brought himself down to my level by doing those things, by not... See, because I believe teachers are higher than me, because I'm just a student. When a teacher does something like that and makes fun of me and tries to say I'm on drugs, he's no longer the level of a teacher. He comes down to my level.
And you were angry about that, right?
I felt as if he didn't deserve respect as a teacher.
Didn't deserve respect as a teacher?
No.
Okay, so you did not respect him because you didn't think he deserved it, right?
I didn't respect him as a person.
And you told him that, didn't you?
I didn't tell him in those exact words.
Pardon me?
I didn't tell him, I don't respect you. I didn't tell him in those exact words.
It gets worse and worse, it would appear, for this kid on the stand. Ricky Kleeman, I want to let you make your point. But also, we start off with him telling one teacher that Michael didn't do anything, to now standing up to a teacher, furthering this issue of the discipline problem. It's getting worse.
Well, I think it's getting worse. I'm going to give it to you quickly on both sides. I will say this, that a kid who may stand up to one teacher about issues that have nothing to do with alleged sexual abuse may not want to tell anyone else, another teacher, a principal, a dean, a relative, about sexual abuse. But putting that aside, the fact that he is so tough here with this teacher, it shows a lack of respect. And we have to remember who's on this jury. You have people on this jury who have been teachers, and they will have their own assessment of what he is saying.
And it also shows a different side of this boy that we haven't seen. They've put him out here as this sick, weak, cancer patient. And now we see this confrontational student when the other students wouldn't stand up to this teacher. He's the one who did.
But, Howard, can't you take that very same set of facts, having dealt with victims of sexual assault as a prosecutor, you get a lot of what the experts call acting out. When kids, especially being a victim of this horrific disease, cancer, and if he is a molestation victim, you get that kind of aberrant behavior based on things that happen to the kid, not just because he's a knucklehead.
Yes. However, what you're seeing live and in real time is Tom Mesereau putting the pressure on this kid to bring out his real attitude. And the jury has the opportunity to see this kid, in my opinion, for who he is. This is a witness you have to put pressure on. And what you're seeing is a defiant attitude, a confrontational attitude with the attorney in the courtroom in front of the jury. And there's more to come.
There is more to come, but will it inure, will it help the prosecution, insofar as they will be able to come back and say, look, this is a kid who's had a rough life, and this is what happens to kids who don't have a really good childhood. Now the defense, though, switches the line of questioning from the accuser's school to his affectionately worded communications with Michael Jackson.
Okay, have you had a chance to look at that document?
Yes.
Does it refresh your recollection about your sending a card to Michael Jackson that said, "I miss you, Daddy Michael"?
Yes.
Okay, how often would you send cards or letters to Michael Jackson?
I'd probably send them maybe once a month or something like that.
And you used to ask him for his phone numbers, right?
He would give me some of his phone numbers.
Pardon me?
He would give me some of his phone numbers. He gave them.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Did you tell the jury last week that he gave you phone numbers that ended up not working?
No. I told you he gave me phone numbers, and after a while they didn't work.
And you would then routinely ask him for numbers that did work, right?
Not really routinely, but I mean, I asked him.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you began sending letters or cards to Michael Jackson?
Probably when the numbers didn't work no more, and all we had was Evie to talk to.
Do you remember sending a letter to Michael Jackson that said, "I love you, Daddy Michael, and tell my little brother and little sister that I love and care about them. Thank you for everything, Daddy Michael. Thank you for being my Daddy Michael. Thank you for helping me be happy and beat cancer"? Do you remember sending him a letter like that?
Not really, but I mean, I probably did.
Now the question has to become, was it the accuser's family who actively pursued Michael Jackson and not the other way around?
Do you recall ever writing to Michael Jackson about his injuring his foot?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you told Michael Jackson about that.
I just told him, like, I hope he feels better or stuff like that.
You told him that your family was praying for him, true?
I think so.
You said you felt sorry about his foot being broken, right?
Yes.
And you said you couldn't wait till you could play at Neverland again, right?
Yes.
You called him Daddy in that letter, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that true?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. You reminded him that he keeps all of his promises, right?
Yeah. He would tell me he keeps every promise he says.
Okay. And you reminded him of that in your letter at one time, right?
Yes.
These cards that I just showed you, letters and cards, you started sending them shortly after you met Mr. Jackson, correct?
Well, not really, because I think I started wanting to send the cards when Michael wasn't talking to me anymore.
When he wasn't talking to you anymore?
Yeah.
And approximately when do you think he wasn't talking to you anymore?
2 months into my cancer.
Excuse me?
2 months into my chemotherapy.
Approximately when would that be?
August or September of 2000.
Okay, so August or September of 2000, you and your family started sending nice letters and cards to Michael Jackson, correct?
Yes.
And those are the letters and cards that I showed you a little while ago, right?
Yes.
And it was your understanding your mother used to send him cards and letters as well, right?
I think so.
And she used to refer to him as Daddy, didn't she?
I don't think she referred to him as Daddy.
You never heard her say that once?
Well, toward me saying that, because, I mean, my dad had left, and I started calling him Daddy after my dad left because I didn't have a dad.
And your mother approved of that, correct?
Yeah.
Howard, if this is true, this language in these cards, and it's not his true feelings, and when I say if this is true, we know the language is in the cards. If it's true that he wrote this and either doesn't remember or didn't really write it or some combination thereof, what does it say about the insincerity or the sincerity of this kid?
My opinion is he used the words to ingratiate himself with Michael and get as much as he could from Michael.
Now, is that something that, again, because of the rather unique situation this kid is in, he's experiencing cancer, going through these horrific treatments, which we all know, based on people that we've known who've had them, is got to be one of the toughest things physically and emotionally for anybody to go through.
So
is he going to be is he going to look bad to these jurors because of this kind of thing?
No, not necessarily. I think that he looks bad because Tom Mesereau gets him at various points in time where it appears that he has lied. But here, the fact that he ingratiated himself with Michael Jackson, he also wanted this kind of affection coming back to him. I think that's a normal thing for a kid to want, let alone one who has an illness.
And not returning that affection maybe ricocheted and put him in this situation.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see later. Everything turns. He's feeling affection for Michael Jackson, but then he feels abandoned by Michael Jackson.
And is that the
ties into
motivation
Exactly.
for what we see here playing itself out in this courtroom? When we return, Jay Leno's name is dropped, and folks, it's no joke. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. With the accuser still on the stand, questioning moved from the king of pop to the king of late night. Here's how the teenager responded according to the courtroom transcripts.
Okay. Did Mr. Snedden ask you to testify that Jay Leno was your favorite comedian?
No.
Okay. When did the idea that Jay Leno was your favorite comedian come up in this case?
Well, Jay Leno was my favorite comedian, but I don't really understand what...
Do you remember calling Jay Leno on the telephone?
I remember calling, yeah. I remember calling his phone.
Do you remember speaking with Jay Leno on the telephone?
No, I never spoke with Jay Leno.
At any time?
No.
Did you ever try to reach Jay Leno on the telephone?
Yes.
And who did you call, if you know?
I called a phone number that I was given.
Where'd you get the phone number?
It was either Jamie Masada or Luis Palenker.
Did you dial the number?
Yes.
Was your mother with you?
No.
Was anybody in the background?
Well, when I called him, I'm pretty sure that I was in the hospital, so either it could have been my dad or maybe a nurse that would come in to do my vital signs or something.
And you dialed the number, right?
Yes.
And do you have any idea who answered the phone?
Answering machine.
And did you ever actually get Mr. Leno on the phone?
No.
So you deny you've ever spoken to him on the phone, right?
I've never spoken to Jay Leno.
Well, even though the accuser denies talking to Jay Leno, Mesereau continues to ask about the comedian.
Okay. You never mentioned Mr. Leno to psychologist Stanley Katz, right?
No, I don't think so.
And you never mentioned Mr. Leno to Lieutenant Klapakis during any interview, correct?
No, I've never mentioned Jay Leno to anybody except...
I'm sorry?
Except for when they asked me what I know about Jay Leno.
To your knowledge, did anybody in your family contact or try to contact Mr. Leno while you were ill?
No, because I was the only one with the phone number.
Did you ever give it to your mother?
No.
Ever give it to your father?
No.
Ever give it to Star?
No.
Ever give it to your sister Develin?
Her name is Davelin, but no, I never gave it to her.
Okay. You left a message on his machine, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever get a call back from anyone claiming they represented Mr. Leno?
No.
All right. So what you're saying is if anybody spoke to Mr. Leno and said they were you, it was certainly a false statement, right?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Now, the point here, Ricky Kleeman, is that during the opening statement of the prosecutor, he mentions Jay Leno. And this witness, this accuser, in his testimony brings up Jay Leno. So was there any communication that shouldn't have happened between the prosecutor and this witness? Is it worth even making?
Oh, of course it's worth making. I think it's just a little subtlety on the part of Tom Mesereau. What he's saying is, listen, Jay Leno wasn't in this case until the prosecutor knew that I, Tom Mesereau, was going to subpoena him to this court. And the reason, of course, that I'm subpoenaing him is because he is going to show that you're lying. So it's just that little subtle question that has a lot of context. But I got to say this, Mesereau better deliver the goods.
Yeah, you think he will?
Yeah. Well, Jay Leno obviously is on the witness list, and I'm presuming Mr. Mesereau has spoken with him and knows what he's going to say. And also, apparently, Gavin said spoke about Mr. Leno to psychologist Justice Katz
Yes.
and to Lieutenant Klapakis, who also are going to come in and say, yeah, he talked about Leno.
Yeah, now Howard
lie.
Or there's another side to that, though. There could be the side that Mesereau says that he never spoke to anybody about Leno until he knew, and the prosecutor knew, that Mesereau was subpoenaing Leno. Could go either way, I guess.
Now, Howard, explain for us quickly with respect to Leno coming in. Does he have to come in? If he gets a subpoena,
I was
how
just
does
going to
that
make
work?
that point. There has been no motion to quash the subpoena that has been served on Mr. Leno.
Now explain what you mean by quash.
Well, Mr. Leno could hire a lawyer. The lawyer could come in and ask the judge to prevent the defense from making Mr. Leno come to court.
Right, because when you get served a subpoena, it's a court order.
That's
it says
correct.
you have to show up.
And that hasn't been done, and I think that's very important, and Mr. Leno has plenty of opportunity to millions of people to say, in effect, he's been wrongfully subpoenaed and he's not going to come in. Secondly, this judge again sustained an objection by Mr. Snedden to the last question we just saw that Mr. Mesereau asked, and I thought it was a perfectly appropriate question. It basically was, well, if it wasn't you that called and somebody used your name, they must have been lying.
Well, yeah, but you know, it's argumentative. Howard,
I don't
come
agree.
on. I was
don't
going to give
agree.
that to you. You started off so well, but you lost me at the end. Next, how bad did the accuser feel when he thought Michael Jackson was ignoring him?
Okay. Now, you complained to the Santa Barbara sheriffs that after I was done with my cancer stuff, you never saw Michael again, right?
No, not until the Martin Bashir thing.
Okay. And you wanted to see him after you were in remission, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to visit Neverland after you were in remission, right?
Yes.
And you felt in some way that Michael had cut off the friendship, right?
Yes.
You felt he had abandoned you, right?
Yes.
And you felt he had abandoned your family, right?
Yes.
But didn't you complain to the Santa Barbara sheriffs that after your cancer was over, Michael stopped communicating with you?
It wasn't after my cancer. It was toward the beginning of my third chemotherapy round.
You told them after I was done with my cancer stuff, you couldn't call Michael anymore, right?
I couldn't call Michael either at that period or the period when I had cancer.
As if to prove Sean Chapman Holly's point about motivation to lie in this lawsuit. A few minutes later, Mesereau turns the cross-examination to the charge of false imprisonment.
Okay, now, clearly during the last days at Neverland, you and your family, from what you say, wanted to leave, right?
Well, my mom always wanted to leave. I wanted to stay because I was having lots of fun, but my mom was always really worried.
Well, at some point you say you escaped from Neverland, right?
Yes.
You told the jury you escaped a couple of times before the final escape, which was when you left for good.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So what you are telling this jury is that after a couple of escapes and following your return from those escapes, you claim you were inappropriately touched. That's what you're saying, right?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
All right, Sean Chapman Holly, since I picked on you a moment ago about having your point proven in this courtroom, I'm not going to let you answer that question anymore. But the idea of I was having fun at Neverland, therefore I didn't want to leave, but I was being abused or had been abused, that's a little bit of a... I can't really get those two together.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Just like later, I guess we'll hear from the mother, either from Mr. Snedden or from Mr. Mesereau, that she was falsely imprisoned, but yet was at the spa and getting the leg waxing. Another disconnect. It doesn't make sense. This isn't what you do if you were under these circumstances.
And we have the whole problem, too, with this false imprisonment count, which is the one count that really, really bothers me, is, again, this whole issue we've been talking about time. We don't know, because it's not set up. When is he having fun? Is he having fun 5 years ago? Is he having fun 2 years ago? When is he having fun? And that's what creates a disconnect, to use your word.
It's a huge point, but Howard, let me play prosecutor that I, bleed and love.
Actually, yeah, you do a good job
for just a
at
moment.
that.
I do a pretty good job. Isn't it plausible that, again, you have a kid, if he's being molested or had been molested and is going through this horrific chemotherapy treatment, he is so emotionally disconnected that he's having fun even though he may be being abused.
James,
and he wants to stay there.
I'll tell you what bothers me the most. First of all, the ground rules keep changing.
What do you mean?
Well, because he's having fun, he's being molested. He goes whenever he wants, visits family, goes shopping, he's falsely
But
imprisoned.
it's the mind of a child, Howard.
And what I find most offensive is I think they're using cancer as the hook for sympathy to the jury to ultimately get money, and that bothers me.
And if the jury finds that, it's going to be problems for the prosecution. Well, ahead, a Neverland of wine and bourbon and vodka and rum, oh my. Sorry for the pun, folks. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Well, was it a perpetual happy hour at Neverland? According to the courtroom transcripts, here's what the jury heard.
You've told the sheriffs that Michael Jackson would give you and your brother Bacardi, right?
That was one of the things he gave us, yes.
That was rum, right?
Yes.
And you also said he'd give you Sky vodka, right?
Yes.
Jim Beam, which was bourbon, right?
I don't know what it is, but yes.
And red and white wine, right?
Yes.
Did you drink all this stuff at once?
No, it was over the whole period of time that we were over there.
Okay, but never once did you taste any of this stuff when Michael wasn't there?
No.
Okay, never took any alcohol out of the refrigerator in the kitchen, right?
No.
Never got caught taking alcohol out of the refrigerator in the kitchen, right?
I never took any alcohol out of the refrigerator in the kitchen.
To your knowledge, was your brother ever caught taking alcohol out of the refrigerator in the kitchen?
I was always with him during the day, so no, he didn't.
Would you agree that every time you were interviewed, your stories of drinking got worse and worse, correct?
No.
You initially told them you didn't drink a lot?
That's true.
Then you started telling them you drank a lot, and then you started telling them we drank every night, correct?
Well, a lot would be every night, so it would really...
Pardon me?
A lot would be every night.
And you're saying after Miami that you basically were drinking every single evening at Neverland, correct?
No, I told him that every single evening that Michael was there in those transcripts, probably when I still... I don't know.
Isn't it true that every time you were interviewed, your stories of drinking got bigger and bigger and bigger?
No.
Are you saying your stories to the sheriffs were always consistent when it came to drinking?
I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether I said that or not. I'm saying the fact is that we drank every night that Michael was there.
Oh, but it does matter, and it does indeed. Well, as we move on, can you have a case of false imprisonment if nobody ever complains? Now, a programming note, mentioned in the testimony is Jesus Salas. He's the house manager at Neverland.
After you say you escaped from Neverland the first time, you went to your grandparents, correct?
Yes.
And how did you get there?
Jesus Salas drove us there.
Do you recall anyone ever calling the police and saying, we've just been held against our will?
No. Because, my mom was...
Let me just ask you the questions, okay? Nobody did, right?
No.
A few days later, you went back to Neverland, right?
I believe yes.
And then you say you escaped a second time, correct?
Yes.
And when you escaped the second time, how did you get out of Neverland?
I don't know.
Someone drove you somewhere, right?
Yeah, probably.
Did you go to your grandparents again?
Probably.
Nobody called the police from your grandparents when you say you escaped the second time, right?
No.
And then you claim you returned, right?
Yes.
And you say you finally escaped for good, right?
Yes.
And when you got back after finally escaping for good to your grandparents, nobody called the police, correct?
No.
Okay. Uncle, I'm going to tailgate on what Sean accused me of earlier, Ricky Kleeman, but I'm going to address it to you because I know you're going to be nicer to me than Sean would right now because she likes to gloat. I am indeed changing now from my accusation against Tom Mesereau from yesterday. I thought he was too tough yesterday in the cross-examination that we heard, but now I think he can be as tough as he wants to on this kid.
I'll tell you, I have gone on record in the past. You and I covered the Blake trial, or the Blake preliminary hearing. I have said that Tom Mesereau is one of the finest cross-examiners I have ever watched. I believed it then. I certainly believe it now. Tom Mesereau's theory, which a lot of lawyers don't agree with, is to keep this boy on the witness stand as long as he can, explore everything that he can, and watch him break over and over again. Other lawyers wouldn't do it. I think Tom is right.
Now, the idea, though, Howard Weitzman, is you've got this kid on the stand for a long time. Does it give us any insight as to whether or not Mesereau will fulfill his, I'm going to go ahead and call it a promise, because he says contract in his opening statement, as to whether or not Michael Jackson will get on the stand?
Well,
Does one have anything to do with the other?
I can't predict that, and I don't think it does.
Okay.
But I want to add something. Here's a question Tom Mesereau asked. Isn't it true that every time you were interviewed, your stories of drinking got bigger and bigger and bigger? Let me say, what's getting bigger and bigger and bigger is this witness's nose as he tells each
the old Pinocchio
lie.
analogy. Certainly that's got to be something that, Sean, this jury is picking up on, and I can't help but also, I hate giving you points, Sean, but I got to do it again. Does the discipline problem, I know this is Sean's day, we call this Sean Day today.
Thank you.
Do the discipline problems translate into, yeah, this is a kid, because he was a knucklehead in school, is somebody who would go drink on his own?
Yes, yes. And as Ricky mentioned, we've got former teachers on the jury. They're taking note of all of this. I understand that the jurors are paying close attention, taking careful notes. Yeah. You know, I'm happy to hear that because it's a very conservative jurisdiction, and I'm happy to see that they're paying attention to what this witness is saying and taking notes when they see he's caught in lies.
Yeah, and going back to the tenor of Tom Mesereau, having actually gone to the courthouse yesterday and sat in the listening room, I can tell you that Tom Mesereau seems to be becoming more and more calm as this witness becomes more and more frail. Next, is the defense attorney Tom Mesereau setting the stage for motive? A motive for the accuser, not the accused.
And what you're saying is that after your interview with the social workers, where you were asked questions about Michael Jackson, you're saying it was after that that inappropriate touching began, correct?
Yes.
While Mr. Jackson is being investigated by Los Angeles County, true?
It didn't happen until the last few weeks before I left, or 2 weeks, somewhere around there.
Well, let me ask the question again.
Okay.
The 3 social workers were from Los Angeles County, true?
I think they were.
And they were asking you questions about whether Mr. Jackson had ever inappropriately touched you, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, right?
Yes.
You knew they were investigating Mr. Jackson, right?
No. I thought they were just going to try to ask me, and that was it. I didn't know.
But what you're telling the jury is that after this investigation starts, and after you and your family are questioned, Mr. Jackson supposedly starts touching you inappropriately, right?
Yes.
Until you realized you were not going to be part of Michael Jackson's family, you never made any allegation of child molestation, correct?
I didn't want to be part of his family. I just saw him as a father figure.
Until you realized Michael Jackson was not going to meet you in Brazil, you never made any allegation of child molestation, right?
I didn't even really want to go to Brazil.
Until you left Neverland for the last time, you never made any allegation of child molestation, correct?
I didn't tell anyone until I left for the last time, correct.
And never called the police until after you'd seen 2 lawyers, right?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes. It wasn't until I saw 2 lawyers, until I told the police what really happened.
All right, Howard Weitzman, I know you probably want to say this for me. Game over now?
Well, I don't know if the game's over. You never know what's coming, but I think the credibility of this young man is over. I think it's sad. I think it's a shame. I think he's been used, in my opinion, by the prosecution in part, and Tom Sneddon's zealousness to get Michael Jackson.
And is that going to go back on the prosecutor?
Sneddon on that one.
Well, you don't have to.
He's perhaps been used. He is perhaps being used by his mother. When this case comes into Sneddon's office, he can't just escort it out the door.
Well,
but he's waiting
put
for
it.
it. He's so excited about it.
Well, we don't know how he's reacted. In fairness to Tom Sneddon, again, we don't know how he reacted. We don't know if he's salivating, if he's trying to be as objective as he can. Certainly, I could envision a prosecutor who is simply torn. You've got a bunch of things operating. One, you've got accusations swirling. You've got a case that the accuser from 1993 bowed out on, and apparently Tom Sneddon didn't have enough information to go forward, plus that pesky little civil procedure code that doesn't allow you, in cases of a sexual assault victim, to proceed and put them on the stand when they don't want to go.
James, if you go back to the initial press conference, Tom Sneddon's attitude and what he said and how he acted,
that's right.
That says it all.
How so?
Right.
What do you mean? Expand on it.
Well, expand on it. He was gloating. He was salivating.
He made jokes. I mean, it was a very inappropriate.
And he actually did come out, and he actually did come out, and I don't know if a full apology is really the term, but he came out and addressed that issue.
He had to. And you know what? I'll say this in Tom Sneddon's defense.
Oh, boy. Watch out, Tom. Here it comes.
There's no question in my mind that he believes that this is true. Yes. He believes it's true. He believes Michael Jackson is a child molester. But that's clouding his vision and his view.
And certainly, as a former California prosecutor, I can tell you that it is not enough to believe that the crime was committed. You must be convinced that you can prove it in a court beyond a reasonable doubt. Still ahead, who is the mysterious witness the defense is asking about? And will this provide more shockers for an already electric trial? Stay with us.
Good afternoon. I'm here to announce, as you probably all know by now, that we've filed formal charges, a felony criminal complaint against Mr. Jackson.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau goes on to interrogate the accuser about a possible mystery witness, at least a witness whose name we haven't heard up to this point. Here's what happened according to the courtroom transcripts.
Do you know someone named Rio?
I think he was a little kid that was there for a while.
When did you first meet Rio?
I don't remember.
But do you remember seeing Rio at Neverland?
Yeah, he stood there for like a week or...
Did you stay in a guest house with Rio?
No.
Ever remember stealing alcohol from Michael Jackson's bedroom when Rio was present?
No.
Do you recall stealing a $1,000 laminated bill from Michael's room?
A $1,000 bill.
That was laminated?
Do they make $1,000 bills?
Did you ever steal one?
No.
Ever recall masturbating in front of Rio?
No.
Now, Ricky Cleveland, I was actually in the listening room of the courthouse when this particular portion of testimony was played. There was laughter, at least in the listening room. I don't know if it happened in the courtroom, but it seemed to be a genuine, they make $1,000 bills coming from this kid.
Well, it may be a genuine, and perhaps there is a laminated bill that he did steal because obviously Mesereau has a basis to believe that, or he couldn't ask the question.
Yeah, he must.
And it sounds like all of this comes from this kid named Rio, who I guess is another witness we're going to hear testify, right, who was a little boy, it sounds like, that this young man, this accuser, did or talked about or masturbated in front of. I mean, that's powerful evidence.
That's very, very powerful. Now, Howard, I really want to hear what you have to say right about now, because you got a bone to pick with my good buddy Sean.
Thank you, James.
Well, I wouldn't be that direct. However, I do believe Tom Sneddon thinks Michael Jackson is a child molester. I don't believe Tom Sneddon really thinks this child was a victim. I think he's using him as a vehicle. If he just takes a minute to look at all the evidence, it's clear as it unfolds, and he knows much more than we do. This is a very shaky case.
He can't be clear. He's clouded. He's clouded. He can't see clearly now because he's just so motivated by this zealousness.
They called over 40 witnesses in front of this grand jury, and you bet that we're going to hear from most, if not all of them. This is not the whole case, because the question is, how is it corroborated? Where is the alcohol? What do we find in the search warrants? Maybe the masturbation is not corroborated, but if everything else is, he thinks he's got a case.
We're going to have to leave it right there. We'll pick it up tomorrow. Be sure and watch us tomorrow. Exclusive 1-hour edition of the Michael Jackson trial coverage, 9 p.m. right here on E. See you then.
And so there.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
If this were a boxing match, you might say the accuser limped back to his corner after a final round of blistering questions, and the defense then brought up another M word. Are the charges about molestation or money? I'm James Curtis, and this is a special 1-hour edition of our exclusive Michael Jackson trial coverage. In a volatile day of testimony, the defense attorney, Tom Mesereau, continued his relentless cross-examination of the accuser, and he wants to know if the teenager really takes these charges and this case seriously. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were upset that there was no press conference in Miami when you and your family traveled to Miami to see Michael Jackson, correct?
I said it wasn't that big of a deal because I was already having fun.
Well, you wanted a press conference in this case, didn't you?
Michael wanted it.
No.
Michael told me he wanted it.
Sir, when you were testifying before the grand jury, you wanted to give a press conference, didn't you?
No. I thought we were going to have a press conference because that's what I was told.
Do you remember telling Mr. Sneddon and the grand jury that you wanted to have a press conference.
I might have said that we wanted to have a press conference because Michael wanted to.
Michael wanted to have a press conference when you were in front of the grand jury? Is that what you're saying? You can answer the question.
No.
Remember telling Mr. Snedden, oh man, I was going to have a press conference.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Could we have a page reference on that before counsel reads it?
Sure, it's 449.
That's fine.
Okay, do you remember when you were in front of the Santa Barbara grand jury, Mr. Snedden told you there was an order that you not talk to the media, and your response was, oh man, I was going to have a press conference. Do you remember that?
That was probably a joke.
That was a joke?
Yeah.
So you're in front of the Santa Barbara grand jury talking about this case, and you're telling a joke?
Yes.
Well, as a programming note, there was a Miami press conference allegedly organized by Team Jackson to rebut the Bashir documentary, but it was ultimately canceled. Next, was there a media fox in the proverbial henhouse?
Do you recall you and your brother Star being picked up by a Fox News reporter at your home?
No.
Never happened?
Well, I have a friend that works for Fox News, but...
What's your friend's name?
Barbara.
Barbara Schroeder?
I don't know her last name.
Do you recall being picked up by Barbara Schroeder and taken for a spending spree?
I remember going to the movies with her and her daughter.
Do you remember she and another member of the media treating you and your brother to shopping?
I have a friend that used to work for Fox that I met at the Laugh Factory, but he works in, like, cell phones or something.
Do you recall Barbara Schroeder and another representative of Fox News taking you and Star shopping and paying your bills?
They weren't representing Fox News to us. They were our friends.
Do you remember them taking you shopping and paying your bills? Yes or no?
I don't remember them paying my bills. And I remember going to the movies with them. I don't remember going on shopping sprees.
Where did you go with them?
We went to the movies.
Where?
Galleria.
Which Galleria?
I don't know, somewhere in Hollywood or somewhere.
In Los Angeles, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying they never took you to any store and paid any bill for you?
No.
The idea here, Ricky, is that he's getting money yet again from another source, a media source. Is it really that big of a deal, since we know how television operations work sometimes? If they want a story from somebody, they do nice things for you.
We know how television operations work. I don't think the general public knows, and I don't know that the 12 members on the jury know. But there's one other point here. He is saying, no, they didn't buy me anything. No, they didn't pay me my bills. And it sure sounds like Tom Mesereau knows they did.
It sounds like that, Howard. But with respect to that issue, this really sounds to me, with all due respect to Tom Mesereau, who's doing a great job overall, like he's getting a little far afield here.
Well, I don't agree. What it shows is that this kid will take money from any source, one. Two, he knew this lady or these people were Fox representatives. He couldn't have thought for a moment they were there as his friends. I don't think that's credible.
Oh, but come on, Sean, is that really a fair comment? This is a kid. Let's not forget, he is 15 years old. Heck, you come up to me, I'm a couple of years past 15, and you say, hey, let me buy you lunch, give me some money, I might just say, yeah, sure.
Well, you know, I'm still confused, really, about the timing of this. Is this supposed to have happened before or after the molestation? If it's after the molestation, it's more odd behavior. Here's this family, again, we remember how they were living, and now suddenly they're cavorting with the media. They're out cavorting with the media, going to the Turnberry Resort. I mean, this is not what you would expect from a family who...
It's also that this kid may be lying.
Well,
I mean,
of course.
and that's, you know, if Mesereau comes back with these receipts, or if Mesereau comes back with these witnesses, it's yet another lie.
Doesn't it?
But it minimizes, as the kid wants to minimize.
James. Okay. For sure, you know that these people didn't take him out before the Bashir documentary. So you know it was after that, at the very best for him, probably at or about the time the investigation was taking place. What Mesereau didn't ask, or maybe we just missed it, is, well, if you didn't pay for the movies, who did? Or did you pay for the movies?
Let's point taken. Perhaps he lied about getting this money. Perhaps he got this money and just wanted to be a kid who wanted some money or to be treated well by this news organization. But can we just pull back for just a moment? It's a 15-year-old kid who is now, it was 13 years, even even more so, a fortiori, counsel, even more so, he's 13 years old. Somebody wants to take him to the movies. How is he supposed to distinguish between, I'm not supposed to go because it's going to make my case look bad or make the prosecution look bad?
Of course he can't distinguish, and of course he would go to the movies, and I don't have any problem with anybody paying for his movies. It's the question of whether or not they started to buy him stuff, and he lies about it. I think the question is the lie.
I don't know. Is the question the lie, or is the question, even if he lied, what did he lie about? At this point, Tom Mesereau goes on to point out that there was a cop there when the family supposedly needed one most.
Do you know someone named Andrew Lasik?
No.
Okay, now you mentioned...
Lasik? Police officer?
Yes, do you know him?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
He was an LAPD officer that... I forgot really how we met him. I think he was, I don't know, my mom met him or something, and then he visited us a lot.
Do you know approximately when you first met this LAPD officer, Mr. Lasik?
After my father left. A few months after my father left. After I finished chemotherapy.
And he was a friend of your family, correct?
Yes.
He used to visit your house, correct?
Yes.
You spoke to him, right?
Yes.
You saw your brother and sister speak to him, didn't you?
Yes.
And you saw your mother speak to him, right?
Yes.
Do you recall anyone ever complaining to Los Angeles police officer Andrew Lasik that anyone was being held against their will?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question as vague as to time frame.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
All right.
During the period you claim you escaped from Neverland 3 times, do you recall anyone in your family ever complaining to LAPD officer Andrew Lasik that anyone was being mistreated or held against their will?
His name is Lasik, and I don't remember anything happening like that.
Ooh, a little testy, Sean, with respect to correcting correcting Mesereau. But let's go to this whole issue of what the subject matter is here. Enough already with the escape questioning.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it's ever enough.
Okay, wait, everybody make a note, stop the presses. I just got another concession. I think this is 2 in 3 weeks from Sean.
What I was going to say is I don't think it's ever enough with the escape thing, because the escape thing is so ridiculous. Mesereau's got to keep making that point. But it shows yet another opportunity this boy and this family had to tell someone what was going on. This is a great opportunity. It's not only a police officer, it's a trusted police officer, a friend. Here's an opportunity to tell someone the bad things that are happening, and he doesn't tell.
Let's talk about this word friend, Howard. We hear this repeated by this young man over and over again. So-and-so was my friend. Michael was my friend. People who we know as adults, there's not really a friendship there. They're acquaintances, they're people you know, they may treat you nicely, but there's no relationship there. Essentially, he just met these folks. How's that going to play?
Well, it's what makes this case frustrating. There's no doubt the kid was sick. There's no doubt he had a horrific family situation. He's looking for friends every place, whether it's Michael or police officers. So, to me, that's the frustrating part of the case.
But doesn't that
this
make him a prime
situation.
victim?
Well,
he's so wanting.
I don't know if it makes him a prime victim. My concern is he's clearly lied in some parts. And again, it gets back to mixing fact and fiction. It's very hard when this case rests on what he says versus what Michael Jackson's position is.
Yeah, that's true. I think I almost got a concession out of Howard Weitzman, but I'll work on him some more as we go along. When we return, what did the accuser tell the actor, Chris Tucker? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Tom Mesereau sets more credibility traps for this young accuser. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Isn't it true that you and your brother would sometimes roam around the main house starting at 7 a.m. in the morning?
The cooks, the chefs would be in there like 6:30 or 7 or something, and then we'd go in there to eat breakfast.
Okay, and how often do you remember doing that?
Every morning when we would eat breakfast.
Do you know someone named Shane Meredith?
No.
Never knew an employee named Shane Meredith at Neverland?
If I did, I don't remember that.
He caught you with an open bottle of alcohol at Neverland, didn't he? When Michael Jackson wasn't even around.
No.
That's going to be big. Now, the Hollywood factor escalates, and we get to Chris Tucker, the actor, and his private plane. A programming note, we want you to know that the actor who was cast to play the accuser does not bear any resemblance to the actual young man.
Do you remember ever telling Chris Tucker that you didn't make any money from the fundraiser?
No. Well, what fundraising?
Fundraiser for you at the Laugh Factory.
No, because we did make money at the Laugh Factory.
Yes. So you never told Chris Tucker we didn't make any money from the fundraiser?
Why would I say that when we did? No, I never said that.
Okay. Do you recall yourself asking Chris Tucker for money?
No.
Do you remember telling Chris Tucker that your family was being hounded by the media and could not leave your house?
No.
Never said that?
I might have told them about some media people that were around our house, but I mean...
Do you remember telling Chris Tucker the media was hounding your family and there was no place for you people to go?
No, because...
Never said that?
I might have talked to him about some guy that was holding a camera outside of my house, but I mean...
Do you remember telling Chris Tucker that your family had nowhere to go?
No.
Do you remember telling Chris Tucker that you knew Michael Jackson was in Miami and you wanted to go see him?
No. Well, the first time I flew in his plane over to Miami, so I don't know if you're trying to talk about that or what.
Well, before you flew on Chris Tucker's plane to Miami, do you remember telling Chris Tucker that you wanted to go to Florida to see Michael Jackson?
No.
Never said that?
Michael called, and they arranged it so that we can go on Chris's plane.
But you never told Chris you wanted to go see Michael in Florida, right?
I don't remember if I said in those exact words.
Well, whatever he said, Howard, in whatever the words he used was, the idea here is that this kid is getting rides in a plane. Is it an issue of greed on the part of this kid? Remember, he's 13 years old. Or is this simply a young man who's just out of his element? He's getting all this stuff thrown at him. Michael Jackson, Neverland Ranch, Chris Tucker, private plane rides.
Out of his element, very sympathetic young man. Terrible, condition with having cancer, bad family situation. But the issue really becomes the jurors have to determine, is he lying? Is he telling the truth? And if he's lying in part in some areas, is he lying in other areas? Did he make up the sexual offenses against Michael
and that's going to be the big deal.
And some of this stuff, is not, is not that critical. Except for Chris Tucker's going to come in and say, yes, he did say that.
And that's my point, too. Thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for bringing that up, Sean, because is it going to be an issue of these lies, if the defense is able to prove that to the jury's satisfaction, that he is indeed lying, and there's some strong evidence that he is in certain parts, so minuscule, so non-important with respect to the main issue that it's going to make Mesereau look like he's just beating up on this kid?
I don't think so. There are so many lies or inconsistencies for the jury to look at and decide on. And if witness after witness, Shane Meredith comes in, Chris Tucker comes in and says the opposite of what this boy says, as we've said before, if you lie in small things, do you lie in big things?
And that, Ricky, is the jury instruction.
But it's a problem, I think, because one of the things that jurors get very angry about is if they think you pick at someone about inconsistencies that are not important. There may be inconsistencies in this boy's testimony that are highly relevant, really important, and that'll make a difference. But if you parade in 10 or 20 witnesses about little things, I wanted to see Michael versus Michael invited me, then the jury gets upset.
The jury may get upset, but we're going to see it later on in this testimony today. And it was big yesterday about that story about masturbation and leading to raping a woman. That's going to be one of the big ones, folks, I think. After questions about the actor Chris Tucker, the defense shifts to another actor, a cast member from the television show The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Okay. Do you know Vernie Watson?
I kind of remember her name, but...
She was an acting teacher for you, wasn't she?
Was she on a show with Will Smith, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show?
Excuse me, I couldn't understand what you said.
I think I remember who she is, but I don't remember.
Did she teach you acting at a school owned by Belinda Johnson?
I went to some... I don't know if we're talking about the same Renee Watson.
Just asking you if you know someone named Vernie Watson.
I kind of remember her name, but I haven't...
Do you know who she is?
As I said, I kind of think I do, but I don't know if it's that person, if that name goes with that face.
Well, can you please describe the Vernie Watson that you know?
She has, dreadlocks, and she's African-American, and she played Will Smith's mother on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and yeah.
How do you know her?
I don't remember. She's been our friend for a long time.
Is she still your friend?
We haven't called her in a while, but I think I met her through a dance company, a dance class, a dance studio I was with.
Do you recall ever asking her for money?
No.
Do you recall your mother ever asking Vernie Watson for money?
No.
And once again, folks, the question is to escape or not to escape.
So you went into town with Michael Jackson, correct?
Yeah. Michael took us to Toys R Us.
You picked up some fans, correct, on the way?
Yeah. Michael invited some people into the thing.
You never complained to anyone in the store or any of these fans that anyone was being held against their will, correct?
I was actually happy to be at Neverland all the time.
And you were happy to go.
That's something you don't really understand, is that the majority of those times was the first few escapes that you talk about. I liked being at Neverland. That was like Disneyland. I loved being there. I had lots of fun. I mean, my mom was the one always worried. It wasn't until the last time that I realized I don't want to be here.
Your mother was worried, but she always came back, right? Right?
I guess so.
Ricky Kleeman, a masterful job with respect to Tom Mesereau now having the witness, and in this case, the key witness, adopt the language that Mesereau was using after the first couple of escapes.
Well,
see, that's why
it
it was
is
good.
brilliant.
He kept saying it.
He kept saying it, and now he's got him saying it.
There's a whole story about if you can get the language of your side of the story, your theory of the case, to be adopted by the witness, then you have succeeded in getting to the jury. And Sean is absolutely right. This is important because this charge of all the charges is the charge that shouldn't have been brought. This is a case about sexual molestation. It's not a case about false imprisonment. And Mesereau has a great point to argue ultimately. It's that they sued before and used false imprisonment before, and they're using it again.
And how's that going to work here? We've had some pretty strong rulings, legal decisions by this judge that really limit how that J.C. Penney case, that's the case we're referring to right now, the other case brought by this mother, the mother of this accuser, he may not even get to the heart of that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if the judge allows Mesereau, if the mother takes the stand, to cross-examine her on that. But, you know, Ricky's made a really wonderful point, and the point is that Mesereau has not only gotten him to adopt some of his phrases, but it makes it look like the false imprisonment charge is really almost bogus.
Yes.
And the issue becomes the sexual molestation case, and Sneddon should have, as Ricky said, from day one, concentrated on that charge.
And we're going to talk about, when we return, what the defense might argue as to why that charge is even included in this case. And the magic, folks, is not only when the witness starts saying the same words that the defense attorney does, but when the jury comes out and talks about that in terms of the defense theory. When we return, who vandalized this now infamous mannequin? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. The Michael Jackson trial takes and has taken many strange twists and some rather bizarre turns, including a lot of testimony about a mannequin. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Mr. I'm showing you a document that's labeled Exhibit 5032. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that appears to be a photograph of a mannequin, correct?
Yes.
Appears to be an African-American girl with braids, right?
Yes.
With a blue jean jacket, right?
Yes.
And a pink shirt. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you seen that mannequin before?
Yes, I saw it in Michael's bedroom.
Is that the mannequin that you're claiming Mr. Jackson simulated a sex act with?
Yes.
Okay, now, did you ever discuss with Mr. Jackson where that mannequin came from?
No, he said that there was a bunch of mannequins all over his bedroom.
Well, did he ever tell you that this was something that was custom made and it's a mannequin of a cousin of his?
No, he just said that he has a lot of mannequins.
So you never discussed with him what this mannequin was all about, right?
No.
At some point you learned that somebody had defaced that mannequin, right?
Defaced? What do you mean?
Yes, somebody had taken like a magic marker and messed up that mannequin, right?
No, I don't remember that.
And do you see where somebody went into the vaginal portion of that mannequin and defaced it with a magic marker?
Yes, I see that, I guess.
You know who did that, don't you?
No.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
No.
You don't know who did that at all?
No.
You didn't do it?
No.
Your brother didn't do it?
No.
And next, did this accuser mock Michael Jackson?
Finally, Mr. In your direct examination, you commented a couple of times on Mr. Jackson wearing makeup. Do you remember that?
Here?
When you were answering Prosecutor Snedden's questions, a couple of times you used the word makeup in referring to Michael Jackson, right?
I said one time when he was... a story about a time when we were in the room where his makeup was, but I don't remember me saying it a lot of times.
Now, you knew that Michael Jackson has a skin disease called vitiligo, right?
He told me about it.
And he told you that he's an African-American man with a skin disease that eats up pigment in his skin, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that that disease was causing certain patches of white and brown on his skin, right?
Yes, I guess.
And?
I don't know. It's not like I was making fun of him yesterday, if that's what you're trying to imply.
Well, you knew that his skin is vulnerable to sunlight, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you see him with an umbrella, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew, because of the patches that appear on his skin from that disease, he does sometimes put some makeup on, right?
I didn't know about patches. I thought he was just all white.
Well, you discussed the skin disease with him, right?
Yes.
You knew the skin disease was changing the color of his skin, right?
That's what he told me.
And you knew that's why he put makeup on. True?
Not really. I thought it was just because he had, like... because he didn't have pink on his lips. So he would put makeup on his lips. I mean, I wasn't making fun of him yesterday, if that's what you're trying to say.
You weren't making fun of him at all?
No.
Howard Weitzman, give us an explanation, as previously having represented Michael Jackson on an unrelated matter, not related to this case, this whole issue of Michael Jackson's skin condition. What is that?
Well, vitiligo is basically two-tone skin, light and dark, and Michael does put makeup on his hands and his face to keep the skin one color. My confusion is this proper cross-examination for the young man as to credibility? And it's probably not, but it is a way for Tom Mesereau to educate the jury.
Explain what you mean, because I was wondering about that, but go ahead and flesh that out for us.
Well, I'm not sure it really goes to his credibility, but it does go to explain why Michael wears makeup, and the young man raised it in response to some questions Mr. Snedden asked. So it's a good opportunity for Tom Mesereau to educate the jurors.
Yeah, my first thought, go ahead.
Early, too, because, you know, he could call in a doctor and have the doctor explain what vitiligo is. But isn't it much better to get it out there? Because it's one of those weird things about Michael Jackson that we all know and the jurors know. So why not get rid of it with the most adverse witness? I mean, it's really a great idea.
I think that's got to be the issue. Now, Sean, one thing that struck me here was the idea of this is bringing out sympathy for Michael Jackson. This is bringing out an issue that now the jurors are going to identify perhaps and understand a little bit more, as Howard brought out.
Yeah, and even though Mesereau said in his opening that Michael Jackson was going to take the stand, we really don't know yet if he's going to or not. And this was a great opportunity, without calling Michael Jackson to the stand, to get all of this information out that is ultimately helpful to Mr. Jackson, I think.
I think it's going to be helpful, but the issue here is, well, let's take another track. Snedden is letting this in. He's being silent. He's standing there, sitting there, not pushing that objection button.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if he's going to object to it or not, because this is a question where he talked about Michael Jackson and his makeup, and it did look to some people as if he were making fun of Michael Jackson, and it was like a dig at Michael Jackson, so it gave Mesereau an inroad. If he had never mentioned makeup.
Hold on, Howard. Let me go ahead and get to this next piece of tape, but that's going to be a big issue as we continue. And as Mesereau continues, he wonders if the accuser spells justice M-O-N-E-Y.
Okay. Now, you're aware, are you not, that you have until the age of 18 to file a lawsuit against Mr. Jackson if you choose to, correct?
No.
You've never discussed that with your mother?
No.
Never discussed that with Larry Feldman, the attorney?
No.
And never discussed it with Bill Dickerman, the attorney?
No.
Okay, you're also aware that if Mr. Jackson is convicted, you could automatically win that civil suit, right?
No.
No one's ever discussed that with you?
No. We said things like, oh, we don't want his money and stuff like that.
Never discussed that issue with any attorney, right?
No.
First time you've heard about it?
About that I can... You just told me now that I can sue him till I'm 18 or something like that. I didn't even know about that stuff.
Didn't even know about that, right? And never heard your mother mention it?
No.
Well, next, the prosecutor, Tom Stettin, gets to try to rehabilitate this witness. On his redirect of the accuser, D.A. Stettin tries to repair some of the defense damage.
You're in the high school?
Yes.
What grade are you?
I'm in 9th grade.
And yesterday you were asked, I think you made the statement rather candidly. You were asked by Mr. Mesereau, were you a discipline problem? And you said yes when you were at John Burroughs.
Yes.
Okay. Currently in the high school that you're in, do you get good grades?
Yes.
Did you make the honor roll?
Yes.
Do you get in fights anymore?
No.
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled. The answer was no. Next question.
Have you had any discipline problems?
No.
Are you involved in after-school activities?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
During the time that you were, let's go back just a second. In the year, I believe you testified 2001, at some point your father left. Is that correct?
Right after I was done with cancer. I didn't see him anymore.
What was the impact on you when your dad left?
I cried every night.
For why?
Because, I mean, I didn't have a dad anymore. I mean, I was kind of happy that he left because he hit my mom a lot, but I just felt like I didn't have anybody, any father. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you don't feel that way anymore?
No.
Points for the prosecution, Sean.
Yes.
The idea here, a rather good redirect, pointed at what this kid had to go through being the victim, the current victim, de jure, if you will, of Michael Jackson, according to all the press reports.
I agree. I think that Mr. Sneddon did a very good job. I think Gavin did a good job. I think he explained himself well. And I was impressed with this testimony.
Okay, now tell us what you really think, because obviously you still think the defense is ahead at this point.
I do think the defense is ahead, and I think that we may see that the timing of the fights doesn't necessarily jibe with what he's saying. I don't know. Let's wait and see. I don't want to come down too hard on the boy, but perhaps the fighting occurred before what he...
Sure, and it goes back, no, but your point is really well taken,
Okay,
Howard.
good.
That is,
what
you're talking about here is the point that I made a couple of days ago that you all poo-pooed. You've got a kid who's going through some horrific stuff.
Exactly.
The cancer, the alleged victimization, he's acting. You didn't, because you like
and
me.
I just said that earlier today.
Well, but the other day when I brought it up, he said, oh, yeah, but what the heck, he's just being a bad
kid.
What?
In my mind, the following picture came up based on the last two parts of the trial we saw. It's like a ping pong ball.
Sure.
Mesereau hits him, Sneddon hits him.
You know,
we missed a major point. He went to two lawyers, sat in the lawyer's office.
Yes.
Did he think for a moment he was there so he could complain about Michael Jackson? That should have been to a police officer. So it's very clear, I would think, that they were there about the money.
Were they there about the money? We're going to pick up on that point on the other side of this. Or do folks really not know what to do when they find themselves in these types of situations? Still ahead, the prosecution's version of what the accuser said about Jackson's innocence and why. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. As Redirect continues, DA Tom Stettin tries to repair what may be the most damaging blow to the prosecution's case so far. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the things Mr. Mesereau talked about yesterday, Mr. Geralt. He talked about an incident where you had a run-in with Mr. Geralt that ended up you going to see Mr. Alpert. Do you recall that?
I don't know if I saw Mr. Alpert, but I remember seeing someone that was in the office.
Did you ever receive any discipline as a result of that incident with Mr. Girolt?
No, I don't think, no, they never even did anything.
Now, when you went back to school after you left Neverland Ranch, okay?
Yes.
March and April, you were at John Burroughs, correct?
Yes.
What was it like when you went back to school?
All the kids would laugh at me and try to push me around and stuff and say, that's the kid that got raped by Michael Jackson and stuff like that.
What was your reaction to that?
I would sometimes not say anything and just walk away. And if they got close enough, sometimes I would fight them. After they hit me first, because I didn't like to throw the first punch, because I believe that, I mean...
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection in the middle after they hit me first, where it stops.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there were fights that you got into after you left Neverland Valley Ranch because of the things that the kids were saying to you?
Yes.
And when you got in a fight, what happens? Where do you have to go?
They took us to Dean Alpert.
Now, you were asked yesterday whether you had a conversation with Dean Alpert where he asked you whether or not Mr. Jackson had touched you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that you probably told him it didn't happen, correct?
I told him that it didn't happen.
Okay. You told him it didn't happen?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you tell him that?
Because all the kids were already making fun of me in school, and I didn't want anybody to think that it really happened.
All right. Next, the accuser's final words on the witness stand.
Yesterday, in response to Mr. Mesereau's questions, you told him that Mr. Jackson was like a father figure to you. Is that correct?
Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that you thought he was one of the coolest guys in the world, correct?
Yes.
And that you admired him.
Well, I only admire God, but he was a pretty cool guy.
How do you feel about Mr. Jackson now, in light of what he did to you?
Objection, 352, relevance, leading.
Overruled.
I don't really like him anymore. I don't think he's really that deserving of the respect that I was giving him, and as the coolest guy in the world.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ricky, this is really interesting. The idea that first we get the invocation of God now. I don't admire him, I only admire God. That's a little too much. I was actually leaning toward this witness's testimony. He was making some points, and then he says something like this.
Well, I agree with you. I think the redirect, by the way, is really wonderful. I think Tom Sneddon did a great job at rehabilitating this witness. But I also think that this is gilding the lily. Not only the thing about God, but the whole thing about how do you feel now.
Yeah.
That's not relevant. It's not relevant how he feels now in terms of prosecuting a case about something that happened in 2003.
Now, I know, Howard, you want to talk about the train being on the tracks, and that's why he let that question in, but I'm not going to let you do that because I want you to deal with this issue about the fighting. A good point, as Ricky pointed out with respect to the redirect examination, the reason why the kid's fighting is because he's getting made fun of. That is very plausible, isn't it?
Not only plausible, it has the complete ring of credibility and truthfulness and makes perfect sense. And I think gives the jury some insight into the fact that there are some truths for sure.
So then does that
testimony.
now get this witness, Sean, the bonus, if you will, that we're not talking about simply a kid who had discipline problems and therefore he's a knucklehead kid, but this is a kid who genuinely may have been victimized and is doing what kids who are victimized do. They act up.
Perhaps I agree that this does have the ring of truth to it, and the point that I was trying to inartfully make before is borne out here. Perhaps we'll see some testimony or evidence that he was disruptive in getting into fights before this molestation occurred. If not, this does provide a reasonable explanation as to why he's fighting, why he's disruptive, why he's challenging teachers. And I suppose we'll hear experts who say that this is something that a kid might do who was molested.
Absolutely.
We're going to have to wait and see
now
how
we're back to the
that
expert
plays
testimony,
out.
which is sorely needed, I think, at this point, Howard, because there have been so many holes and so much headway made by the defense with this kid.
Well, something else. Yes, that's true. But I want to go back to something Ricky said.
Sure.
The question Sneddon asked, how do you feel about Michael Jackson now? I would have let that answer come in without objecting.
Why?
Because I think you would have seen more hostility. The objection calmed everything down.
Oh, how interesting.
I think it all would have
Very good,
spilled
Howard.
out.
Yeah.
So it's a question I would have just let alone.
And that's something with respect to technique that many attorneys do when they get, especially the victim on the stand, and they think that they're lying. Just let them talk, let them talk, let them talk. As Grandma used to say, give them enough rope so they hang themselves. After the prosecution questioned several law enforcement officers concerning procedural issues primarily, Sergeant Steve Robel of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department took the stand to testify about a search at Neverland. Then, defense attorney Robert Sanger dealt with evidence seized at Jackson's home. And he did so while mentioning 2 presidents and masturbation in the same cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay. Now, none of these items, and by items, I'm referring 284, 283, and 84. None of these items are, per se, illegal to possess, are they? I'll just put them up quickly. They're not contraband?
No, those are not illegal to possess, correct.
So when they say teenaged, these are magazines that show models or people who are 18 or over. However young they may look, they're 18 or over as far as you can tell, correct?
They're supposed to be, yes.
And those are commercially available. You can go to a store and buy them, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Now, when you were going through Mr. Jackson's home, did you see a number of items from notable people that were just lying around or hanging on the wall or sitting on a... I'll give you some examples if you want. Did you see, for instance, a letter from Steven Spielberg that was just sitting on a table?
I did not see that, no.
All right. Did you see a letter from President Bush?
I believe I saw that, yes.
Did you see some correspondence from Ronald Reagan?
Yes.
Did you see other correspondence from other notable celebrities and politicians and other people?
I don't recall exactly who they were, but he had a lot of various things framed from those particular people, yes.
And some things that weren't framed, right?
The items that I found that I saw?
That you saw?
They were framed.
All right. Now, let's talk about something a little more substantive here. On July 7th, 2003, Gavin said that he was masturbated by Michael Jackson 5 times or so, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then on 8/13/03, he said that he was masturbated 5 times and he ejaculated all 5 times, right?
That's correct.
Now, we'll hold on to that and let's go to another issue. As far as the timing of the incidents was concerned, you already answered some questions on direct on this. I keep doing that. On July 7th, 2003, Gavin said that the masturbation incidents occurred on one of the last days that I was staying at Neverland, correct?
I recall it as being towards his last days of staying at Neverland.
Okay.
So it was towards before he left for good, yes, that's the way I understand it.
Ricky Kleeman, with respect to this ejaculation 5 times, another expert testimony about male physiology at this age, perhaps?
No, I don't think it's about that. It's a question of, is Gavin telling the truth? Is his brother telling the truth? We have very different versions of what this molestation was from both Gavin and the brother. And so what we're going to hear from these cops is, well, a few months after this, in 2003, what did he say then? And is any of it true?
Well, I don't know. Piggybacking on your point, this doesn't seem possible. 5 times. I don't know. I know he's a young kid, but it rings back to what Mesro said yesterday. The story just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So was it 1 time, now 2 times, then it's 5 times?
The issue
that
is
seems
really,
somewhat unbelievable.
The issue is really simple. Credibility again. The jury gets to hear he told this story, that story, and this story. The one thing I don't understand.
Hold that one thing. We're going to get to that in just a moment because I really want to hear what you don't understand. When we return, did the accuser do the right thing for the wrong reason or the wrong thing for the right reason? Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Defense attorney Robert Sanger accuses lead investigator Sergeant Steve Robel of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department of a rush to judgment. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
All right. So you said to Davelin towards the end of her interview, okay, one thing I wanted to say and emphasize to you is that you guys are doing the right thing here. You know what? I know it's scary, and I really realize that you guys are going through a lot, and you've been through a lot as a family. They're the ones that have done wrong, not you. And trust me in this, and trust Detective Zealous, we're law enforcement. We're going to try our best to make this case work. I can't guarantee it, where it's going to go from here, but that's why we're interviewing everybody involved. I don't care how much money they have. Do you want me to keep going? Who he is, what, but he's done wrong. You guys are the victims. Your family is. He is wrong in what he's done. We're going to try our best. Can't guarantee it. We're going to try our best to bring him to justice. Did you say that?
I definitely said that.
Okay. So that's not the statement of somebody who has an open mind, who's looking to see whether or not these people are telling the truth, is it?
That statement, Mr. Sanger, is what, through my courses that I've had, and you have victims that are terrified in coming forward to law enforcement, that is to reassure them that they are not the suspects, or they're the victims in this case. And I was reassuring them through that and letting them know that they are doing the right thing because they were terrified when they came forward. It took us about 2 weeks to get them to come forward and up here to be interviewed.
Now, Ricky, with respect to the substance of this testimony, I want to deal with that in a little bit later, but we haven't seen very much of this particular defense attorney.
This is Robert Sanger. He's co-counsel with Tom Mesereau, and all of us have tried cases with co-counsel during the years. And one of the things that happens is you have to be careful with the jury, because Tom Mesereau is the big guy. He's the lead guy. So does the first moment of this attorney signal to the jurors that maybe this testimony isn't quite as important as the other? So what you need is for Mr. Sanger to do a lot of witnesses, and I guarantee you that he will.
Now let's get to the substance, Howard. This attorney, Robert Sanger, who appears to be doing a fine job, and he's actually done a lot of work outside of the view of the jury with respect to motions. Heard a lot from him last Friday when the jury wasn't present. This, although it may play well with the jury, isn't really a fair comment. When you're talking to people who you think are victims, you have reason to believe are victims, trying to reassure them is exactly what he should be doing.
Well, first of all, I know Bob Sanger. He's tried a lot of cases. However, he didn't have control of this witness, in my opinion, and this is a witness you need to control. He let this witness go off.
How so? Give us an example of what you're talking about.
Well, when he asked him about what he said and why he said it, first of all, I would have let it alone. Yeah. I see no reason to even ask that question. But more importantly, he started off talking about presidents, and then he segued into the masturbation and the multiple stories, and then he went into here. For me, if I'm examining this, this officer, I go directly
and you keep him
to the different stories.
And you keep him contained and
totally
indeed
controlled.
Sean Chapman-Holly, this guy is channeling you with respect to this rush to judgment issue and making that implication here, isn't he?
Yes, he's trying to get forward the point.
Stop trying to influence the defense attorneys in this case.
He's trying to say that the police and the prosecution together had a rush to judgment. They had made up their mind about this from the start, and that it's not really Detective Zealous, it's Detective Zealot.
Yeah, well,
very good.
That's very good, Sean.
I just got to say, as a wife of a police chief, though, this is good police work. You need to reassure these children that they have a safe haven so they could tell you what happened.
Indeed. All right, we're going to leave it right here for today, folks. Pick it up tomorrow. Be sure to watch us tomorrow, 9 p.m., for another 1 hour extended edition of our exclusive Michael Jackson coverage, only on E!
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Robert Blake not guilty, Scott Peterson to die, and Michael Jackson, well, probably a little too soon to call that one. Nonetheless, a big day for courtroom drama for high-profile cases and certainly for some high-priced lawyers. I'm James Curtis, and this is a special 1 hour edition of our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial right here on E! To give you a better context for the new testimony from detectives that you'll hear in just a few moments, we want to begin by re-examining some of the testimony of Jackson's accuser. First up, DA Tom Sneddon questions a teenager about a night at Neverland. Here's what the jury heard, and you heard if you've been listening over the last couple of weeks, according to courtroom transcripts.
They couldn't hear what you had to say, Gavin. I know it's hard. Just lean right into it.
He told me that males have to masturbate.
All right. Now, when he said that, what, if anything, did he do or say after that?
He said that if I masturbated, and I told him that I didn't, and then he said if I didn't know how, that he would do it for me.
And what did you say?
And I said I didn't really want to.
All right. And then what happened?
And then he said it was okay, that it was natural, and that it's natural for boys to do it.
All right. What happened after that?
And then so we were under the covers, and I had his pajamas on because he had this big thing of pajamas, and he gave me his pajamas.
Okay.
And so I was under his covers, and then that's when he put his hand in my pants, and then he started masturbating me.
Could you see Mr. Jackson while he was doing that to you?
Not really. I wasn't really looking at him.
Could you tell whether or not he was moving?
Well, he was himself?
Yes.
I wasn't really looking at him. I could kind of feel him moving, but I mean, I never really saw him moving.
Do you know approximately how long Mr. Jackson masturbated you?
Maybe 5 minutes, I guess.
Do you know what an ejaculation is?
Yes.
And did you have an ejaculation?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything to you afterwards?
I kind of felt weird. I was embarrassed about it. And then he said it was okay, that it was natural.
Did anything else happen that evening between you and Mr. Jackson?
No, after that, he tried to say that it was okay, and that kind of like to comfort me because I felt weird. I felt weird about it. And then after a while, we just went to sleep.
Next, the prosecutor targets the alleged second incident of molestation. Now, a programming note: the actor hired to play Gavin bears no resemblance to the actual accuser.
Was there any other occasion where Mr. Jackson touched you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Well, there was about a day after that he did it. He did it one more time.
All right. Where were you?
In his bed.
And was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
And who else was there anybody else present besides you and Mr. Jackson?
No.
And what were you doing up in his bedroom at this point in time?
Well, we just came back from the arcade again, and then we went up to his room, and then we were sitting, I think we were watching TV or something, and then we were on top of his covers, and he did it again.
How were you dressed on this occasion?
In his pajamas again, because I would always use his pajamas.
All right. And how was Mr. Jackson dressed? Do you remember?
He was in his pajamas too.
Now tell us what happened.
The same thing happened again, and he said that he wanted to teach me, and then we were laying there, and then he started doing it to me, and then he kind of grabbed my hand in a way to try to do it to him, and I pulled my hand away because I didn't want to do it.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything before he reached over and grabbed your private parts?
He would always say that it was natural and don't be scared, and it was okay.
Now, how long do you think it lasted the second time?
The same time.
Did you ejaculate the second time?
I think I did.
Now, when was it, at point in time, that Mr. Jackson reached over and grabbed your arm?
Maybe like halfway through it.
Did you say anything to him when you pulled your hand away?
I said that I didn't want to.
Did Mr. Jackson say anything to you?
I don't think he did.
Were there any other occasions where Mr. Jackson tried to do something to you that you felt was inappropriate, that you remember?
No.
In light of this testimony and in light of the big verdict for Robert Blake, the issue of credibility is all over the place, Ricky.
It's critical. And one of the reasons that the testimony of the accusers in the Blake trial is exactly like the testimony of the accuser, his siblings, in this trial, is that there's testimony that can be inconsistent, and it's a question of do we believe these people or not. A juror this morning on the radio on the way to work said that the credibility of the accusers in the Blake case was absolutely nothing. What if a juror here feels the same way?
There's a lot of parallels. All roads seem to lead to Robert Blake in that case. All roads seem to lead to Michael Jackson here. But it becomes a credibility issue, and jurors, as we saw in the Blake case, don't like liars, and they tend to believe them less. And you have 3 young kids here who have either admitted or one could certainly infer their lying. Secondly, jurors don't like police that act in like Keystone Cops.
And we're going to talk about the police rushing to judgment, Sean, in just a moment.
Thank you.
But what about the idea that, unlike the Blake case, here you have kids, and you have a very different sort of charge? Doesn't that change the dynamic?
I don't think so. As we all know, the prosecution has the sole burden of proof in a criminal case, and it all rests on their evidence. If the witnesses are not credible, if there are a number of inconsistencies, then that should read, according to the law, to a not guilty verdict.
It should, but if these jurors get emotionally invested, I'll let you make that point when we get back, Ricky, will it change that basic dynamic of credibility of these witnesses? Defense attorney Tom Mesereau immediately launched into an all-out attack on that very same issue, the credibility of the young accuser.
And what you're saying is that after your interview with the social workers, where you were asked questions about Michael Jackson, you're saying it was after that that inappropriate touching began, correct?
Yes.
While Mr. Jackson is being investigated by Los Angeles County, true?
It didn't happen until the last few weeks before I left, or 2 weeks, somewhere around there.
Well, let me ask the question again.
Okay.
The 3 social workers were from Los Angeles County, true?
I think they were.
And they were asking you questions about whether Mr. Jackson had ever inappropriately touched you, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, right?
Yes.
You knew they were investigating Mr. Jackson, right?
No. I thought they were just going to try to ask me, and that was it. I didn't know.
But what you're telling the jury is that after this investigation starts, and after you and your family are questioned, Mr. Jackson supposedly starts touching you inappropriately, right?
Yes.
Until you realized you were not going to be part of Michael Jackson's family, you never made any allegation of child molestation, correct?
I didn't want to be part of his family. I just saw him as a father figure.
Until you realized Michael Jackson was not going to meet you in Brazil, you never made any allegation of child molestation, right?
I didn't even really want to go to Brazil.
Until you left Neverland for the last time, you never made any allegation of child molestation, correct?
I didn't tell anyone until I left for the last time, correct?
And never called the police until after you'd seen 2 lawyers, right?
Object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes. It wasn't until I saw 2 lawyers, until I told the police what really happened.
Okay. Now, you're aware, are you not, that you have until the age of 18 to file a lawsuit against Mr. Jackson if you choose to, correct?
No.
You've never discussed that with your mother?
No.
Never discussed that with Larry Feldman, the attorney?
No.
And never discussed it with Bill Dickerman, the attorney?
No.
Okay, you're also aware that if Mr. Jackson is convicted, you could automatically win that civil suit, right?
No.
No one's ever discussed that with you?
No. We said things like, oh, we don't want his money and stuff like that.
Never discussed that issue with any attorney, right?
No.
First time you've heard about it?
About that I can... You just told me now that I can sue him till I'm 18 or something like that. I didn't even know about that stuff.
Didn't even know about that, right? And never heard your mother mention it?
No.
Howard Weissman, this is inherently incredible on a certain level, isn't it? To the extent that, why do you take a kid to see a lawyer if he hasn't told anybody about some problem, and the problem all of a sudden comes up when you're talking to a lawyer? Am I just missing something?
No, it's just not believable testimony, particularly when the lawyer here is the lawyer that represented a young man 12 years ago
just happens
against
to be
Mr. Jackson.
The same lawyer.
Yeah, it just didn't happen to be. There's 2 very important facts that we need to focus on. The first time investigators and social workers and Santa Barbara sheriffs investigated this case, it was before the meeting with Feldman, and they chose not to go forward. Then the meeting with Feldman, and then suddenly they decided to go forward again. That in and of itself is very suspicious.
Sean, with respect to that very idea and sort of taking it the next step forward, I said a minute ago when we revisited this testimony that the jurors don't get to watch it again, but they can call for a readback. No doubt they're going to be doing the same kind of analysis that we're talking about. Wait, how does this all line up?
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense at all. I don't think it is at all credible that he's saying that he's never even heard talk about he can file a lawsuit till he's 18. That just strikes me as absolutely unbelievable. with it. No one has said that to him until
let
just
me
now.
take it from the other side, though. I mean, we're looking at the case, I think, as Tom Mesereau would present it. It's the mother who is the lead grifter here.
Yes.
So his mother is the person that's put everything in motion. And the kids just kind of followed like 3 ducks in a row. So the fact that he himself may not know that he has till the age of 18, that may be okay.
I still don't believe it.
But I think your mom knows.
Yeah,
that
mom
he has
knows.
till
And
18.
does thou protest much with respect to making another statement that seems to be contradictory? Oh, we don't want the money and stuff like that. Isn't that the same thing as discussing it? Up next, a detective defends the search at Neverland, and later, the latest from one of our favorite comedians, Jay Leno, at least for this trial purpose. Plus, shades of O.J. Sean, allegations of evidence contamination. We'll be right back.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Now that we've revisited with you testimony from the accuser, we move on now to the new testimony that came in. It's from a detective with the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department. The defense claims that when the police raided the Neverland Ranch, it was simply a rush to judgment. And DA Tom Sneddon, though, of course, presents a different motive for that very same search. Here's how Sergeant Steve Robel responded to the questions according to the courtroom transcripts.
Now, Mr. Sanger asked you a lot of questions about what you did from after you interviewed the family on a couple of occasions until the point that you executed the search warrant on November 18th. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Now, was there a decision made with regard to how those search warrants were going to be executed?
Yes, there was.
Was there a strategy involved in that?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
After interviewing...
I'm going to object. This calls for hearsay, and it does not appear to be relevant, and it's beyond the scope of cross.
Doesn't it? Isn't that exactly what you were going into yesterday?
Absolutely.
Overruled.
Go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
After conducting the interviews with the family, myself, along with the other investigators, including the DA's office, met and we conferred, and we decided at that point, like we do in several investigations sometimes, you know, we'll go in and advance further and interview people to gather more information prior to serving a search warrant. In this case, we chose not to, due to the nature of the investigation and the high-profile case being involved with Michael Jackson. So what we decided to do is drop a search warrant and serve it. And we did it that way because if we were to go out and contact people prior to that, we were concerned about evidence that we were looking for that would corroborate the statements of the children would be destroyed or would not be there. And it would compromise our investigation. So that's the reason why we chose to serve the search warrant.
But it doesn't explain why you did the arrest that same day. Next, did the search warrant uncover items previously mentioned in testimony? And a clash over, how do you define smut?
Now, Detective Robel, at the time that you executed the search warrant on November 18th of 2003, okay? Did you, during the course of the execution of that search warrant, you personally observe items or things that you felt corroborated the statements of the children?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
On the date that you executed the search warrant, did you see the mannequin?
Yes.
Did you see the briefcase with the pornography?
Yes.
Object.
Yes, objection. Violates the court's rule.
You didn't say adult material.
Oh, God, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Just to rephrase your question. Sustain.
Well, you know, you think like a lawyer. I really apologize. I apologize to everybody.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you see the briefcase with the adult material in it?
Yes, I did.
Did you go to the arcade?
Yes.
Did you see the jukebox?
Yes.
Did you go in the cellar?
Yes.
Did you see the wine?
Yes.
Shadows of Pamela Mackey in the Kobe Bryant case. Exactly. She was the defense attorney for Kobe Bryant. She just happened to keep mentioning over and over, contrary to the court's order, the name of the accuser in open court. Okay. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Sneddon says adult, doesn't say adult material. He uses the word pornography. Obviously, there was a court order here saying don't use the word pornography, probably because it's too prejudicial, but it comes out anyway.
All right, I'm going to defend Mr. Snedden. He could have easily slipped. He could have really meant to say adult material. It's a contrived word. We're used to saying in the business pornography, and he apologizes. Now, is it a bad thing that he did? Yes, it's a bad thing, but hey, I'll bet you the jurors use the word pornography when they're looking at the material.
Is it really pornography, though? I mean, some of the titles of the magazines that we've heard, I wouldn't characterize as pornography. I think pornography has, you know, a taint to it. It sounds bad. And I think that Mr. Snedden used that word very purposefully.
Let's change gears for just a second, Howard, related to this idea in the previous testimony that we heard. The search warrant closely followed by, I believe it was either the same day or the day after, the service of the arrest warrant. Obviously, they hadn't had time to analyze the tons of information that they took from the Neverland Ranch.
This was a publicity stunt,
and on the same day of his release, by the way, of his #1s.
They just happened to have all the cameras and press there. They just happened to have a press conference all set up. It was staged, in my opinion, much the way Mr. Snedden staged using the word pornography instead of adult.
Well, I got to go with Ricky on this. I got to go with Ricky.
You got to go with the search warrant before it's going to disappear.
Yes, we'll continue this, obviously. We even talked during the breaks.
No, we don't.
Now, the witness takes us back to a very pivotal moment in his investigation.
You've told the jury one of the officers who interviewed Gavin in the initial interview and in the follow-up interview, correct?
That is correct.
And during the initial interview, Gavin disclosed to you certain things that Mr. Jackson did to him, correct?
That is correct.
Now, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Gavin's attitude or demeanor was at the time that you got into that part of the conversation?
Prior to getting into that area, we were just discussing just his stay at the ranch. He appeared to be, fine with talking to us, open, very positive. As I got into questioning him regarding the actual molestation acts and having him share with that openly, immediately I noticed a change in Gavin's demeanor. He basically became very, very quiet, folded his arms, and just sunk down into his chair. And it took me approximately 10 minutes or so to reassure him that he was doing the right thing. And he, at one point in time, kind of got a little choked up. And eventually was able to go on ahead and disclose what acts occurred.
I'm going to object and move to strike the last sentence as a conclusion of the witness.
Stricken. The jury's admonished to disregard the last sentence.
The term chomping at the bit doesn't begin to describe Howard Weitzman right about now. Next, 2, 5, 7. Do the numbers add up?
Now, yesterday, Mr. Sanger asked you several questions about statements that Gavin made to you about the number of times that he told you that Mr. Jackson molested him. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And do you recall that on a couple of occasions he told you he thought it was between 5 and 7 times?
Yes.
And do you recall in the courtroom here, he indicated that there were at least 2 times that he was very specific about the information in which he was, the defendant molested him? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you find any inconsistencies between what he told you and what he said in the courtroom?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation and comment on a witness's testimony.
Sustained.
Were you present during a conversation where Gavin explained the 5 and 7, the 5 figure that he gave you versus the 2 figure that he testified in court?
Yes.
And what did he say in that regard?
Objection, vague as to time.
It's
overruled. You may answer.
Go ahead.
During my initial interview with him, he had told me that he was specific about 2 events that he recalled occurring. And he also told me that he believes that it happened between 5 and 7 times. And he could not articulate exactly what occurred, but he believes that it happened more than twice.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't know. I just don't. Howard, you should have came back from the commercial because you can't wait. Go ahead.
Well, this interview, I think, is great for the defense, unfortunately for the credibility of the young man. Yes, I realize he's young. Yes, perhaps his memory isn't as good.
Right.
He's talking about masturbation, ejaculation for the first time in his life, and he cannot remember if it's 2, 5, or 7. If I'm a juror and I'm weighing Michael Jackson's guilt or innocence on this young man's testimony, there's reasonable doubt right now.
And even more so, Ricky Kleeman, with respect to what I recall, and I actually went back and looked at this portion of the transcript, I read an emphatic no on the cross-examination of Tom Mesereau. Did he ever touch you, aside from those 2 times, more than twice? No.
Well, you are going to have inconsistencies here, and I think that what Howard says is really where the jury has to go. It's what did he say as close in time to the incident, which is this. It's not the 2. It is the 2, 5, or 7. What does that tell us?
And certainly it still helps, perhaps, to set up what we must expect will be a plaintiff's expert witness to explain it all away. When we return, call Gil Grissom. CSI is under attack. Stay with us.
Arrest warrant for Mr. Jackson has been issued on multiple counts of child molestation. The bail amount on the warrant has been set at $3 million.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. With the investigative detective still on the stand, defense attorney Robert Sanger insists that timing is everything. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts. And a programming note, an unindicted co-conspirator named Dieter is mentioned in this testimony.
Okay, so again, search November 18th. And sometime after that, sometime between November 18th and January 19th, you saw a portion of the rebuttal video, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the other officers said, look at this, and he was looking at it on his screen, and you came over and looked at it?
Yeah, it was a DVD or video.
Okay. And then the first time you watched the full tape was January 19th, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you first... Who was it that showed you this tape, by the way?
Detective Bonner.
Okay, so when Detective Bonner showed you this tape, he called you over and said, look at this, right?
Yeah.
And when you first saw it, it was rather remarkable, wasn't it?
Remarkable in what way?
I'm asking you. Let me ask you this then. It did not appear to you at that time to be consistent with what you had been hearing from this family up until the time you saw it?
When I saw bits and pieces of what he showed me on that day, I was not alarmed by that because of... I recalled what Janet had told me in her initial interview about them being forced to do that by Dieter. So it was not alarming to me at all regarding what I was seeing or the way she was acting, if that's what you're asking.
So forced to say things like, call Michael Jackson daddy and father figure and all that?
Exactly.
Okay, and you weren't... You sat here now, you've seen the cards where that's what this family does. They call people father and mother, and they tell them they love them, and they do all that, right?
According to the cards, yes.
You weren't aware of that at the time, were you?
No, I wasn't.
And now the defense tries to establish a pattern of behavior for the family of the accuser, and this judge says, I'm no Lance Ito, reminding everybody exactly who's in charge.
When did you first learn that this family would send very effusive cards and letters to people calling them mommy or daddy and telling them they're part of their family and that sort of thing?
I'm going to object to the question as this family is vague. If he has specific people he wants to refer to, I think he should do that.
I'm referring to Janet, Starr, Gavin, and Davelin, whose names already show up on the cards and evidence in this case with regard to Palanker and Michael Jackson.
Just a moment. I don't know how this has deteriorated where both of you are talking freely to the jury about your questions. So let's go back to the...
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's go back to the specific objections and not respond to them. The objection is overruled. You may answer now.
Upon reviewing, after the search warrant, some of the items that were seized, when I was going through some of those items, I ran across some of the cards and so forth that you have displayed here in court.
Now, we want you to know that Janet, you heard mentioned, although her name is actually Janet Jackson, is the mother of the accuser. But with respect to this testimony, how's Rebel doing, Sean?
Well, Robel's fine, I guess. I don't understand why Mr. Sanger allowed Robel to explain how the rebuttal video is not a problem as far as the police are concerned. The rebuttal video is very powerful evidence, and I would have allowed the rebuttal video to speak for itself.
Well,
not
let me tell you, having actually sat in the listening room and seen the rebuttal video that they're talking about, it's not the video that we saw on the air that Jackson had produced. I think it was Fox or somebody else who ran it. It is actually the tape still running while they're doing the directions and that kind of thing. It's very, very powerful. I think it's a good idea, frankly.
You think it's a good idea to have law enforcement interpret the tape?
Yeah, it does, because I think it's going to point out a conflict, a very strong conflict, which I think, Howard, is going to be a point that you're going to want to make in about 3 minutes, and that is this whole idea of making this conclusion, making a judgment, and then doing an investigation following that before you know all the facts.
Well, this is one of those classic rusted judgment cases again. The appearance, as I said earlier, all roads seem to lead to Michael Jackson doing bad things, and so it's the classic, you know, aim, shoot.
Well, but come on, Ricky, I mean, after all...
I mean, you have to deal with the fact that the police heard from someone who said that he was molested. What are they supposed to do, ignore it?
And indeed, spoken like a true police commissioner's wife, you have to act on credible evidence. As testimony continues, tempers flare as the defense implies we're dealing with a persecution instead of a prosecution.
So, November 18th, you and your department formed the opinion that you had probable cause, you should go out and arrest Mr. Michael Jackson in this case based on what you had then, right?
That is correct.
And then you investigated the case after you got the arrest warrant.
That's incorrect.
You didn't investigate the case after you got the arrest warrant?
We investigated the case prior to the search warrant. We continue to investigate the case, and we are currently continuing to investigate the case as this trial is going on. This is a continuing investigation.
So, a part of the continuing investigation you're just talking about, for instance, is an attempt to discredit witnesses who have come forward to say that the are not telling the truth. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as beyond the scope.
I'm not going to sustain the objection. Go ahead.
To discredit, no. It's when we receive reports from you as the defense that we have accusations or things in your reports. We're going to go and see if we can interview them to clarify and to make sure that that is correct. And we're also having other people coming forward besides your witnesses that you've talked to that we're following up leads regarding the case.
As the next witness, Detective Paul Zealous takes the stand, are there echoes of O.J. as the defense asks about handling of the evidence?
So let me ask you, was it your intention that the contents of this briefcase be evaluated and analyzed by the CSI or forensic unit at the Sheriff's Department?
No.
Did you think anything about that?
No.
You were wearing gloves when you seized this item, correct?
Correct.
And you put it in a plastic bag, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think forensics was ever going to look at this?
Well, I'm sure they would.
Okay, and you're sure they would for what purpose? Look at that for fingerprints, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Okay. Do you think that would be pretty much a priority?
Possibly.
Possibly. And in 2004, March and April of 2004, in that time period, this briefcase was brought to the grand jury in Santa Barbara. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was your understanding it had been to forensics, right, when you brought it in?
That I'm not sure of.
You're not sure. By the end of the grand jury proceeding, you came to realize that nobody had checked for fingerprints on these materials inside of Sheriff's Item 317. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes.
That was kind of a shocker, wasn't it? It wasn't a shocker?
No, not to me.
You're kind of smiling. This, in fact, when that was learned, that's when you were sent in with gloves for the grand jury to look at the materials, so they wouldn't be picking it up and handling it. Is that right?
Correct.
However, during the course of that grand jury, the contents of this briefcase, Sheriff's Item 317, was handed to Gavin so he could look through it, see if he could identify it. Isn't that correct?
Objection. No personal knowledge, no foundation.
I think he's asking him if that happened, so I will overrule the objection.
I would not know.
So you weren't advised by the end of the grand jury proceedings that Gavin had taken the contents of this and looked through it at the request of the district attorney?
Same objection.
No.
All right, Howard Weitzman, let's go back just a moment. Where is the training that you keep talking about? We've heard cross-examination from the previous witness, and I suspect it will continue with this witness about essentially that rush to judgment theme. Okay, let me get this straight, says defense attorney. You made the arrest, you served the warrant, then you continued your investigation. That's good stuff.
Yes, and it's appropriate. It's appropriate. I'm not saying it's not. However, it's what they've done, how they've done it. The perfect example is the search warrant being executed, an arrangement for Michael Jackson to turn himself in. He flies in from Las Vegas. They meet him at the airport after he flies in with a private plane and then take him into custody there. If they're going to allow him to surrender, they should have allowed the plane to land, let him get into a car, and drive to the
wait, that's
headquarters.
not fair. That's not fair. Ricky,
There's
wait.
There's a point I want to make, James.
Go ahead.
The point is, it was set up to have a certain look to the public.
Hey, I disagree. Ricky Kleeman, with respect to that surrender, one, this is a press-laden, intensive incident. The cameras are everywhere waiting for him to land. They had to provide the circumstances of security to allow that plane to pull in that hangar nose first. It may have looked like a publicity stunt, but had they not done that, the media would have been everywhere all over this Jackson camp.
It is called security. It is called order. This was the best way to do it, to assure that he would be at the courthouse, that he would be booked appropriately.
Sure.
The police really did, or the sheriff's department did, try to follow a protocol.
I think they did, and certainly that plays out. We'll discuss it, argue some more.
Agree.
He does not agree. I'm so surprised. Still ahead, what Jay Leno said and an investigation of the investigation. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. Detective Paul Zealous faces more hard questioning from defense attorney Robert Sanger. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
As an investigator, when you're interviewing a witness, you're supposed to get information. You're not supposed to convey to the witness what you would like them to say, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall now, having refreshed your recollection, that Mr. Snedden said, so, in your mind, one of the things that you're thinking is, they're doing this video that they want you guys to do, that if you ever told them the truth about being molested by him, that nobody would believe you. Remember that question?
Yes.
And then Gavin says, yeah, that they would use that and say that we're lying. That's what I think they used it for. I think that's why they told us to say all those things in the tape. They told us it was for so they could release the tape out to the media for rebuttal for what they were all saying, but I don't think they were like kind of forcing us to say those things. 99.9% of the things that they were telling us to say weren't even true. So, and then the answer ends. Was that what Mr. Snedden said and what Gavin said in response?
Yes.
And at that point in the interview, as the investigator in the case, it was your understanding that what Gavin was saying at that point is that he was claiming he was molested before the rebuttal, and that this was the rebuttal was to cover up a molest. Is that correct?
No.
Well, that's what Mr. Snedden was asking, wasn't it? If you ever told the truth about being molested by him, that nobody would believe you?
Yeah, Your Honor, that calls for a conclusion on the part of the witness. It's
sustained.
All right, I got to help this out. I can do that in just a minute, though. Next, the ever-elusive timeline.
And then, immediately following that, Mr. Snedden says, so, in your mind, one of the things you're thinking is they've done this video that they want you guys to do so that if you ever told them the truth about being molested by him, that nobody would believe you, correct?
Correct.
And then Gavin essentially adopts Mr. Snedden's interpretation.
It was... That question asked by Mr. Snedden was a clarification of an idea that was given to us by Gavin prior to that.
So that he was molested before the video, and the video was done in order to negate any claim that he was molested?
No.
And you understand that other times, Gavin has claimed that the molest occurred at the end of his stay at Neverland, not in early February or mid-February, correct?
Are you asking my understanding? I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Well, let me clarify it, if I may. Other times, you told us July 7th. He said it was right at the end of his stay. That would have been March, correct?
Correct.
Sean Chapman, Holly, let's talk about this attorney for just a moment, taking off on a point that Ricky made yesterday. This is another attorney, not the lead attorney, not the main guy, Tom Mesereau, who I think everybody agrees is phenomenal. I read this transcript yesterday, and here's a small example of it. A little bit of fumbling, a little lack of clarity on the part of this attorney. What does that do to this trial? This momentum?
I agree with you. I think it was very confusing, very hard to follow. But what I think he's getting at is this, and as you know, I was on the O.J. Simpson defense team and think that Mr. Simpson is innocent. But some people would say that the police framed a guilty man. And that's kind of what they're getting at here, that the police were so intent on doing what they were doing, they're putting ideas in the witnesses' heads, words in their mouths, and they're so hovering over the entire case.
I can't tell you how hard it was for me not to respond to this innocent O.J. thing, but you and I will talk about it aside.
That makes three of us. One of the things with the investigation here is this. You can't have it both ways in this case. Either the mother is a grifter and she got her kids to make up the story in order to shake Michael Jackson down, and then the police just got the story. Or the police are overreaching and the police are leading them into this story that they wouldn't have otherwise told. It is not both ways.
Now, the idea here, though, and it's a little bit unfair to you as the public and you who weren't in the courtroom with me the other day when I went up there, when you look at this video, Howard, and I've tried to recount it the best I can, there's no, or at least very, very little evidence to everyone by my informal polling who was in that listening room, all the other journalists, of any sort of coercion in that video, any sort of forcing. So let's assume that. And aren't these jurors going to make their own judgment about what's in that video?
Sure. Well, yes, the jurors will make their own judgment, but I do disagree with something Ricky said. I think there can be both the grifter part and the overzealousness of law enforcement here. What Mr. Sanger tried to do in his examination was show that the officers took one version given by Gavin and tried to mold it into a separate version to fit their needs. That was the purpose of the cross-examination. It may not have come out that way, but that's where he was going.
But can you have the trifecta, the perfect storm, if you will, a grifter, overreaching cops, and a kid who was actually molested? Next, another investigative detective, Karen Shepard, takes the stand, and the defense points out that Michael Jackson collects a little more than porn art.
All right. Now, in the part of the house that you were in, there were books and magazines and photographs and other items that were pretty much stacked up all over the place. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And among the items that were stacked up there were art books. Is that correct?
Correct.
History books?
I'm sure.
Okay. Do you remember seeing any black history books, for instance?
I don't recall seeing any.
Okay. And you saw a lot of memorabilia from different kinds of films or things from the Three Stooges, for instance. Is that correct?
I don't recall seeing any.
You don't? Okay. Do you recall that there were a number of Three Stooges? When I'm saying memorabilia, a number of things that related to the Three Stooges.
I don't remember seeing anything related to the Three Stooges.
A number of things related to Shirley Temple, right?
I believe so, yes.
A number of things related to Disney and Disney productions, correct?
Correct.
None of the things that you seized were contraband, is that correct?
No.
So, in other words, they were lawful for adults to possess?
Correct.
All right. And all of what you seized was essentially commercially produced, commercially available material, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Now, when we talked about art books, there were a lot of art and photography books that you saw?
Correct.
In the various places and in the office as well, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Jackson is a performer and an artist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what? So what, Sean Chapman, Holly, that he has this other stuff in his house?
Well,
so what?
The so what is, I think that what they're trying to show is that Mr. Jackson is not as weird as he seems. He's got some normal stuff, too. He's got art books. He wears makeup for a reason, as came out in the testimony the other day. The mannequins are of his cousin. They're legitimate mannequins.
Howard,
so he's just trying to demonstrate. He seems like a weird guy.
We're
he's not as weird as we thought.
Evidence that goes to these charges, the adult material and the other stuff.
I disagree with Sean.
Again.
Yes. The evidence will clearly show Michael is as weird as he appears doesn't make him a child molester.
Okay.
What I want to say is you are correct. You can have grifters, you can have overzealous law enforcement, and you can have a child who was molested, and that is why we get back to the issue of credibility.
Yeah.
It's whether or not they believe this kid despite all the circumstances around him.
All right, when we return, we continue, and an update on what Jay Leno knows about the case. Stay with us.
The reenactments and commentary in this program may contain frank talk of a sexual nature. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. In just a moment, we're going to have a discussion about the new developments concerning whether or not this accuser ever had any dealings with Jay Leno. But first, let's go back to the teenage accuser's testimony about Jay Leno himself. Here's what the jury heard according to the courtroom transcripts.
Okay. Did Mr. Snedden ask you to testify that Jay Leno was your favorite comedian?
No.
Okay. When did the idea that Jay Leno was your favorite comedian come up in this case?
Well, Jay Leno was my favorite comedian, but I don't really understand what...
Do you remember calling Jay Leno on the telephone?
I remember calling, yeah. I remember calling his phone.
Do you remember speaking with Jay Leno on the telephone?
No, I never spoke with Jay Leno.
At any time?
No.
Did you ever try to reach Jay Leno on the telephone?
Yes.
And who did you call, if you know?
I called a phone number that I was given.
Where'd you get the phone number?
It was either Jamie Masada or Luis Palenker.
Did you dial the number?
Yes.
Was your mother with you?
No.
Was anybody in the background?
Well, when I called him, I'm pretty sure that I was in the hospital, so either it could have been my dad or maybe a nurse that would come in to do my vital signs or something.
And you dialed the number, right?
Yes.
And do you have any idea who answered the phone?
Answering machine.
And did you ever actually get Mr. Leno on the phone?
No.
So you deny you've ever spoken to him on the phone, right?
I've never spoken to Jay Leno.
And the import of that Monday testimony, Ricky Kleeman, is that news reports are coming out now that there is a tape-recorded interview with Jay Leno and a transcript that appears to contradict that very testimony.
Indeed. And Jay Leno will say, according to the transcript of his interview, that he spoke not only with the mother, he spoke with the boy. He thought it sounded coached, and he thought he was being set up. And he says words to the effect that, although he believes that Jackson is guilty, that he says they finally found their mark.
And that kind of idea, Howard, is a little scary. He believes Jackson's jury is guilty. That's got to come in because the entirety of the interview is going to come in. But finding their mark helps the defense.
You know, I have two comments. One, how do we know and how are they going to prove that Jay Leno was talking to the mother? I guess because the young man's first name was used, at least that's the inference.
Oh, you mean to authenticate the conversation?
To authenticate who had the conversation with. So I don't like that. Secondly, I'd like to know who leaked this transcript. I'd like to know how it got out into the public forum.
Well, unlike the other leaks, Sean, that apparently benefited the prosecution, this appears to be a defense beneficial leak.
Definitely, because it's hard to imagine how Gavin or anyone could have spoken with Jay Leno and not remember it.
Well, but he says he didn't remember. Then again, he says a lot of other things that didn't happen. He doesn't remember. All right, let's go around the horn real quick. We got a few seconds to go. Sean, who's ahead?
I still think the defense is ahead. The prosecution's trying very hard to rehabilitate itself, but that's a bad place to be in at this time, to have to rehabilitate yourself at the beginning of your case.
Is the prosecution, Howard?
I think Robert Blake is ahead. He showed that jurors consider credibility very, very important and considers how police conduct themselves in arriving at a verdict.
And I think the real day is Friday and what follows, because the judge is going to decide if prior bad acts, allegations by other accusers come in.
Absolutely. That's all we have for today. Tomorrow, 9 p.m., another one-hour edition, our exclusive coverage of the Michael Jackson trial right here on E!
Okay, Jay.